of SIRC, and Sri S. Krishnan, Secretary, MeitY, who is joining us virtually. To kindly take their seats on the dais as we formally commence Day 1 of the National Conference on AI. We commence the program by seeking divine blessings for a successful and insightful conference, followed by the rendition of the ICI motto song. We request to raise for the
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 kamavusho Vusho nirvimana nirvimana Tadeva shukram Tada brahma Tada brahma Tadeva mritamujjate Tasmin lokaha shataha Sarve tadunatyati kaschan Etadvaita 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 etadvaita
We invite our esteemed dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. We now invite our chairperson, SIRC of ICI, CA Revati Raghunathan, to deliver the welcome address.
Yeah, a very warm good morning to everyone. To our Central Council member, Sri Priya Kumar, and my own regional council colleague, Abhishek, and of course, all the members who are present here from across South. And it's very heartening for us to see everyone here, even though it is at 10 in the morning and not at 9. I know how tough it is You know, December is one of the most pleasant times in Chennai, okay? 1 month where, you know, the climate is very kind to us, and there are so many happenings also in the city, and around 400 people registering and coming for this conference is extremely heartening. One, it talks about the importance of the topic, and of course, two, also we are fulfilling some mandatory requirements. But I think that this AI conference is something which we have been planning for a very long time, and on the back of the AI certification courses, especially level 2, which has now been launched and which is in great demand by all the members, this AI conference is actually going to, you know, we've gotten some of the industry leaders, both in terms of practice as a chartered accountant in the industry, and also to tell us whether AI is actually going to be a boom, or is it going to bust like the .com, or is the disruption which is happening because of AI actually beneficial to us chartered accountants, or whether it's going to be detrimental. You know, as chartered accountants, we always try to take everything with a pinch of salt, and we'll say there must always be a darker side to everything that is happening, and that is how we are all successful chartered accountants, right? We always see both the sides, and we try to focus on the darker side and ensure that nothing bad happens, nothing detrimental happens because of the darker side of everything. And AI is also, you know, something which the technology which is going to impact us hugely, and it is already impacting us, but whether it is actually going to be detrimental to us, or whether we can actually harness the power of AI. Harnessing the power of, you know, people always talk about the .com bust. But I think that a lot of the .com energies were harvested, and it has been harvested very much by professionals like us, and it went bust because a few corporates went bust. But otherwise, as per the, you know, normal business scenario and adoption of .com, it was a huge success, and I think that AI adoption is also a huge success up to now, and we have to adapt it to our professional requirements and take the good with the bad, and try to ensure that the bad does not actually overlap into the good of the AI. In fact, if you see today, there is a very interesting you know, discussion between two top AI people on whether AI is a boom or a bust in the Hindu opinion page. I request everyone here to actually read it. It's very insightful, and of course they're not talking about the impact of AI on economics, commerce, accounts, etc., more on science and technology, but we can always draw a line and extrapolate it to our own profession, where AI is making a huge impact. And what we as professionals need to know is to where to draw the line. You know, after all, AI is AI, artificial intelligence, and at what point we have to start exercising our own judgment. So it is programs such as this which is actually going to enable us, and I'm very happy to say that this program is being considered by the government as an extension of their AI Impact Summit, a precursor to their AI Impact Summit, which is going to be held in Delhi. So we are actually very happy to partner with the government in such initiatives. Next, I will not talk too much about it. There are so many people who are experts who have come here to talk about this program. Next is the impact of DPDP Act and again on AI. And the third one which I want to talk about is about the AI regulations, the AI principles, which was issued by the MeitY on November 5th. Go through it. They have given 7 sutras. They are actually not bringing in a law for AI. Normally what happens is anything which needs to be moderated or regulated, our government brings in a law to actually, in fact now we have the DPDP Act, we have the DPDP rules, and we have a DP board also coming in place. And you know, we are all talking about DPDP and how everyone's life as a DPDP principle is going to be, data principle, which is all you and I, which is going to be impacted. But for AI, government is allowing the innovations they are putting in some guardrails. Okay, they expect the guardrails to actually protect. They are not actually stopping the innovation in AI, but they are setting up the guardrails, and it is up to us to use the guardrails. So I suggest that you go through the MeitY regulations which were introduced on November 5th, and you will have an understanding of the initiatives of the government in the AI sector. And next, coming to SIRC and ICAI, I want to request all of you here, most of you are from Chennai, to make your contributions for the Chartered Accountant Benevolent Fund. You all know that this fund is something for Chartered Accountants by Chartered Accountants. We do not have a robust social security mechanism, and the institute actually ensures that it takes care of its own. And how do we take care of our own members who are in dire need, members who need some medical help, you know, they're not able to reach out, or, you know, they do not have the financial resources for the same, or any chartered accountant, we all know that, you know, the pressures are taking a toll, and the members who are losing their lives are younger and younger. They would not have had the time to set up their own security net for the family. And it is here that the institute comes to help. We have the CABF, where we collect contributions and we assist the beneficiaries who make a request to the institute. I want to reiterate here that any assistance request which has come, proper due diligence is done by the various regional councils and branches, and it is only then that the beneficiary's request is accepted or rejected. But you should actually, see the amount of impact that this CABF is doing, because for 10 years, any family is supported so that they can come up onto their feet. So this can be done only if we all contribute generously towards CABF. We have actually placed a QR code here. If anyone, and there is no limit on the amount that you can contribute. You can contribute 10,000 rupees, 100 rupees, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, 1 crore, whatever is possible. Please do contribute generously to make a difference to our own members. We have the QR code and the flyer there, and we also have this flyer over here. Request you all to do it. The next one which I wanted to ask you was to register in large numbers for the WOFA conference, which is going to be held in Delhi. This is an international conference conducted by the president of ICAI. It is 3 days of skilling, knowledge updations, and networking, and it will be great if many of us from this hall could register for WOFA and take benefit of the same. I will not take too much time. We'll have our MeitY secretary also joining us in a few minutes. Thank you very much everyone for attending in large numbers. Have a great learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful welcome address and for setting the context of the conference with a clear and thought-provoking introduction to AI. Now, we are honored to invite CA Shripriya K, CCM, to formally deliver her special address and provide an overview of the DPDP Act. Okay. We invite Dr. CA Abhishek Murali to give the address.
A very, very warm good morning to one and all present here. Firstly, the Central Council member, CA Shripriya ma'am, who has been coordinating the program, chairperson, and my regional council colleague, CA Revati ma'am, all the senior members who are present here today, young, old, and even I see some students as well. I'm very, very happy to see such a large gathering for this AI conference. The reason being, AI is going to be a game changer, whatever profession we are in, and definitely, though generally, as chartered accountants, whenever technology updates come, we were comfortable enough keeping one arm distance. But AI is such that we cannot afford to do that. Mostly because our people that we are working with are using AI extensively. Now, income tax is a best practice for almost all chartered accountants. I love sharing this story. We all know there's this 26 AS and the AIS and TIS. The first time it was introduced, I have a client who has been filing returns with our firm for more than 35, 40 years. But I think this client is paying the same fees also for last 35 years. So when he came to file the return, I decided I am going to increase the fees by 100 rupees. Just 100 rupees, not more. So I told him, sir, already I am increasing the fees by 100 rupees. Abhishek, 100 rupees you are increasing the fees. How is it? I said, sir, you are using voice modulation, sir. You are saying 100. If you say 100, it sounds lesser like that. No. I am a middle class person. You don't know what's the difficulty, plight of the middle class. I have been filing returns with your family for 35 years. I said, that and all fine, sir. It's 100 rupees, sir. Parking in this building itself, they are charging 50 rupees, sir. No, Abhishek, your grandmother has cooked food for me. Sir, sir. That does not have anything. No, Abhishek, you don't know what difficulty it is, middle class, blah, blah. So finally, 1.5 hours, he fought with me. And then he left the office without paying that 100 rupees. I am the fool. But next year, when he came to file the return of income, we have the AIS and TIS. Now, AIS and TIS is nothing but a consolidation of information that the income tax is getting from various authorities, be it SEBI, NSDL, RBI, all using AI and latest technologies. They are compiling the data. And this person comes to file return of income. 35 years he is filing, knows my family, all that, middle class person. We are seeing the TIS, sale of equity shares and securities, 85 lakh rupees. 85 lakh rupees. 35 years he is filing with us. Even once he has not told he has a Demat account also. So I told him, sir, have you sold shares for 85 lakh rupees? His reply was not yes or no. His reply was, sir, how did you find out? That is the level of honesty we have as our taxpayers. So I said, sir, whether you have or forget how I found out, sir, whether you have or not. So that is the mentality. But the reality today, and there is an interview that they had with the CBDT chairman, where they literally said, he is saying in the interview, so today we have so much data about our taxpayers, we don't know what to do it with, because we don't have the technology as of now to find out what to do with that data. But what I can tell you is the way AI is developing right now, the tools are coming back in its place. And that is why, I'm sure all of you are experienced what I told. You have all interacted with clients who thought they are being very honest, but then when you saw TIS only, you realized what incomes they are having. And this is going to be more and more of this. Not only in income tax, but in GST, company law, any other kind of acts which are coming today, the data is being integrated, human approach is being eliminated, and the technology is doing it. So if our compatriots in the income tax and company law and the government panels are doing it, it is high time that you and I are also up to speed with this. We cannot keep that one-arm distance. And AI can be used in various ways, drafting a mail, sending replies. During Deepavali time, one person, doctor, because he was also attending sessions like this, he said, I will use AI to compile the responses. So when people are saying Happy Deepavali, he said, AI, please respond the same reply to everybody. But what he missed is, one of his patients sent a reply. Sir, my husband had too many sweets. He's having stomach pain and motion problems. He replied saying that, very happy to hear from you. Congratulations, wish you the same. I hope you and your family have a blast. So sometimes AI can be, not, if you do not use your mind, garbage in, garbage out. So definitely attending programs like this today, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. We have a very, very important act, the DPDP Act, that Shri Priya Madam is going to be covering. It's going to impact many chartered accountants. It's going to impact many of the work that we do. And I am so happy to see that we have such a large gathering here, willing to listen to these latest developments, spending time. So many members here today have traveled from outside the region, outside Chennai. They are staying over, they are traveling all the way, coming in the morning, coming directly. So I thank all of you. I thank all the members who have taken time out of your busy schedule to be here today, and wishing you all the best and a happy learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhishek sir. We are privileged to invite Shri Priya K. CCM to formally deliver her special address and present an overview of the DPDP Act.
How does this get switched on? To the chairperson of SIRC, C. Revati Raghunathan, to Abhishek Murli, who's also some kind of a neighbor. So we were just discussing today that this is the best venue for us because I live right across and he lives in the next road. So to Rekha Umashiv and to all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen who are here today, here's a very, very happy and a hearty good morning to all of you. And yes, we've beaten the cold and we've started on time. So on behalf of the Committee for AI in ICAI, I extend a very, very warm and a very, very hearty welcome to all of you to this event here today. So I had two choices before me. I could have generally spoken about AI and whiled away some time until the MeitY secretary joined us. But I thought instead I'll launch into my own theme session for the day, which is the DPDP Act. I tried very hard to make it into 10 slides for 30 minutes. It just wouldn't fit. So there was so much to be conveyed. So my PPT turned out to be a little longer. So I thought I'd take 45 minutes. But what I will do is, my presentation is very clearly segmented. And we have the MeitY secretary, Shri S. Krishnan. Anything that you speak these days, you end up using a CA. Mr. Krishnan, IAS, who's going to speak to us from Delhi. He actually committed to come for this program, but then there are other pressures that compelled him to stay back. So he was very, very eager to do this virtual. We said it's okay, but he said, no, I definitely want to address the group here in Chennai. So he's going to be there with us at about 10:30. But until then, I thought I'd just start my presentation. And I assure you that it will not create a break. We'll handle it in distinct themes such that I'll finish one theme before Mr. Krishnan arrives, and then we will continue with the balance. He's joined? Okay. So I think Mr. Krishnan is already online, so maybe we'll wait for him and have his address concluded, after which we'll start. And once again, a huge round of applause and thanks for being here today. My only request is those at the rear end of the auditorium can please come to the front benches. Normally I see this in a lawyer's conference, everybody is racing to come to the first set of seats, but we are very shy and we try and sit at the back. In fact, those are the, yeah, please. Thank you so much. Can we uplink?
It's our privilege to invite Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, MeitY, to deliver the inaugural address. He has 35 years of IAS experience with diverse assignments across Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, and international institutions, including the IMF, instrumental in promoting e-governance, electronics, and semiconductor manufacturing, emerging technologies, R&D, and cybersecurity. Held senior leadership roles in Tamil Nadu, including Additional Chief Secretary, Principal Secretary, Finance, Housing, Planning, and Founder CEO of Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Development Board. Represented India in G20 expert groups, served as senior advisor at IMF, and held key roles such as District Collector and Deputy Director at LBSNAA. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference on AI, on which is acting as one of the lead-up events to the AI Impact Summit, which India is hosting in February in Delhi. I think what this particular event represents is how practically every segment, every sector, every aspect of the economy is taking to how AI can be used as a horizontal technology and impacting each of these sectors. Today, we are at a stage where this is, in a sense, the next stage of the technology or industrial revolution. Thus far, most technological changes have basically resulted in a situation where we have manual work being automated and a situation where people had to work less with their hands and manage to get machines to do more of their work. For the first time, we are in a situation where cognitive work itself could be replaced. And when cognitive work starts getting replaced, it starts producing these doubts as to whether many people in cognitive jobs, many white collar jobs, many professionals, people like you and me, are still needed in the system, or will they get replaced in terms of their jobs being done by machines? That is the kind of situation that sometimes we find ourselves in, which is why I think India, based on directions we have right from the top from the Prime Minister, the vision of how we approach AI needs to be something which is oriented in a positive dimension and not from a sense of fear. Globally, I mean, to begin with, I think in the Indian circumstance, the number of people who are in white collar jobs is significantly lower than the rest of the world, especially in the global West. And as a result, the number of jobs we may lose or we fear to lose are also significantly lower. So for the first element is that fear needs to go. The second element really is that Indian professionals across a range of operations, whether it is in the STEM area or whether it is in the finance area, whether it is in the legal area, in any of these cognitive or knowledge-oriented sectors and professions, are adaptable and would be capable of creating the kind of solutions and applications which can then be deployed not only within the country but elsewhere in the world. So in some ways, if we reorient ourselves in these respective cognitive or knowledge-based sectors, we would be able to deliver outcomes which are far more significant, and we would be able to deliver outcomes which significantly enhance human capability and human productivity, and thereby, I think, deliver far better services. And this is the opportunity that we really need to embrace or really need to adopt to see how this kind of a horizontal technology can work for us. Which brings us to the other point. I think whichever profession we are in or whichever area of service delivery we are in this country, I don't think anybody would venture to say that everything is fine and we are doing the best possible job of what we are attempting to do. Whether it is in the space of governance where we are engaged in, whether it is in the space of accounting, auditing, finance functions that many of you as professionals are engaged in, I don't think we can, in all honesty, state that we are doing a job which is probably the best thing that can be done in a particular situation. That being the case, the opportunity to actually deliver significantly enhanced quality of services is something that AI as a technology now offers across a range of sectors. And that is another opportunity which we can actually grasp and go forward. So the kind of applications that can be developed using AI so that you can sort of apply them across a range of sectors, and the enhanced quality of services that we can actually deliver, these two together represent the huge opportunity that AI holds. And that is what we would like to really showcase during the AI Impact Summit, to which many of these events are leading up. And I think that is truly what we want to do, and do it representatively across a range of sectors. And I'm really grateful for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and specifically the Southern India Regional Council for having hosted this particular event with such an overwhelming response. I would have very much loved to have been present in person. Unfortunately, my official duties here in Delhi, and today is the last day of Parliament, and various other issues which came up, as a result of which I couldn't travel. So my gratitude is due to the President, Mr. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the Vice President, Mr. Prasanna Kumar, Mr. Umesh Sharma, who's the Chairman of AI in ICAI, Mr. Dayanivas Sharma, who's the Vice Chairman there, CA Mr. Rajendra Kumar, whom I know quite well, who's a Central Council member, likewise CA Ms. Shripriya Kumar, Central Council member, who also has done work with me, Ms. Revati S. Raghunathan, Chairperson of SIRC, and Ms. Deepa Varghese, who's Secretary of SIRC. Thanks to all of you for having invited me to this particular event and done me this honor. I think you have a very interesting set of presentations and speeches that are to come up after this, which will cover a range of areas as to where AI and issues relating to AI interface with your profession specifically. The range of innovations, range of possibilities which the technology can bring, and I think many of you are looking at that space. Now, clearly, one of the important things is, for governance and finance, AI is no longer something which we can simply say it's a toy that we can play with. In fact, interestingly, globally, what many people have observed and what many studies have shown is that thus far, the adoption of AI, 70% of it across the world, has been on practically entertainment and as a recreational sort of activity across the world. So 70% of the time basically goes on cat videos in the way that AI is used. But in that, it's India, which is a bit of an outlier. In India, that proportion is only about 40%. About 60% of the use of AI in India has been studied to be for actual industry-oriented applications, for productive applications. And that, again, is truly an opportunity that we hold. The fact that we have one of the largest AI skill penetration, which is we lead the world in AI skill penetration. The fact that in terms of AI vibrancy, our position now is third globally. Many people often say that India has fallen behind in this particular space, but the latest Stanford AI Vibrancy Index, which came up about last week, indicates that we stand third behind the United States and China. And most of it is based on talent and skilling. Talent, skilling, and research are the three areas which actually push India forward. The gaps really are in areas like AI compute, the infrastructure which is needed, and in terms of the kind of models that are getting built. And those are clearly the gaps which we are trying through the India AI mission at the Government of India level to plug. So we are providing increased AI compute through the compute pillar of the India AI mission. Already about 38,000 GPU is on offer and more is coming on stream. We have already tied up with about 12 firms who are working on foundational models across a range of applications, including two large language models, which will be based primarily on Indian languages. And before the AI summit, we should see the launch of some India's own foundational models. So those are areas which are really focused on. And the other part of it is truly about, what do we do with the governance and the regulation of AI? Many people have been concerned about this aspect. Our basic attitude, our basic approach to the governance of AI has been that there are a number of existing laws in the country which support AI-related governance already. For instance, as far as using of personal data is concerned for various AI applications, you have the DPDP Act, about which you will also be discussing as part of this particular event. So the DPDP Act is a consent-based framework which is being created in India. It, in a number of ways, that is a set of regulations on how data can be used, which falls between a complete laissez-faire approach, which, say, a country like the United States has taken, to a highly regulated approach, which the EU has taken through their GDPR. We have sort of tried to synthesize these approaches and taken an approach where uniquely we actually make each person about whom the data relates as the data principal. You're actually giving somebody the right to own or to actually be responsible for their data, and you give them rights as the data principal. And the person who's ultimately collecting the data from you for a particular purpose is termed a data fiduciary. So we are establishing a clear relationship in the way that personal data needs to be used. And that, in a sense, a consent-based framework, and let me not go too much into detail about the DPDP Act, but a consent-based framework is a unique approach that India has adopted, which naturally has certain consequences for companies and others who become data fiduciaries in the process or become data processors in the process. And as a profession, in administering that particular piece of regulation, which falls within the overall AI framework, is an important thing that many of you would be doing. Likewise, if you look at this whole issue of deepfakes, which people come up with all the time, now existing laws under the IT Act and the IT rules are fairly, in our view, adequate to cover the kind of concerns we have on things like deepfakes. And that is something which we are working with currently, and it is something which has addressed many of these concerns. The other aspect which people often raise is copyright-related issues, where it is not an individual's personal data, but is something that a creator has made, and how do we address this? Recently, there was a committee under the DPIIT, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which has come out with a report on how this particular issue has to be addressed. It is that working paper is out for consultation. So based on the kind of feedback we get, further action would be taken on that aspect. So what I'm trying to say is that a number of concerns about AI, which have been expressed globally and in the way that it needs to be regulated, to some extent are covered under existing legislations or are being covered under a variety of approaches that we are taking. But an overarching approach to actually regulate AI is something that the government believes this is not the most appropriate time to do it, because we require innovation to take place before the regulation kicks in. So we don't want to stifle innovation in a key sector. Now, that basically means that many of you, as finance professionals, in the ways that you can use AI to enhance what you need to do in your sector, is something that you can innovate upon, that you can work on, and you can sort of push forward. You can likewise advise your clients, saying what are the areas in which you can use AI to move forward and advance the business and advance the prospects. So that space for innovation is something which has been provided, while looking at an overall requirement of looking at key issues which are needed. Now, this does not imply that government will never regulate or will never step in. We will step in when the time is right or when there's a requirement for such regulation. And we stand ready to do it at any point in time where it becomes necessary. But for now, I think the play is open for innovation, and that is the area that we really need to work towards. And I think as a profession, the Chartered Accountants and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has an important role in guiding AI adoption. You know, we reach out to a range of stakeholders. We speak to all chambers of commerce and industry. India's objective is, and which is why our AI summit, which is there in February in Delhi, has been entitled the AI Impact Summit. India's objective is to primarily make sure that the use of AI creates impact, and impact is the way to go. And for creating impact, it is important that in the productive sectors of the economy, whether we are talking about manufacturing, whether we are talking about healthcare, whether we are talking about agriculture, whether we are talking about in financial services and broader delivery of services, in education, in each of these areas, AI needs to be adopted to enhance human capabilities and to deliver better services. So if that needs to be done, I think it's important that everyone across various spheres understands AI, understands the potential of this technology, and is able to sort of absorb this. And the fact that the ICAI has come forward to conduct these sessions across the country and are certifying a large number of your participants to actually do this, I think is an extremely impressive arrangement. I understand that more than 30,000 members have already been certified, and they are across the country in about 100 cities and 20 states. So I think that's a very significant aspect. And I understand that you're also already deploying tools which enable the adoption of AI by your professionals, and a large number of students and many members, almost close to 1 lakh members, are adopting this. Now, clearly, when you use AI, you also need to be careful that it is used in a way that you are able to, tell when there are problems. Because AI, I mean, no technology is perfect. AI is given to issues relating to explainability, issues relating to hallucinations. Somewhere there could be errors. So the human in the loop is something which continues to be important. And the human in the loop is someone, and you as professionals will play a significant role as human in the loop. And I think that is a very important aspect of what needs to be done. And, the whole area and the whole, in the manner in which AI ultimately gets rolled out, the finance professionals have an extremely important role. Today, if we have to certify an adoption of various digital tools and digitization in the way that the whole of the economy functions has been growing rapidly. Already, about 13 to 14% of India's economy is now termed as a digital economy. It is growing twice as fast as the rest of the economy. So it was about 6 to 7% about 10 years ago. Today, it is almost about 12 to 13% of India's economy. And we expect that by about 2030, it should be almost 20% of India's economy. So, and this potential of the digitized economy growing and, using digitized tools in other parts of the economy is something which is going to continue to grow. And this is where I think finance professionals and people who are certifiers of risk and look at what is the health of any organization, and clearly firms are the backbone of economic growth of any country. The role that many of you would play in the way that both AI gets rolled out as a technology and the various checks and balances which need to be observed, the safeguards that need to be observed, the kind of risks that come up, and forewarning of some of the kind of risks that could potentially come up. I think the profession, your profession, has an extremely important role to play, and we really would like to see how we can enhance this particular role. Already, the India AI Mission and ICAI have a memorandum of understanding to explore many of these areas. I think there's considerable potential to take this exploration further, to kind of see what are the other risk mitigation measures where we could involve the the Indian Council of Chartered Accountants, and where you can support a lot more of this effort. The other element of it is that each one of these particular aspects is being covered as part of the AI Impact Summit. We have 7 major themes. One of the major themes, which is on safety and governance, is actually anchored in IIT Madras. They recently had an event last week in Chennai as well to outline what is being done in that particular space. Chennai is also an extremely important center in financial BFSI related operations, which will be a big adopter of AI in the days to come. So we really look at this part of the country, particularly Chennai and Tamil Nadu, emerging as a very key part of what needs to happen in the AI space and the kind of contributions that you can make to India's own AI journey. The adoption has to be rapid. The adoption has to be in real sectors of the economy which will take things forward. The adoption has to be monitored and has to be looked at carefully to see that it's yielding the right results. And nobody is in a better place to do it than members of your particular profession, who actually have the opportunity to look at the business health and the financial health of firms across the country and across a range of operations. You are common to practically every kind of economic entity that operates. And the way that they adopt this technology and this tool to go forward, and what input that you can come back and give us in order to, as early warning signs, as possible ways of doing it better, as possible ways of accelerating adoption would be extremely important for us. And which is why, let me once again compliment ICAI for organizing sessions of this nature, for sensitizing people in the organization, and also looking at every aspect of this. Equally important is the cybersecurity aspect. I find that you're covering that issue as well. And AI in its own way is both a threat and opportunity there. Opportunity to actually improve cybersecurity by using AI, and equally the threats that use of AI itself could pose to the security of various operations is something which is critical. You're covering that aspect. You're covering the DPDP aspect. You're covering every other part of what needs to be done. And I look forward to continued collaboration with ICAI and your members to see what are the kind of inputs and suggestions that you can come up with for future policy making in this particular space. I'd also welcome all of you to kindly register and participate in the AI Impact Summit in Delhi. The main event is on February 19th. But starting February 15th, we are having the AI Expo and a number of parallel events. So all through that week, from 16th to 20th of February, we'd have a range of events being organized here in Delhi. And of course, till that point, there'll be a number of lead-up events. Kindly take part in them, kindly support what is happening, kindly ensure that India emerges as the leading country, particularly in the global south, in the area of AI, and we are able to establish ourselves as something that can really establish ourselves as the country which offers AI services to the world. And truly, in every way, we can become back office of the world, and we need not fear any job losses in the cognitive sectors. In sectors like yours, you people could actually become the back office auditors for the entire world, supporting applications and supporting deployment of applications everywhere in the world. That's the opportunity that we have, and that's the opportunity that we need to embrace. Thank you once again for the very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request CA Rekha to give vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all. Respected Central Council members, Sri Priya Madam, Chairperson Revati Raghunathan, my colleague in the Council Abhishek Murli, and the Chief Guest for the day, C. Krishnan Sir. A very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you who have been assembled here. Sir, thank you for your wonderful intro on how AI is impacting the economy and how it is going to take the country forward. As we all know, ICI has also taken a big leap with respect to incorporation of AI into our day-to-day activities, as well as in the day-to-day filings or whatever be the aspect that we are looking into. We have a prominence of AI coming into picture. And as Sir has already mentioned, so when a year back, when AI came into picture, all of us had this inhibition where we will be losing our jobs or where AI will be taking over all our jobs. But now it is a time to accept the fact that AI will be only aiding us to improve our day-to-day work. So a person who has not adopted AI will be replaced, and not a person who is not AI will be replacing as a whole. So thank you for your wonderful intro, sir. And we are much, much indebted to you for your presence at this very peak busy hour of yours. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Rekha ma'am. And thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Yeah. Now, CA Sri Priya K will continue on DPDP Act.
Hope you will bear with this thing. We'll finish in about half an hour, but I thought it'll be nice to do something and then take a break. So, can you please? Thank you. So, once again, here's a very hearty good morning to all of you. From what Mr. Krishnan spoke, I think the message is very clear. The machines are learning very fast, so we must learn faster than the machines now. So, and in an earlier speech of his, he made a very interesting reference to a Sanskrit term. It says, Bhayakrit Bhayanashanaha. So apparently AI can also cause fear, but it can also redeem you from that fear. So welcome to this session on the DPDP Act. DPDP stands for Digital Personal Data Protection. That's DPDP. Or hand mic kadikma. So how many of you in this room are familiar with the DPDP Act? I mean, read it sometime, know something? Anyone who's, who's sort of expert at it, kindly bear with me because it's slightly basic and intended to guide everybody. So do I take it that a significant portion of the audience has read about the DPDP Act but has not read the Act? Is that a fair statement? Yes? Yeah? Yes? Some yes? Yes, okay. Check. Yeah. So this is the presentation I'll walk you through. And like they say in Tamil, we'll keep this a bit viri so that, it kind of engages your interest. And given that all of us in this room are chartered accountants, I'm sure you'll be able to pick it up. This is what we'll talk about today. A very short brief on why India needed a DPDP Act. How did this Act evolve? A lot of this is very interesting and very important to understand why certain provisions of the Act are there. So to that extent, that's why when you read a bill or read an Act, you always read the statement of objects. So you learn to use or interpret the Act in the spirit in which it was written. The crux of the DPDP Act, which is a few sections, which is what I'll walk you through. What this practically means, to those of us in this room, so that you can connect to this Act better. What's going to be the compliance schedule of this Act, and what's the compliance journey? So everything that I speak will be within these 6 buckets. Evolution and the need for the DPDP Act. So if you actually looked at it, before the DPDP Act came in, we have this IT Act 2000, which was a very loose framework for dealing with personal data of an individual. Some sections were there, not clearly codified, accompanied by a huge amount of digital activity in India. Now look at everything today is almost digital, right? Your Manrega schemes are digital, your subsidies going out are digital, both at a government level, and look at the extent of Uberization. In fact, the biggest and the most interesting development in the last decade is anything that is a free-flowing asset can be monetized. You have a bunch of insurance policies, I can create an insurance aggregation. You have a bunch of cars, I can make Uber. You have a bunch of travelers, you make a clear trip, right? All this meant that and of course, not to mention our social media, our Facebook, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, etc. There's been a huge digital profusion in terms of how business was done, which meant we were collecting data. Sometimes when you go to these websites, it will say accept cookies, right? It means they're actually storing your data. Accept all cookies, accept optional cookies, decline all cookies. All that is somebody's collecting your data. And there's an unprecedented volume of data that was getting collected. And there was a very seminal judgment in the case of K.S. Puttasamy, where the Supreme Court said that every individual has a right to data privacy enshrined in the Constitution. And it was this very, very relevant judgment that said India needs to have an act in place, and hence the DPDP Act. Now, as an individual, you gave how many of you have not got a call from Bajaj Finance? I get 4 calls every day. So, of course, they brought in that new control of a number which they had to call from. So, they were all assigned numbers, but nothing really works. So much so, interestingly, I walked across Kadhanavas Khan Road a few days back. Within about half an hour, I got a message from a store on Kadhanavas Khan Road. I was really surprised. It was some coincidence. You visit one particular spa, you get message from a competitor's spa within, in less than 20 minutes. It's very scary sometimes. Individuals previously had very limited indirect remedies when their data was misused or breached, and often lacked transparency on who held their data, for what purpose and how long. There was no overarching framework which imposed clear, enforceable obligations on entities which were processing your data. These four sort of fundamentally decided on how an act would be written. What's my right? What's my remedy as a data principal? I am the data principal. It's my data. What's the right and obligation of somebody who's holding my data? That's the data fiduciary. He gives it to somebody else for processing. What is a data processor? Right? And what if I do a breach? The penalties are huge. So that's what this act is all about. The evolution of the act in August 2017, there was the Supreme Court judgment, after which there was a committee headed by Justice Sri Krishna, which again emphasized the need for a Data Privacy Act. 2019, a DPDP Act was introduced. In 21, there was a joint parliamentary committee report. November 22, MeitY issued the draft of the DPDP bill for public consultation. 23, July, Union Cabinet approves. August, it receives its assent. And Jan 2025, the DPDP rules have been published for consultation. And in November 25, which is why it's a hot topic, the rules have been notified. It's a very nice act for two reasons. Can somebody tell me why it's a nice act for the first reason? It's only 44 sections. I think it's, and the ability of somebody to concise their thoughts into such a short legislation is highly commendable. The second reason why I think this act is very nice is because very often you have this act like the standards on auditing. I don't know if anybody has read 315. Sometimes I just wonder how anybody would understand and follow it, and I shouldn't be saying this because I had AASB, but then you look at acts which are written, which are very complicated. I'm not so sure about how the new Income Tax Act is. But here's an act that gives you something and gives you an illustration right under the section. It says X has given her data to somebody. How should the data be dealt with? And a third thing nice about this act, and I think it's the first act in India which uses she or her as pronouns rather than the usual he. So this is the first effort India has made to make a gender-neutral act, which is also very nice in some sense. It's pretty stylish, actually. So, to all those issues that we saw ahead, this was the legal solution. The solution was the DPDP Act. It provides a statutory basis for processing personal data, embedding consent. Consent is at the core of this act. I give my data to, let's say, this hotel for a specific purpose. Let's say there's a security requirement. The hotel can't send you a marketing mailer tomorrow. And once this event is done, if you've given your data, that needs to be erased by the hotel. It's a very small illustration. You give your phone number to a real estate broker, a broking company, and then you tell him, help me to find a house. You give consent to find the house or for a period of time. When the consent is done, it's over. That's how sharp, how powerful this act is. It's built on the bedrock of consent. The DPDP Act was introduced to grant explicit rights such as notice, consent, access, correction, erasure, and grievance redressal, all of which are rights available to a data principal. The DPDP Act introduces the concept of data fiduciaries and a Data Protection Board of India, which are all sort of contained in the Act in these 44 sections. Now, this is broadly the construct of the act and why the act came. Now, before you proceed to the act itself, you need to understand who this act applies to. So, for example, I write blogs. I give Sri Priya at spk.in and I give my phone number, right? I have given my phone number, right? Then where is the question of somebody consent and all that? So this act will not apply to a person who's a data principal. I am the principal who has put in my data everywhere, then it's available for all to see, right? So it doesn't apply to me, but it applies to processing of digital and digitized personal data. So let's say I am a CSR agency, and I'm going to give you really outlandish examples. I'm a CSR agency who's been hired by a large corporate to go do some work on the field. I take that person's PAN number or Aadhaar number. Right? I'm collecting the data at that stage in a manual record. Later on, I come and digitize it. Right? So it will get anything that goes, it's either digitized already or digitizable or to be digitized. Processing of personal data within the territory of India. So I'm giving my data to an insurance company to issue a policy for me. Giving my data to a bank to open a bank account. Data that is in a digitized form or in a non-digitized form but gets digitized subsequently. Which means if there's a standalone sheet of paper where this data is there somewhere, it may not quite come into this framework. Also covers outside the territory of India if it's for activity relating to provision of goods or services to a data principal, the owner of the data in India. Example, Amazon. Somebody can't say, I'm sitting abroad on a server, so I won't comply. No. If you're doing work in India, so the end state of the government is everybody who's in India or who transacts in India, their data is sacred and needs to be protected. It does not apply to personal data processed by an individual for any personal or domestic purpose, or if the data is made publicly available. Like what I said, my blog, it can't come under the framework of this act, or any other person who's under an obligation under any law. Let's say a ministry. Right? Now, even for ministry, the data breach and stuff like that, they have to be careful. It's only the consent part of it where there is some amount of dilution. So there are some exemptions which are statistical research, etc. Certain instrumentalities where it is for sovereignty, security, public order, national integrity, etc. So broadly, for a bulk of us who are in this room, our clients will be covered by the DPDP Act. Very simply, more or less. What are the definitions? Data means information, facts, concepts, everything. Personal data means a data relating to a person by which I can identify that person. So Sri Priya at Egmore. Egmore is not personal data, right? Based on Egmore, you can't identify me. But when you tell me, this is your PAN number, this is your Aadhaar number, this is your date of birth, these are personally identifiable, whether as standalone or in combination. Digital personal data, somebody's put it into a system. Like when I book my tickets on Clear Trip, I'm giving my card number, right? It's gone in. Processing means wholly, partly automated operation, includes operations such as collection, recording, organizing, structuring, storage, adaptation, retrieval, use, disclosure, by transmission, dissemination. Essentially, any data that you process in any manner gets covered under this act. Amazon takes my data to be able to send me a parcel. It's processing. Insurer takes my data to give me an insurance policy. Processing. Uber takes my data to give me a car when I want it. It's processing. So all these people who collect my data are data fiduciaries. Yeah, in any form. You're collecting the data for a processing. Now, yeah, outside India also, but if the activity is done in India, it will come under a data fiduciary. Yeah, if you give it abroad for a purpose, abroad doesn't really come into this framework. See, I'll need to have a person I can fix, no? Or the transaction is. See, if you're doing, but if I'm sitting in India and doing it, then they are not transacting in India. So to that extent, it's not there. Suppose I buy a foreign book, but the foreign book purchase option is available to me in India, right? So it could get covered. We'll have to look at the nuance and then decide. Yeah, not everybody. Only if you're a registered company in India, do you have to keep your data and servers in India. Data principle. Each one of us in this room is a data principle. The man on the road who gets a Manrega benefit is a data principle. Second, data fiduciary. Any person who alone or in conjunction with other persons, it doesn't say process. It says determines the purpose and means of processing. So I am a banker. I have received customer information. I have given it to somebody to print the bank statement every month. Right? I am still a data processor, other than my being a bank. So even if I outsource my activity to a data processor, I am still the data fiduciary. Significant data fiduciary. So the government has also said, the really big players, we are going to call them significant data fiduciaries. More than 2 crore transactions. They've come up with some guidelines in the rules. And they said for these significant data fiduciaries, you need to have a data protection officer. You need to have an independent data audit. Much higher level of controls, basically. Consent manager. So eventually, I think, again, everything is very nascent today. Look, if I'm running a bank, my job is not to get consent, right? It will be very difficult, right? So I might have a consent manager. It will be a new class of entities which will emerge only for the purpose of managing consent. I think it will very likely happen in financial services space, where I might have a common consent manager, because it's very difficult for me to manage. Specified purpose. So this act says, if I have given you data for a specified purpose, you as the data fiduciary shall use it only for that purpose, for nothing else. Personal data breach, it's very clearly understood. A breach is something for, if I have said you can use it, like I told you, right? I go to a hotel, I sign and say I'm giving you this data because as per police requirement, you need to know who I am. But you can't send me a marketing mailer. That's a breach. Unauthorized processing. So breach is not just that there is a data leak. An unauthorized processing that compromises the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of personal data. Now, what are the pillars of this act? Data fiduciary, right? The person who's handling all this data, whose acts in the past have actually caused this act to come. Data principle, the person to whom the data relates to. Third, everything else I've put it into this data protection board because that's the enforcement that gets done. Right? Now, what are the obligations of a data fiduciary? So, data fiduciary may process data only in accordance with the provisions of the DPDP Act, processing for only a lawful purpose. Data should be processed, can also be processed for legitimate uses. I think there's a section 7 in the Act which says what is a legitimate use. So either it's consented data for a lawful purpose or for any of these legitimate uses. Performance of sovereignty interest of India, to issue any subsidy, benefit under a scheme, legal judgment, decree or order, correct? The court is going to have the data, so I'll need to actually serve it to them. Not to say, a court, you must get the consent to serve a notice, is not possible. Right? Responding to a medical emergency, epidemics, disasters, employment and saving employers from losses. So it says consent, lawful purpose or legitimate use. The Act defines the boundaries of uses of personal data. Now, this is how the Act actually flows. He says any data fiduciary who's got data today or proposes to get data has to get data principle consent. Now, is it just enough to have a simple consent? No. They say you must have a notice by which you get the consent. The notice has to be in English or any of the scheduled languages that are provided in the 8th schedule of the Constitution. The notice should tell the data principal why I am taking your data. So imagine for a corporate today, I'm collecting data, right up front I have to tell them, boss, this is why I am collecting your data. The notice shall contain the manner in which, so not only should your notice say, this is why I am going to collect your data, it should also give 2 more options. You can withdraw your consent whenever you want, and 2, if you have any problem, where will you go to redress your grievance? So all of that is provided at the notice stage. And it's of course a multilingual option. So there are 3 things. So I'm a data principal. So somebody is asking me for a consent. The notice should say, why am I giving that data to them and for what purpose? It should also tell me if you have a problem, you can file your complaint here. And it should also tell me whenever you want, you can withdraw this consent. If consent has been provided prior to the commencement of this act, they still have to give a notice. But they can continue to use the data until the data is withdrawn. The consent, they are very clear, they are saying shall be specific and unambiguous. So imagine a large corporate. Okay, you're taking data, right? So you can visualize it as how will this data sit in the back end, right? Across my many systems, I'm collecting personal data. So you look at it like a matrix. It will say data that you've got. For what are the purpose? Purpose 1, purpose 2, purpose 3, purpose 4. Then it will have to say what is the date on which you got the consent. You can get consent at different dates for different purposes, right? It's possible. Then the 4th trap is, has it been withdrawn? And then finally, an organization has to ensure that it has only used the data for this purpose. That's your audit and monitoring. Now, how will organizations enable this is going to be a huge digital challenge. See, some organizations will have great data lakes. In the identifying what is the PI, personal information, in an organization system itself can be very complex. I give data to a processor. I have some state head who's collecting data, right? So all this is going to require a very focused effort by organizations to put it in. And very interestingly, for those of who do C&AG audits, have you seen the new C&AG directions? This year, when they issued, they came up with 5 directions. Something to do with the usual subsidies, that grants, etc. The second one was on, very interestingly, the risk management framework of the company. The third was on employee benefit, defined contribution plans. 4th one is whether they have complied with all of this. They said MATI, certain, DPAM, Companies Act. Has the company complied with all of it? And one such happened to be the MATI Act. So consent shall be clear. The data principal may give, manage, review, or withdraw her consent, which has been given to the data fiduciary. And the moment the consent is withdrawn, your system has to go and block that purpose. So if you imagine it like a system that's happening, it's going to be really huge. So there would be specialized softwares which will get deployed by the larger companies. But even if your client is not a very large company, I think there is no exception, right? It doesn't say small companies are exempted, right? So I think there is a requirement. The consent manager shall be registered with the board. So they are also saying, okay, eventually a new class of companies will emerge to manage these consents. Data fiduciary can appoint a data processor. So a company can outsource payroll processing, correct? A bank can say all my bank statements will get printed by somebody else. A depository can say my cash printing is outsourced, but you can do it only if there's a contract. Data fiduciary shall protect the personal data and ensure that there is no breach. And the moment the consent is withdrawn or the purpose is over, unless there is a statutory obligation to retain the data fiduciary will have to erase the data. Now, for example, a bank may never erase, right? They're required to keep it. Data fiduciary, they've brought in special safeguards on children and disabled people. They require a specific consent procedure by a parent or a guardian. And where it's a significant data fiduciary, there are special compliances, I told you, right? There's a separate section for the really large data players. You need to have a data protection officer. You need to have an independent auditor. However, what I feel is, although you may not come under the category of a significant data fiduciary, some of the larger players might want to do this on an elective basis. Effectively, this law puts tremendous focus and casts significant responsibility on a data fiduciary to behave responsibly. And today, we are also in this age where people take this very seriously. I think our generation, we are reasonably okay. Like, if I get a call from somebody, I say, why are you calling me? But the younger generation, I find, is very sensitive. Like, if my son gets a call or my daughter gets a call, they actually stop that caller and say, how did you get my data? Why did you get it? Why are you calling me? Just maybe that they have more time on their hands, I don't know, but yeah. No, that's what. So ideally what will happen is, Ippo, you have these click wrap consents, no? Whenever you go to any site, it will say terms and conditions, click wrap, you've consented. Those click wrap consents will all change. It will be nicely there, it will have to say, select your language. It will say, I am so-and-so, so-and-so. I am issuing this notice in my capacity as a data fiduciary. You are going to submit your personal data to me. I am telling you that this personal data will be used for A, B, C. And even in that notice, I cannot write whatever I please. The law also says that whatever consent you seek, it shall be for a lawful purpose. So you can't add one quiet line saying that I will share your number with a travel agency to help you to make your tours and travels. No, not allowed. I think keep it strictly contextual. So once that consent is given, it will all get stored in a backend in your system somewhere, and you start tracking the data from there on. That's practically how this act would evolve. Now, we spoke a lot about data fiduciaries. Oh, what's your entitlement as a principal? First of all, you can't give false information and all. All that is there in the act. But forget all that part. The most important activities are, you have the right to receive. So today, if I have shared my data with an insurance company, I can ask them, what is the data I shared with you? What did you do with that data? You can also ask them, who else have you shared my data with? Let's say it's a corporate insurance and there is a reinsurance requirement. You can ask them, why did you share it with somebody? Who else have you shared it with? Which is the data fiduciary and which is a data processor? Third, I can correct my data. I can withdraw my consent. I can request for withdrawal of my consent. I need to have a readily available means of grievance. So on the notice lay, it will be specified. In case of grievance, please contact. So today, every data, I don't know how practically it will happen in India, because all of us are so used to, agree and proceed. But that's again the buyer beware, right? But today it'll at least raise that level of concern, which is why I think this act is superior. You can't have 20 things and say consent. See, the government is also cognized for it. Because generally the tendency is to give everything, they have controlled it at the fiduciary level to say you can't put unrelated purposes in the consent. Right to appoint a nominee, if there is in the event of death or incapacity, who can modify your consent information. Now, I explained to you, right? So this act carries some very beautiful illustrations which I've put out so that you'll understand this better. X downloads a telemedicine app. The Telemedicine Act app asks for two consent. Processing for making available telemedicine service. Secondly, for accessing the entire mobile contact list. Why do you need the entire mobile contact list? But these are the kind of consents we are giving today. Access all photos. We just mercilessly say click. Right? So it says no. As a data fiduciary, you can't even ask for that. It's controlled in the act. The second, X buys an insurance policy. She gives her consent for processing for the purpose of issuing and waiving her right to file a complaint. That's not allowed. So you cannot have a notice which says you can waive, or a notice that says you can never withdraw your consent. That's not possible. 3, X is a user of an online shopping app. X consents to the processing of personal data for fulfilling the order. If X withdraws, then Y shall not process the order. But if they've already placed the order and then X withdraws the consent, the current order which has been placed can be serviced. Logical, right? But the moment I withdraw my consent, Amazon cannot send me a notification. Zepto cannot send you a notification. A telecom service provider enters into a contract with a data processor for emailing telephone bills. But the customer has now gone to a mobile app and says, I'm very happy to get my bill on the app. Right? So you can't share the data with the data processor for mailing bills in future. X makes a purchase at a pharmacy. She voluntarily provides her personal data to give a receipt. Right? It can be used. A pregnant woman enrolls herself on an app to avail of the government's maternity benefit. The government can process the personal data to receive any benefits. X registers herself on an online marketplace. X gives her consent to Y for the processing of her personal data for selling her used car. The online marketplace concludes the sale. Y shall no longer retain the data unless in your notice, these are things we'll need to see how the market will evolve. You can in your consent also provide period of consent. Right? These are all things that people will, because today data is very valuable and the ability to use the data is even more valuable. So, X, an individual, has publicly made available her personal data on social media. In such a case, the provisions of this Act shall not apply. Now, because it was a short session for about half an hour, I have not gone into penalties, etc. But suffice to state that I am a data fiduciary. I have to behave responsibly. If I don't behave responsibly and I have a data breach, penalties under the Act will apply. That's it. So you can go back and visualize for each of your clients how this personal data is being treated. Hotels, if you have hotels who are clients. Anyway, hospitals would be covered under a far bigger privacy law, right? There is a HIPAA compliance and a lot of other things. But clients of yours who engage on a B2C basis will all be covered under this Act. So anybody who attends a session would want to know, okay, what's in it for me, right? I mean, you're here in this room spending time and your coffee is also delayed. So you might wonder. So I think there are two things here. A, you could be running or be part of an organization which eventually will have to comply with this Act. 2, more interestingly, as a chartered accountant, if you pick up a little bit of basics on understand, so you don't have to be a techie, but if you're good enough to understand data structures and data flows, you can assist your clients in doing this data mapping. That's the takeaway. And third is, eventually this will also find its way into Caro someday. So you'll be auditing this also. So there are. I didn't touch upon that. A data processor has an agentic responsibility, right? He works on behalf of a data fiduciary. So if I am running a payroll company, I have to make sure that I don't have any data breaches. But there it's clearly an agentic responsibility. My fiduciary is responsible and there needs to be a valid contract. So what's the compliance roadmap? Again, a very interesting act. It's a delegated legislation. 44, and I think there are about 23 rules. Some of the rules are already in force. Some rules will become effective in November 26. Other rules become effective from November 27. Now there's a lot of confusion in the market. We don't know whether this will get deferred or not. But at this point, this act becomes fully operational in November 27. I think you've got a long period now. You can start working with clients to do this. That's when a significant portion of the rules become operational. I will also share this PowerPoint. I had also made one tabulation of the act and the rules next to each other, the act, the rules, and the schedules. So somebody specifically looking for it, I haven't carried it, but I can share that with you. So this is what. Now, let's come to the last slide. I am an organization, or I'm a consultant to an organization. Right? At the end of all this, you don't make a road because you like roads, right? You make roads because you ply on them. And similarly, when you attend a session like this, I think it's important to see how to actually put it to use. And one more thing I've always believed is that nobody is too small to matter. See, this is a new law. Actually, what I know, you can pick up in 48 hours. So if you believe you can read it and get up to speed, and there's huge amount of material available on the net. Perplexity itself is so good. My first slide, I took it from Perplexity. So you can, but this is what I presume will be the journey. Understanding the act and the rules in the context of a specific client. I think all of us in this room should reach out to at least one board of directors. You can take this presentation. You can make this presentation and marry it to how it connects to that organization. The second is assessment of data privacy practices. So first I walk into a client, or I'm part of, let's say, a finance company. I first want to see what is my data privacy practice. Now, am I very guarded? You know, the European companies, healthcare companies would be very, very careful. And somewhere these data privacy practices are also married to your IT policies, right? IT policies will talk about endpoint security, correct? Which means I can't use pen drives. You go very big organizations I have seen, you can go there, you can open your WhatsApp, you can transfer everything, right? So somewhere, you need to have all this in some sense. That portion of the IT policy, which relates to data security and endpoint, would all form part of your phase one. What's my organizational attitude to data privacy, to information security? Second is data identification and mapping for personal data. It's very difficult. See, if your organization is on one system, possibly you've got it all mapped. But I do sales in a separate system, I do my financial accounting in a separate system, I do purchases somewhere, I do something else in Excel. Right? Even in a typical hospital, you can have one HMS, you can have something else, then that hospital will be running pharmacies which will be on a separate system. Right? I need to understand what are all my personally identifiable data in my entire ecosystem. There are softwares, if you're dealing with larger enterprises, there are softwares which are available which will cull all the personal data. Like I told you, right? End state in 2027, what is my personal data? I have 3 crore personal data. Against each personal data, I have 3 purposes, 4 purposes, 5 purposes. Consent date, consent withdrawal date, what is it getting used for? One of the biggest challenges organization will find is that's why I said you need to do your data identification and your data flow mapping. So many people are collecting data. How do I make sure that I'm giving consent when I'm collecting my data? Will become very important. Which is why the larger organizations will manage. But the smaller hospitals, the smaller organizations, you need to be a bit careful. Third-party processing controls and mechanism, consent and cookie management, data protection office setup. I think all organizations eventually, given that the penalties are so high, if somebody asks what will happen if I don't comply, just tell them. And one more thing I'm finding in India is, even if you look at the courts and stuff like that, they take these civil rights very, very seriously, civil liberties. Somebody makes a complaint on this data part, the whole system will wake up. It's not like some GST issue or an income tax issue. I think people today, the government is also very sensitive to this information privacy today. Awareness and training, ongoing assessments and audits. This is how you could possibly, sort of look at your own personal journeys if you're in a corporate or assist a client. But as I've always kept saying, for a lawyer, I find that every problem is an opportunity. For us, every opportunity should not be a problem, it should be an opportunity. So I think this is one such where I think you just need to start with one client, a small client. And initially, it's difficult because you need to eventually, the first client is always, you want the client more than the client wants you. But it helps you to sort of ground your ideas, figure out some building blocks and work on it. And of course, there are lots of engineers who are available, whom you can link up with to assist. But be happy to take any questions. Else I'm done. So thank you very, very much, and I hope.
During the evolution of all these things, you might have observed that whenever we wanted to enroll in an app, in the earlier stages, unless you click all the things, it won't allow you to enroll.
Today
so
they will cut all
them. We have ticked everything and became part of that app. And these apps have sold our data to some other organization for a price. This has happened, and our data, without our knowledge, are floating around with so many organizations. Now there is a data fiduciary who we have given the data. So these people will be covered, and the corporations which have got this data for a price, they are still outside the purview, and how we are going to bring them into this may be a problem. $1
million question, right? There is no deeming provision for a data fiduciary in this act. In fact, as soon as I saw this act, I asked somebody in the government. I said, will Bajaj Finance stop calling me? Sorry. There is no deeming. Exactly.
Yeah. If the consent is not shown also, they will be
Correct.
penalized.
Correct. But
that will come.
The deeming provision is not really coming out, but they have provided for a transitionary provision.
Correct.
If somebody has already given their consent in some other mode without a notice,
they have to again
give a consent with the proper notice.
Correct.
But today, I think it will take some time, but in about 3 to 4 years' time, nobody will say, I took your number from somebody. I have a standard thing. Anybody asks me, they say, I got your number from ICAI. So,
even things like courier delivery may happen with a QR code. Location alone will be available. From the app, he will be seeing the address while he reaches the location.
And
after
then
that, he will not be in a position to see.
Correct.
It will improve. It has to evolve.
Correct.
It cannot happen in a day. But
think about the product. 5 minutes later, I got an ad.
Exactly. That's because of your cookies. See, today if I go see for a sari, every day I get Insta Reels fully on saris. So that's what I told you, the computers are learning faster than us. So, very true.
I had a brief discussion about an ice cream, and I saw an ice cream based mail, unfortunately.
It's uncanny, sir. If you've read any of these books by this Japanese author called Haruki Murakami, it'll be very magical stuff. This is, sometimes, I'm talking to my spouse on something, and 5 minutes later I get an alert, and it's scary. Yeah. I don't know whether, there's just a coincidence possibly. Maybe the same subject that I spoke, I might have Googled. But yes, I think we live in a very transparent age. So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you have Google Maps that's tracking you. So that's why, So this is in no way going to impact any provisions of the RTI Act. The RTI is a separate body of law which provides right to information. So this will in no way impact the existing RTI Act will continue. That is still your available right.
A protection to the people.
See, in
people
RTI,
sitting in the highest realm. Say, for example, you are in ICICI, CCM. I want to find some data about you. Okay, through RTI, I can collect the data from you. But if the institution is going to say, Sri Priya as an individual, data privacy should be protected, I will not be able to do that. So this is one of the hue and cry. Most of the people are talking about DPDP Act, which is not addressing this view.
No, actually I think you need to look at this slightly differently. DPDP deals with digital personal data, right? Personal data. See, today if you write under RTI to ICAI and say, give me Sri Priya's PAN number, ICAI will not give, right? It's not covered under RTI at all. RTI is information about somebody or something governed by the Act, administered by the RTI mechanism. That is completely different. That's a right to information. This Act is all about digital personal data protection. So to that extent, I don't see any conflict. Under RTI, in any case, you can't share personal information. Yeah, I can't write to Amazon and say, under RTI, you tell me how many people you sold this medicine to. It's not allowed. It will not be allowed. Yeah, but I'm sure there will be something, but I read somewhere that it's cleanly, kind of segregated. Yeah. They give.
Agency should erase the data of the clientele. In future, how the investigations happen, if any crime happens in that?
See, in this particular case, normally when a data gets processed, it will reside elsewhere. It's only the fiduciary who's going to delete the data, but the registration would have still happened, it will go into the registration record. That's why this Act says, a better example will be banking. But for banking, anyway, the Banking Regulation Act will prevail and you need to hold the data. So some of this will get ironed out, but I think they've also been very careful in providing several exemptions for the state or instrumentalities of the state.
But the data should be available.
It will be available. See, the processed data would still be available because it would have gone processed and concluded. See, for example, when I'm selling something, I've already filed it with GST, right? Unless there is a complete loss of trail, which I don't, it's a good point, but, right. Any other questions? Yes? Has to process correctly. And as per contract with principal. Yeah, there is, no, you have, yeah, I'll just take his question. Data processor is somebody to whom a data fiduciary gives out a data for processing. In some cases, the data fiduciary themselves can be the data processor also. So they're saying it has to be covered under a contract. It's an agentic relationship, and your contract will specify that you need to have the same level of safeguards. Because it's agentic, see, today the government is not interested in all those multiple courier companies. I am interested in the data fiduciary controlling the processor. A courier company is a data processor, for example. So the Act has sufficient safeguards by putting it on the data fiduciary. Yeah, a processor is not getting registered with the board, right? It's only the data principal. Yeah.
Whether this applies to trust who collects details like PAN number for the donations? There is
no exemption, yes. It will cover. So when your trust, I mean, some of these even I've been thinking of checking it out. I read the Act many times, I don't find an exemption. So when your trust is collecting, you will have to say, I'm collecting this for the purpose of issuing a donation receipt. So it, yeah. Yes?
Ma'am, this, since you have quoted Bajaj Finance, I'm from Shriram Finance. I like to know what will be the applicability at the physical level. For example, when there is no digital data involved, for example, a customer comes to a branch, fills the maybe loan application, everything physically, the loan gets disbursed physically. So how does this DPD Act have an implication there?
You will also have a consent there, right?
Correct.
That's all. That consent will get mapped into the system.
Okay.
So that physical data of a loan application has become a digital personal data. And then this Act will continue to apply.
So that consent manager concept, like outsourced.
Will be there also, yeah. See,
sure.
You don't need a, see, all they are saying is, you can have a consent manager. But today, for example, there are only, let's say, two modes. One is a digital disbursement, or two is a form disbursement. I can get my form consent, or I can get a digital consent, but the consent has to follow this route.
Okay, fine.
That can be a legitimate purpose, yes.
And same way, like our DigiLocker, all these things are almost...
Yes. See, whatever is needed by the principal to consummate a transaction, I think is logical consent. Notice that you will have to give. So, for example, today when there is due diligence, we also say, no, we have the right to go and meet your banker. So, thank you so much for your patient hearing, and the good news is we can break for coffee.
Thank you, Madam, for the clear and insightful explanation of the DPDP Act, highlighting that it comprises only 44 sections and explaining them with practical examples. Your presentation made the law simple, concise, and easy to comprehend for professionals. We will now break for tea for 10 minutes. Refreshments will be served at the back side of the venue. You may use either side of the main entrance and are requested to enter from the right-hand side of the dais. Yeah, near corridor. So kindly bring the QR code tomorrow to mark your attendance. Thank you. We will take up our next technical session. We now invite Mr. Ramesh Balaji, speaker of the session, to the dais. May we request Mr. Mahesh Krishna to present the memento to Mr. Ramesh Balaji. The second technical session on AI-driven transformation in audit and taxation by Mr. Ramesh Balaji. He is a senior data scientist currently associated with TCS Corporate Research and Innovation, driving AI-led innovation. Expertise spans product management, data science, program and delivery management, and application development. As a technopreneur, focuses on elderly care solutions, addressing unmet needs through scalable and tech-driven products. Product lead for Ethic AI platform, spearheading responsible AI initiatives. Continuous practitioner reinforced through Kaggle competitions and advanced AI training from Wharton, AI strategy and governance. Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And yeah. Is it better now? Okay, thanks. I mean, normally it happens, okay, whenever we go for a presentation, initial glitches is very normal, and we kind of used to it. So anyway, thanks for the opportunity once again. And I think when I was sitting here, Sri Priya Madam was explaining the Data Act, actually, DPDP. And so actually I come from more technology background. So I'm basically a researcher, and I do research more on the ML algorithms and things like that. And for me, tax and things like that, I do it during the year end. Okay, so that's the interaction I have. But I follow AI closely in terms of how it is affecting different domains. So in that context, I think I can share what I have learned. See, the approach which I'm going to take today is, anyway, in the next today and tomorrow, you will be hearing a lot of what I can do in AI on tax, audit, and a lot of other things in terms of the features. But what I thought was, what are the things that in AI that really powered what you're going to see? See, there are a lot of stuff within AI, techniques, which are inbuilt in AI that enable to do what you're supposed to do, what you can do in tax and audit. It can be any domain. For me, it is any domain. For the relevance of this context, I'm saying tax and audit. But it just can be applied to any domain. So that's what techniques that is going to power what you're going to learn in terms of tax and audit. So I'm not going to go into specific features using AI. You can do this in tax, you can do that. Probably I'll at a brief level, I'll do that. But I'm going to focus more on what is that empowered this whole thing. So it will be a little bit technology session, but I'll make sure it won't be very deep. I will not talk deep, but still I want to touch upon so that you as entrepreneurs, big, small, you can ask right questions to people like me whom you will be interacting on a day-to-day basis or in future. So, so that's the take. I'm going to do it. So, so the first thing is why tax and audit are getting transformed. I mean, this can apply to any domain, but in the context here, why tax and audit transformed from an AI standpoint. So the first thing is what I would say is a high volume of unstructured data. So typically in terms of structured data, or you'd see in a tabular data, a database or and things like that, it is more structured. I mean, people have kind of reached a lot of maturity in that. But in terms of unstructured data, it provided a lot of opportunity for people like me to explore what is there. I mean, there are a lot of documents lying out there. In terms of tax and audit, there will be a lot of forms, there will be a lot of memos, there will be a lot of conversations, okay, lying in different unstructured data. When they say unstructured data, it could be, I can even add a Word document, a PowerPoint, or it could be a PDF, it could be a table, or it could be an audio conversation, all these things, which are all very unstructured data. I can't put it in a typical data storage. So that gives a lot of opportunity for algorithms like natural language processing to explore that. So there is a requirement, and there is a technology now to handle that requirement. That's something which you can map with natural language processing to what those unstructured data is. Second is regulatory. I think ma'am talked about, Shripriya ma'am talked about a lot of regulatory things. Yes, the regulatory stuff, the complexity, it is something where if I can use an assistant like AI that can really help in handling that. So that is, I mean, the people here, regulation is something that you guys deal with most parts of the time. Okay, so I will not go much into that. Second, I mean, the third is LLMs now capable of domain reasoning. I'm sure everybody in this room would have used GPT, right? So, so basically what happened, I mean, if you come around 2021 when ChatGPT around December released, where you ask a question, it answers a question. So we call that as LLM 1.0. What does it mean is, what is the capital of India? So Delhi is the capital. So this is something that we will not even think twice to answer that question. So instant answer. But if I ask you, how do you deal with this DPDP regulation in your organization? I can't expect an instant answer from you, which means that you need to, I just say, you probably will say, wait a minute, let me think and then answer this question. So the think part is basically, it is reasoning. Okay, so the reasoning models, actually, if you look at it, if you look at ChatGPT, I mean, since you are all familiar with that, I'm just giving an example. GPT, you will see GPT models come with the reasoning. They have a O there. Have you noticed it? There will be a O. O means it does has a reasoning capability. So GPT 5.1, GPT O 4.0, O 5.1. So which means that it has a reasoning capability. So it's more a way to understand, yes, I can able to reason now. So that kind of gives a lot of handle complexity. When I say, if I look at explosion of complexity and the domain reasoning, if you map these two, you will know because of this capability, it is able to handle the complexity. And demand for real-time compliance, which means that it's not something I do it in once in 2 months or once in 3 months. Now I can do it on a real time. Whenever the transaction happens, if it's a fraudulent and things like that, which I can do that. See here, when I say AI, I'm not talking only about generative AI. Though I'm talking about it, but it involves a regular standard ML models where typically we use for fraud detection and things like that. So, and deployment of AI. I mean, there are a lot of One is on the regulation side. There are a lot of practices that have come now on the AI deployment in terms of privacy, in terms of security, in terms of explaining things. So there are a lot of laws also kind of forced to do that. Something like in Europe, there's an EU AI Act. And similarly, there is in US, there is a similar act. Okay. In India, I think the AI Act is still on the framing, but it doesn't come yet. But what I'm saying is this regulation plus the lot of best practices that has come into it. I mean, you can see organizations, they have councils, that governing councils, which will have cross-management team, and then they will say how an AI deployment should go, and who will be the accountable, and a lot of things. So there is a maturity coming up on the enterprise AI and from an organization standpoint. Okay, so what I meant by breakthrough is this is something which powered what you're seeing now. One is this advanced LLM reasoning. Okay, now if you today morning, before preparing for the session, I was basically running these two examples without giving any context. One is revenue recognition, and another is how the royalty will be treated under tax law. I just ran it. Okay, I'm running GPT 5.2. Okay, and I also ran in Google. It is able to, for me, I'm not an expert. Okay, probably there will be a lot of nuances which you might be looking for, which for me, when I looked at it, it is reasonable. I mean, it is able to give an answer which is, I can get convinced. What I'm saying here is, many of the models coming today in terms of generative AI, most of the models, I say, are reasonably trained in multiple domains. Reasonably, I'm not saying fully trained. If I give a question, I will not get an exact answer what I'm looking for, but I get an answer for people like me who are very new to the subject or nascent to this total information. I will be getting a reasonable answer. So that is one thing. Second thing is, I just looked at those audit standards, accounting. As I said, I'm not an expert, but I'm able to get an answer which I think I can able to come and talk here. Okay, so that is something that is there, and this is something chain of thought. Anybody aware of this chain of thought? Anybody in this room? Chain of thought. Okay, see, this is, I know it is little technical, but what I am saying is, this is something helped in, for example, if I ask a question, why AI says Delhi is the capital of India. I just say, explain your thought process. Just take a step. I mean, if you, in a prompt, in any prompt, if you say, assume that you are asking a logical question, and then say, think step by step. Just give that word, think step by step, which means that it will give you a chain of thought. I have a concept, I have an information here, using, I can able to get an answer. So this map, a simple map, okay, this is what I am thinking about, this is what chain of thought means. I am able to answer because I think this is what it is. So they call this a chain of thought, which means that you will be able to appreciate why the answer is being given. See, why I am saying this capability is there that helps you in your domain to answer even tough questions because of this capability. Then we call it as long context models. What I mean by long context models is, how many people load a lot of documents into your LLM and then find answers? I mean, have you loaded a lot of PDFs and then try to get those answers? You do that? You know how you have done that? Okay, and it is working. Okay. Right. So you loaded a document. Okay, how big is a document? How big is a document? How many pages? Reasonably. Okay, good. So how it is able to do that? Because of this long context capability. Okay, so when I say long context is, earlier when GPT was released, it's too much AC is there actually. I'll move here. So what happens is when you, what I mean by the long context is, earlier when during the GPT time earlier, we can go till 16,000 tokens. Okay, think tokens as word. 16,000 words it can process at a point of time, which means roughly around 2 pages or 3 pages. Okay, if it is that dense. However, by going nowadays it's 1 million which means that, as sir saying, I'm able to process 160 pages because of this capability. So I want you to appreciate what is that is able to help you do this. What is the technique involved in? See, many people will come and talk about what features are there, but I want to give that the other side of point of view, why you are able to do it. What is that enables you powers to do that? So that's long context. Multimodal. Sir, in your, I'll take your example, in your balance sheet, how many tables are there? How many images are there? So you have a mix of image, table, text, everything. When I say multimodal, okay, what I mean by multimodal is it is able to handle different kinds of data. Unimodal is one kind of data. We started with text. You give a text question, I get a text response. Now I can give an image and then ask to interpret what is that in that image, which means I am getting into multimodal. I can put a video, I can do that. So when you give audio, also audio. So there's a lot of technical things going on behind the scenes, which is not needed for you. But there is so much of research happened there. And the research has so much challenges actually. But we're able to get to the point where it is reasonably working. Not to the extent of saying, I say greatly working, I say reasonably working. So, yeah, it is. See, the scalability brings through these tokens. I can load a lot of things, which means that I'm able to do it. And if I'm able to, for example, if I'm able to say 25,000, 30,000 pages, I need to have some technique where I have to fine tune a few things. So, to answer the question, yes and no. Yes, it can do reasonably. No, it can't do, it's not in a stage where I can exploit what a typical database will do in terms of processing. See, because this all runs on a GPU and there's a lot of memory being loaded there. So, intensity is very high. And this technology is basically matured from 2021 to what it is today. And definitely it is, there are a lot of optimization have come where I can able to do things with less memory in a laptop with one GPU. All those fine tuning and scaling things are there. But I don't know what you mean by scalable. Scale is, it goes till infinite. So, so multimodal. So it is able to handle through this multimodal capability. So as I mentioned, I have taken these two examples where this revenue recognition. Revenue recognition is something that what I thought is it's not something a straight question answer. It means that it needs to interpret. So when I say this chain of thought, today it is in a reasoning model, it becomes a long COT, long chain of thought, which means that I give a question. What LLM does in the background is it formulates a lot of answers and then it reflects on it. When I say it reflects, it critiques himself, saying that which is the best, like as humans do. I get a lot of things and then I need to know which one works, right? And then I have to think, what if it doesn't work? Then I need to think again, edge case. When I say edge case, sometimes it will work, sometimes it will not work. That's an edge case where I cannot clearly define this will work. There is a way where I can make it fail. So how it works in that edge case? Based on all that, what is the implication? Whether it can give a right answer with taking into consideration all these things. So all these things in the background it does. If you have anyone happen to work with models like DeepSeek, okay. Have you all worked on Hugging Face by any chance? Excellent, sir, good. So, actually, I didn't do anything. So, Hugging Face, if you go to, there is a model called DeepSeek. What it will do is, if you ask a question, it will give an answer. It will give a two-part answer. One is, it processes a lot of information. Like as I mentioned, what all the different things I need to take into consideration. And then it puts under the context called think. And then it will say answer. So there will be two formats, think, answer. Think is what it uses to come up with the final answer. So why I am saying this is, I'll come later when I say about explainability. But this is something needed. You have to know why I got that answer. So there should be some way of eval, right? I give a question, some of the things I know, some of the things I don't know. As an SME in your field, you have to validate whether it makes sense. Okay, so yeah, see, sir, I'm saying about all concept. This LLM, what I say is Perplexity is one LLM. GPT is another LLM. Google Gemini is another LLM. Grok is another LLM. What else? You have to check and see. I mean, what I would say is, if I will not say any LLM, I mean, go and check that test on yourself, saying that whether what you're getting it. But I'm talking about the general capabilities. Now it is getting inbuilt into this. See, I don't want to vouch for a particular saying that Perplexity is good, GPT is bad. I'm saying it depends on R&D. There are some things where, I mean, if I have to give a logical answer to you, there are a lot of dashboards available on which one is good on what. General reasoning, GPT good. Mathematical reasoning, cloud good. So, no, optimization is something a data organization has to do that. They need to employ people who is good in doing that. So those are some of those things which depends on organization to organization. So, so I think with this, I just thought one is this breakthrough. Yeah. Have you heard of RAG? Anybody? Okay, good. You heard of it. Okay. Excellent, sir. Excellent. See, the thing is, what happens is sometimes, as I mentioned in the last slide, you give a question, you get an answer. Okay. But not always you get a right answer. For example, I want to know my organization policy on leave. Okay. Now, if I ask any LLM, it has no idea about that, right? Correct? So, what I should do now, I have to use this technique. So, from a tax standpoint, if, for example, if there is a question, say assume that your organization has built a chatbot and your organization wants people who are employed there. Any questions? Every time they don't need to go to sit SME and then take his time. I have a chatbot defined, and then I have all those questions you can ask the chatbot. So it will answer those questions, which is very specific to your organization in terms of how it deals with the audit or tax and things like that. Now, to enable that, this technique, retrieval augmented generation, that is what exactly does that. Basically, it takes all your internal documents of your organization, okay, and then it converts into, it puts it in a database called a vector database. It's not a relational database like normally Oracle or a SQL Server. It puts in a vector database. And then any query you give, now the context is very specific to that particular organization query. Now what happens is, I am able to give exact citation, or for example, you ask for a what is my leave policy for my organization. So you ask the question. So basically it now starts scanning its document, internal document, using this technique, and then comes up with a retrieval saying that your typical leave policy is this. And how it does it is through this technique. So if you want to build a chatbot on your typical tax related or audit related or any complex questions, you don't need to build another LLM, but you can use the LLM as a base model and then provide your document. Now the way it works is, if I ask a question, what is the leave policy? So that's a question to LLM. So the way it works is, it first queries your organization documents, get all the information about the leave, and then it submits as a context. Now the context, you see the window of, as I mentioned, 1 million or, and then it puts there, and then this is the context it sets, and then LLM will answer the question. This is a leave question they are asking. These are all my information available. Then I answer the question. By doing that, what happens is, it reduces hallucination. Have you heard of hallucination in LLM context? Good. You heard of hallucination? See, basically hallucination is, I tell a lie, but I tell very confidently. You guys believe it. That's hallucination. So I tell a lie in such a way that you will not even question me second time. He is telling the truth. But actually it is a lie. So if I ask an organization policy on leave to the LLM without giving any context, when I say without giving any context, I'm not showing any documents up to LLM, and then I'm asking this question and your LLM comes up with an answer, that is hallucination, because it has no idea about your organization, but it still gives answer. It will never say no to anything. There's no question of no. Always you get an answer. If you want answer from somebody, always go to LLM. You will always get it. Whether you like it or not is different, but you will get it. Whether it's true or not is also different, okay? Yeah, that's what it is. I'm now grounding with my inputs. By doing this technique, I'm grounding with my inputs. That's typically that. So this is another technique that you can use in your organization to set up chatbots where you can load your tax data points or audit data points or whatever policy information, and then you can come out with a well-grounded answer. Well-grounded means it's on the ground, which means that there is a ground truth there. I can always say, this is an answer. I can always find a source document. Okay, when I say this leave period, so pregnant woman is 30 days. Assume that. Sorry if I'm just gave 30 days. So you can always say, how it says 30 days, you can always get the context on the source data. Your policy will have some information. You don't need to say anything. There's a technique built into it. You need to employ some good IT guys. They can build it for you. For you, ask the question. For you, no change. See, that is the, if I'm asking you to do all that, I'm making you a technical guy. You will be now not doing the CA work, but doing a technical work. That's not the intention of it. I'm saying the technique that is used, which is transparent to you. Is it all making sense? So I know a little technical, but I hope it is making sense. I just want to, because the crowd typically I attend is more, they challenge me on a lot of technical stuff. Yes, I'm saying you can appreciate this technology and you can use it for your needs, and what is all available is what I'm telling you now. So that is the intention of my conversation with you. So, as I said, critical for regulatory and professional adoption, because now assume that you are getting an audit and you are giving, you created a summary, okay, of what all the things you are doing as part of your audit, and you give it to some professional or a government official. Now, assume you use LLM for that, and if they read it and then if they ask a question, how are you saying this? Which means that you can always go and get the explanation source for that. So that helps you ground it, saying that, boss, I told this because this is what our policy is, this is what the ground truth is, and I'm taking it from there. So it kind of grounds. I don't need to give a hallucination work, which means that you might end up in a problem, but this helps in grounding the problem so that you're safe. So that is what the RAG helps you to do that. And for doing that, I don't need to do any spending on the IT side. I need to get documents and then I need to have some techniques to bring the document. I don't need to buy another server or a GPU or anything. Okay? Yeah, many are open source are there actually. There are a lot of open source are there. There is nothing that it binds you to an organization or anything. Of course, you need to use an open source LLM. But the things what I'm talking about doing this programming side, you don't need to buy a special software or anything. You can build your software. If you have some good coding folks, you can build this software. So this is specialized tuning and synthetic data. Okay, so now last slide I was talking about RAG. Now you're decided. So assume that I have a very big organization. I can't take every document and then do all those processing and all. What I do is, boss, I don't want to do anything. Just if I run a query, I need to get an answer. Like what I do in my initial one. So which means that now I have to start tuning my LLM to answer the question. When I say fine tune, I have a base model already, which generally answer the question. But for your organization, assume that your organization is too huge, many departments are there, and you have some very specific regulatory things which you need to adhere to. I don't want to take any chances. Then you can go for this approach of specialized tuning. When I say specialized tuning, what it basically does is, I'm going to take all the data and then put it into LLM, and then start tuning the LLM to this data. When I say tuning, what I mean is I don't replace, I tune, I align the data. For example, if I assume that you ask a general question, what's a capital, it answers the question. Now you put your data there, and then you ask the same question, it says I don't know, which means that you replaced it. But what I'm talking here is tuning the data, which means that original reasoning still persists, but now I have my special requirement, very specific to your organization, which is what getting built into. So that's what I meant by specialized tuning. So what it helps is I'm sure you all know Bloomberg, right? Bloomberg has built a financial LLM. they built like GPT. They built a financial LLM where you ask any question on Bloomberg, it will answer the question very specific to that organization. So they have put a lot of effort in building that, but your use case should validate that, whether you need that much. But there is a way, people like Bloomberg has done that. So this is a technique they do it. Yes, a question? Okay. So what happens is, now there are some edge cases. When I say edge cases, typical transactions happens, but there are some fraudulent transactions which will miss my eyelid. So how I can do it? Assume that I don't have any data, the real world data, to identify those fraud cases. What I can do is I can formulate my use case. What I can do is I can use synthetic data. When I say synthetic is created data, which means that I'm using today in LLM lot of, actually fundamentally, if you look at LLM, any GPT or any Perplexity or anything, they have completely scanned the web. There's nothing available beyond that. So they already done that. Now I have to tell GUMS of something new. What I do? Then I start creating the data. That's called synthetic data. So I can use synthetic data to come up with some edge cases, and then I can use it to formulate a domain specific specialized LLM. That's called fine tuned. I mean, the LLM life cycle has three stuff. One is what you call as pre-trained. Pre-trained is I completely scan the web, which means that I'm talking about trillions and trillions of data, and then come out with an objective function called next word pairing. I'm just want a little digression. If you look at the fundamental objective function for the LLM is next word prediction. Basically, if I give a word, it should be able to identify what is the next word. If I give that word along with that, it should identify next word. So next word prediction is a simple objective function of this LLM, any LLMs. So there's an architecture called transformer, but I don't want to go into that. But that is the simple objective function. If I have to learn a language, I need to know what my next word is, right? Which humans we can do just like that. But for a computer, it is a huge task. So which means that how I can train the computer to do that? I need to give all the information, training information. So where I go for the training information? I'll go for internet. That's where I get all that. So I scrap data. They call it web scrapping. So I take all whatever is there. There will be 100 good thing and 1,000 bad stuff. But still it will be there. Okay. So I do that. Then next word prediction is not enough. If I ask a question and then it gives a next word, it won't enough. So for example, what is the capital of Delhi? Okay. Originally, when the next word prediction, it will say, what is the capital of Calcutta? It will give an answer like this. Okay. Which means that it doesn't answer your question. It comes up with another question to you. Technically it is okay, but in real world it doesn't work, right? If I ask a question, people ask you another question. You can't go on like that. So that's where the second word, what I call is the fine tuning came, where I want to interact in a chat format. I need to provide the information. If I ask this question, this is the answer. This is a question, this is the answer. Question, answer, question, answer. So this data gets into this, it's getting trained. That's how you're getting your chat answers and all, because the data is trained in that chat format across different domains. And what is the right answer? They have employed a lot of people who annotate it, experts, mathematical people, medical, tax, audit. People spend money. They have spent a lot of money doing that. So LORA, okay. Yeah, it is basically it's an adaptation of information. It's an optimization point. I thought I want to remove that, but I just had it. It's basically a low adaptation, because it is more how do you optimize doing that. I think for this set, it is enough that what fine tuning is actually. So domain specific fine tuning helps in giving you answers which is very specific to your domain, especially used in circumstances where there are my data is very complex. I want to do it. I need a lot of regulatory things. So that's why I adopt this. So domain specific tasks, and so the idea is, if you have to do it for your side, you have to do it through this, you have to fill in that information through your accounting things, your audit, your tax, and then you should be able to build something like that. But this is where you need to put right set of technical people, you need to have invest in infrastructure and things like that. It is not straightforward like what I told last time, which is a retrieval augmented generation. So knowledge graph. Anybody aware of knowledge graph? So I'm just giving you the capability, like what you are essentially using it. So you are using it today, but I'm actually it's like this. You are in a restaurant and you are eating something and it is tasty. What I'm trying to do is I'm taking you to the kitchen and then I'm introducing you to every guy. Okay, saying that this guy does this. You are eating it because this guy is able to cut onions perfectly. That's why you're able to eat that. And this guy is doing this. You're able to do it. So it doesn't matter for you. But thing is, if you have to do something, not that every day your work will be the same. If I have to come up with something, if you have to ask right questions to a set of people, which means that you need to know, not extensively, but to some extent you should know what is going on behind, why, how it is working. That curiosity is something what I am doing it, and then I thought I can pass on this to you. So, so that's the intention of it. Okay. So you should appreciate the people. I mean, whenever you go to a restaurant, you should appear. You should. Some people, I do that. I asked the chef is doing a good job. So you should appreciate what is going on behind. So, so that's the intent of it. Knowledge graph. See, knowledge graph is basically today an AI can able to identify a fraudulent transaction. If I have a set of, if I give you a case, it can able to identify a fraudulent transaction. Say, for example, hidden related party connections. I'm just assuming you all know that, and any say on fraud detection. But how does it know? Because it has a very good understanding of knowledge graph. So what is knowledge graph? I have a person is related to person A, person B. These are all two entities and they are connected by a relationship. Now, typically before this, what essentially happened is, even if you do a credit card transaction in a typical AI ML model, I'll give a lot of transactions, credit card transactions, good, bad, and then with that patterns I want to find whether it's a fraudulent transaction or not a fraudulent transaction. But it never deals with relationship of people there. It takes transactions as an isolated entity. But what if I start giving relation? Okay, this person and this person are related, but they are not divulging they are related. One is a vendor, say one is a company owner, and then vendor supplies to the owner, but nobody knows that vendors, the company husband and wife are is a vendor's side, and then on the company side there's a conflict of interest which they have to divulge, and they are not doing it. So how do I find this? If I now I have to start taking this data and then making those connections. Now, using knowledge graph, if I start putting all those entities, A, B connected, B is connected through this, they are doing this transaction. If I put all this in a paper and then load it to a knowledge base of knowledge graph, there are softwares like Neo4j, Nebula. So it's all there, open source software, all there. So using that, I will be able to decipher. And if I put that information, I mean, in your use case, if you give a use case to say a GPT today, just generally, just give it and then see whether it is able to do it. It should be able to do it most of the time because it immediately gets into this knowledge graph approach. Okay, so I have a knowledge of graph of how those whole people are connected with each other. By doing that, by looking at it critically, I'll be able to find out what is wrong or what is right, whether it is okay. So, income tax authorities, they heavily use all these things. They are already using it. But what I'm saying is, this is the technique they use it. So, this is how they are using it. And it is very powerful. And this capability is also integrated. So, that way, I'm able to get more intelligence into making sure that I decipher those relationships and I'm able to come up with what, and then so that's the capability LLM has, knowledge graph. So this is another capability. So we have seen reasoning, A. We have seen RAG, where you load your organization documents. Third is a domain specific documents. You train your LLM into do it, and then the fourth is a knowledge graph. Agentic AI. I think Sripriya ma'am was telling about agentic. Have you seen agentic in the AI world? We know agents, right? So agentic means when I say a research agent, okay, it will do research for me. When I define an agent called analyst agent, it will do analysis for me. Then I have a manager agent, take research and analyst data and then see are they okay. That is another agent. So the overall, this flow of doing this agentic way, they call this as agentic approach, agentic AI approach. Individual agents are being specifically given a specific tasks, and then the agentic approach basically takes responsibility in doing it. When I say responsibility, LLM is your main agent here. Now come to the real world, LLM is your main agent. Now, for example, if you want to book a ticket, say an airline ticket, so what you will do, you will call your agent, okay. So what the agent will do, he'll get you ticket. You have no idea how he is doing it. So put LLM in that place of in the airline agent. So now I need to do what? I need to equip the LLM with tools. If I ask you to do something and you're not enabled to do this, I'm asking to book a flight, then I stop the internet for you. How will you do it? So I need to empower them with the right set of tools. Now with tools, is it enough? No. There has to be a reasoning. It has to be built in, which we spoke earlier. So reasoning tools, agents become very powerful. So in the case here agent retrieves high-risk journal entries, analyzes draft findings, and then send it to whoever it has to. So this is one capability which I am in the context of tax. So first is analyst agent. The second is a good drafting agent, and find out the final findings. Assume that he's some senior guy who makes sure that everything is right, and then I take an email agent which sends an email. You don't need to do anything, but it is always better. There is always a phrase in the AI, they call it human in the loop. When I say human in the loop, means somewhere there should be a human. We can't have an email, send it from AI directly, and then with lot of bad implications. Somewhere I should stop and say, let me do one verification. Say, for example, if in your day-to-day work, you need to validate something before you sending to, say, a customer or things like that. It is always better practice to validate once before you send it, say, a critical information or anything. So that's what I mean by human in the loop. Even AI can do many things, but always have a human in the loop. The general notion is, if you are giving empowerment to LLM to do something, I suggest you be an expert better than that. You be a SME on that. So that way you can validate whether it's right or wrong. Because as I mentioned, I'm not a tax expert, but if I get something very complex response, I should know what it is. I can't take it in the face value. I need to have some subject matter expert to look into that. So I suggest always you be, if you're the general thumb rule is, if you're, take LLM as your assistant, don't take it as your, don't blindly go with it. Take your assistant. He is an expert assistant, but he is still your assistant. The final validation, you have to be an expert to validate that. Let him do a hard job, let him do tedious job, but you validate it. You work smartly, you validate it. So that's the typical approach you all should take. You should, don't get, my kind suggestion is, don't get into saying that LLM will do everything, I don't need to worry. Don't get into that. You be an expert, you validate it, always. And you, always yours. People will come to you only. If he goes to LLM, it will give you an answer. Critical outputs, I would say. Yeah, right. Right. See, the thing is, before you go into that belief state, my suggestion is test a lot. See, the important part of this LLM thing is, you should have right set of evals. Revals is, I should know whether the answer is right. I should way of managing whether it is right. I should not blindly go with whatever it gives. There should be a eval. I'm saying for every question you cannot be validating. Have something like that. So in my work, I do a lot of, I create an LLM as a manager to validate what a LLM gives as a response. So they call it LLM as judge. So we do that actually, because of course finally we do an SME validation, but thing is, if small things you still can manage with another LLM. Okay, so those are all some techniques. Explainability. This is something I was mentioning earlier also. Hope we are right on time, right? What? How to go faster? That's easier. Okay. So explainability. Explainability is something where this is morely guided by AI acts. Say, for example, I was managing the ethical AI part in my Tata Consultancy Services research. We created algorithms around that. One thing very important is when when I say something, assume that you are formulating a tax return for your customer. I'm just assuming it's a simple case. You may be working on complex case also. I'm just giving a simple case. And you're saying that this is what the customer will get as a return money after filing. Now the customer comes up with an answer. Why I should do that? How are you saying it? I am expecting more money. Okay. Now what you do is you go to the Excel sheet and then say, boss, because of this, you are getting this amount. This is an easy case. But in some of the cases where in organization, say for example, banking, where they want to give a loan to a customer. Now, there are a lot of stuff that AI is doing, whether the loan should be given to him or not. Earlier, bank manager used to do. He validates the application, he looks at the credit viability, he looks at the salary, whether he owns property, a lot of things, and then he'll do all that. But what happens is, when AI gives, I give all this information to AI, he gives an answer, loan yes or no. Loan yes, nobody comes and complain to you. They'll all be very happy. When it is denied, now you have to answer. Now, will the manager able to answer? Because the algorithm is very complex now. It looks into hundreds of variables to come up with this answer. A bank manager cannot able to answer these questions. How the determination made. So, explainability becomes very, very important. When you deny something, you need to say why. And if it's done by AI, how AI made the decision. For that, you need to validate that. So, the explainability plays a very critical part. So, when I was mentioning earlier, this think and answer, that kind of gives you a logic for you to say that this is how I've done it. Right. See, sir, it won't be that simple always. It won't be that simple. But sometimes there are some specific algorithms to do this algorithm extraction. So there are some things like that. There are a lot of work gone on that. So, but I'm saying this thinking process is going to help in understanding how the decision is made. And explainability and all is going to be very, very critical here. And so audit trials for every decision, I need to have a trial, how it has been done, how the information has been gathered, how one information rejected, one information is taken, and then how final decision is made. So all these things are done through this explainability. So explainability is kind of built in through those reasoning aspects. Okay. So AI explains why JE was flagged as unusual. This is something I thought relevant to your context. And lineage for interpretation, how that information overall it is taken for where the source is, how its lineage is taken for the explanation. So that is something that I have a traceable chain of reasons. I can go and trace, okay, this is how I done it. I'm sorry? Health sector is always, that's why we say doctor should make a final call, okay? It's always, even the error, see percentage of error and confidence level is fine, sir. But still, they always have a doctor in the loop. Specifically, for example, if they determine somebody having cancer, and it looks at a lot of x-rays, it looks at a lot of the medical notes, and then comes up with the answer. It may do all that, but the general norm is finally one doctor will do that validation. So that is the safe way of doing things. So safety is very important, and but it gives them a lot of ammunition to say why the decision should be taken. As I said, a doctor is still the expert compared to though it is loaded with a lot of health related data and things like that, knowledge and things like that, but still the final call will be made by the surgeon for healthcare. For typically health cases, especially on critical things, making you somebody saying that you have cancer. It is a very, very sensitive issue. So final call will always be taken like that. So so these are all some, I think there are a lot of regulations there and a lot of privacy and a lot of security controls are in place right now. So deploying an enterprise AI, it enabled to come up with the LLM or come up with the AI models much more quickly. So I think these are all some things where the transformation that is happening on the tax side. I think I kind of gone through all of that in my earlier talk. Probably talked a lot. So on the audit side, there's multimodals, evidence extraction. Say, for example, if there is a video phone, or if there is a video call, or if there is an audio call, if I have to get information, now through this multimodal capability, I'm able to get the summary of what is happening. So I can pretty much do many things as far as audit side is concerned. It drafts a full walkthrough from uploaded contract, which means that it can do. And risk JEs by preference, referring the previous prior year issues. So if you have the right set of data, due to those objectives like reasoning, due to the objectives like capabilities built in, it can reasonably determine many things. However, human in the loop still has to be there to make the final call. And you better have a better say in the final call, meaning that you be an expert in making the validation rather than don't completely give it to it. Make it as an assistant, don't make it as your manager. So it'll become risky because you will be answering questions. So so by doing all the hard work, give it to them, and then you focus on what is best for you. You consult, and then you provide your advisory services, and you do what is best for you, what is available for you, and what that you can do better, and leave the hard grain job, and leave the things which will normally take a lot of time, manual processing, leave it to the AI, and you do what is best for you. You spend a lot of time with the customer. Actually, when I was working for Walmart in the US, and what we normally do is, a lot of it's a regulated industry. A lot of processing is needed. So we'll make sure system takes care most of it, so that the pharmacist spend time with customer. So you spend time with customer. You provide a lot of value to the customer. Be personal with the customer, but the lot of hard job. Let it. You efficiently use technology. So that's the simple piece of advice I'm giving, and I think with this I'm done with my things. I hope I know I have put a lot of technical stuff, and I hope it all taken in the right spirit. So any questions? I know I'm standing between you and lunch or something like that. So I'm a bad guy now. Yeah, it is. Yeah, explainability is part of governance. Governance is, you have to have a committee of people. You need to provide what are the things that you need to do. You have to come up with the right set of tools. And then what are the things that you want? Explainability is one thing. There's other thing called bias. The other thing is called the privacy. So those are all the norms you need to define as part of governance. And you have to make sure accountability. Since what happens is that when determination is made by AI, accountability should also be given to a person, not to a AI. So those things comes as part of governance. So it is more process oriented, and it is more little manual oriented.
Sir, Ramesh sir, you are from TCS, no? Here, sir. Hello, sir. Here.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, you are from TCS. Previously, we used to get that EXNGN from TCS, a kind of software for the accounts and other things. It's a very good software. Is there any idea of getting from TCS, integrating that AI into the accounts and audit and all these things?
What software is it?
Previously, EXNGN, next generation.
I think that's long back.
Yeah, very long back.
TCS kind of become full service company now. Products are not much. I think they are not doing that anymore, if I'm right. Earlier they did it, but they are not in that business anymore, actually. They are now full-fledged in, okay, it's not they. We are now full-fledged in service, okay. I should not talk like something else, yeah. It depends on the kind of what you want as a capability. So, yeah, I mean, see, I don't want to put a number, but what thing is, if your needs are basically, yeah, I think for a medium company or for a say 10-member or 5-member company, I think that budget can be even less than that actually. Now, what kind of model you use? Some models are cost less, very less actually. There are a lot of mini models are come, which will cost less in terms of number of tokens. They are given GPT-4. Now, I think GPT is now come up with 300 rupees per month. You can use it for a commercial organization. You can get a better deal. So there are things like that. So how you want to configure the organization depends on that. I think unless there are any question, we can close it. I know. I think really I'm standing between you and lunch now. I think there's so much quietness there. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the highly insightful session on AI-driven transformation in audit and taxation. So your practical perspectives and industry experiences provided valuable clarity on how AI is reshaping the practices. Yeah, thank you. We will now have presentations from our two major sponsors who will briefly introduce and promote their products and services. So the first one, we now invite Mr. Janardhanan, Senior Vice President and Head Customer Success, to share a brief presentations about their profile. So he had worked with Citigroup Chennai, GE Money, Relagar Fininvest, Amazon Hyderabad. He had joined eMudra, Bangalore in 2012 and living my dream for the past 13 years.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon everyone. I think it was not Mr. Ramesh Balaji who is going to stand between you and the lunch, it's going to be me. Sorry for that. So I'm from eMudra. So when I just came in, I just saw Mr. Ramesh Balaji presenting. And there was a very insightful presentation. I've attended a lot of AA sessions myself, but then he was very patient enough to explain each and everything. And I started going and asking few people, exactly, can you tell me who is this person? I got answers, but it was in bits and pieces. But then immediately I realized that I have something with me where I can find out who he is, right? That's my mobile phone. So I opened up and went to ChatGPT. So I know a lot of things about him as he was talking. He's 14 years, 8 months in TCS. He is associated with the Indian Institute of Technology. He is associated with California University of Advanced Studies. So quite a lot of things. He's actually, his photos came up. So that's the power of AI. So within a fraction of few minutes, I understood a lot about him. So that's the power that AI is bringing. But a lot of AI technology has been spoken today. But now I'm not going to talk a lot about AI technology. I'm going to talk about one more layer above that, right? So AI can generate a lot of prescriptions. When you have headache, all of us are going to ChatGPT today. When you have some fever, cold, a lot of us are becoming doctors. But a medical prescription does not have a value, right? Until and unless there is something at the extreme bottom of it. What is it? The signature of a doctor, right? So there is no value to it until there is a signature. So it's a serious risk. Similarly, any financial transaction, any financial document, any accounting documents, most important lifeline documents of an organization does not have a value until there is a signature of someone. Who's that? That's absolutely you, right? So it becomes a mere paper, it becomes a risk element. And today, increasingly with AI is throwing a lot of information and making you believe what you are ideally won't believe. Without your signature, absolutely the paper becomes junk. It can be a very, very dangerous document to follow. So with these two statements, I take the privilege, I feel humbled being here, presenting after Mr. Ramesh Balaji and presenting in front of all of you. I am not a CA and this presentation is not going to be about anything on chartered accountancy or anything about deep technicality of AI. This is going to be about the layer above that. So all of us today are feeling AI is going to take our jobs. Always wherever I have gone to talk in AI forums, I have always been talking against AI in a way that it's not going to take our jobs, because as they start doing analyzing numbers, we have a slightly more important job to do. That is, the trust element is definitely something that AI can never replace. So the human angle has to be there for people to trust what we are doing. So you are at that level of trust. So this presentation is going to be all about transferring or marketing trust, and what is your role in the entire AI world, right? So this is me, Janardhan. I'm from Tamil Nadu. I'm from Trichy. I head customer success at eMudra. Most of you would be knowing eMudra because we are synonymous today with digital signatures in the country. So all of us use dongles today for a lot of corporate and government purposes, right? MCA, tax filing. So I don't have to introduce digital signatures to you or eMudra. So we are the #1 digital signature company today in the country. And I studied in Anna University College of Gindi, College of Engineering. Then I had worked with Citigroup, I'd worked with GE, then I'd worked with Religare in Delhi. Then I shifted to Hyderabad, Amazon, and then moved to eMudra when it was very small. When I joined eMudra, was some 2-3 CR company. It took a huge risk and then moved. Then I've been there for last 13 years. And that's my quick introduction. So let me move on. What are we covering today? So I'm going to very interestingly talk about our competitor here, rather than talking about us. So DocuSign is one of our competitors in the world, and India as well. So I'm going to talk about what they did in US and what we together, eMudra and you together, can do in India, and how mSigner. So we have a solution called mSigner, which is very similar to DocuSign, which is an Indian product. So which is like Zoho is a Salesforce. I'm going to show you the mSigner journey and how we can help each other and what you can do. So here it's more of a business and transformation, digital transformation discussion. It's not going to be a AI technical discussion. So it's going to be a steady stream of income for you from this, and how, and what is the business potential in India for this particular product. And then what about eMudra and my team here, right? So next steps. So this is going to be the quick agenda. So let me move to what DocuSign did in the US. So DocuSign did something phenomenal. They are a multi-billion-dollar company today. And before DocuSign came in US in the early 2000s, this is the situation: physical contracts, courier delays, wet signatures. DocuSign actually changed the behavior. They just didn't go and market digital signature. They went and started marketing convenience, comfort, and compliance. So after DocuSign, all legal documents became completely, if you look at all the use cases, and primarily DocuSign is a specialist in real estate. Every document in real estate initially started getting, so DocuSign it became a verb. So today when you go to US and say sign a document, they'll say, can you DocuSign the document? So that's the kind of impact that they have created in automating. So digital signatures today, if you see in India, are primarily used only for government purposes. MCA, as I said, all those use cases. But how many of you have last 1 year as an end user? Forget about us being a chartered accountant. As an end user, your rent agreements, it can be a KYC document for a loan. How many of you have signed a physical document? I think almost all of us in the room would have done it, which means that digitization has not reached the masses in the country what DocuSign has done in US. So this is one problem that we are trying to solve, how to take it to the masses. So that is exactly the model we are trying to replicate what DocuSign did it in US. So DocuSign just didn't sell signatures, they sold speed, convenience, and trust. So this is about DocuSign. India is in the same point where the US was 15 years ago in digital signing adoption. In the retail, I'm talking about the end user retail, I'm not talking about the government use cases. So India's problem is 10x bigger. Why? We have almost 4.5, 5x the population of US. Physical signatures still dominate in almost all these phases. If you look at all these are retail use cases, and multiple stakeholders and many people have to sign the document. We don't have a software to send the document and sign it in multiple places. Rural reach, even for banks today, it's a very big challenge. So people cannot, the different places, the geography is so vast, and compliance pressure is increasing every year. I don't have to explain that to you, and you know it better than me. With every problem, there is an opportunity, and with the larger the problem, the larger the opportunity. So this is a problem statement that we are going to convert into an opportunity. I'll show you how. So with what mSigner can do in India. So it is a very similar platform like DocuSign with much better, more capabilities. You can just upload a document, any PDF document, you can fix signatories, you can sign and send it for signing and get the legally signed documents, right? With legally compliant dongle-based DSC and Aadhaar-based digital signature. These are all legal in India, right? It's work across all these segments, retail, SMEs, enterprises. We are going to cover more of retail today. We're not going to cover the other segments. So it has a lot of options to do on cloud, on-prem, The EM signer is typically built for Indian law, Indian scale and Indian diversity. So we also have in regional languages. So this is the quick introduction about EM signer. The CA triggered digital wave. So how can you trigger a digital wave? It's a very interesting thing. Why can you bring the digital wave, right? So you are natural digital leaders. So most of you may not associate with the digital transformation, but then actually you are a natural digital leader. I'll tell you how. So you are custodians of trust, compliance, financial integrity, and you already advise clients on risk governance, regulatory. So the moment what happens, right? There is a doctor who's going to tell you about a medical aspect, you believe. But today, as a non-CA, if I have a problem in a document, I have to believe in terms of trust and compliance. If my CA says it, I believe it. Trust me or not, that's the reality, right? My CA has told you. So that is the easiest answer we get when that's the level of trust, underlying trust that you carry in the society. So when you are going to promote this product or transfer and say sign through M-Signer, the impact that you have is actually 100x more than a normal person referring a customer. So this digital signing is not an IT product, it's a compliance product because it has a legally valid signature, it is valid in court of law, it has a timestamp to it, and it gives you a clear validity to a regulatory validity to a document. So next, quickly, how will this benefit you, right? You can enroll as a partner in our portal. So most of you or some of you might be our digital signature partner already. It's the same portal. We will be provided login ID and password. All that you have to do is just refer your customers who has a signing requirement, which everybody of us have. So average in India, there is a very interesting stat saying everybody of us signs 10 to 15 documents in a year at least. So you may not be knowing, but we may be doing that without even knowing physically. That is something that we can, once you refer, you start getting this kind of commission. So apart from our direct customers, you can also enroll sub-partners. People whom you know can be registered under you. As they start referring and people start signing M-Signer, you will start getting 10% commission into it. It's an annual recurring revenue for you as and when they transact without doing much, right? Even while championing the digital wave, steady flow of income without much hassle. So it's an additional source of income. And these are the interesting facts. No upfront investment. You don't have to buy stocks and keep it. There's no work. There is no inventory for you, right? So it's just you don't need to know the technology. You might be feeling M-Sign as a technical product. Do I have to know about AI? Absolutely not. You refer the customer and we take care of it. You just need to know the users whom you can influence, which pretty much if you know a lot of users that you can basically influence. It's an instant 24/7 commission for you because it's an online commission like Amazon, Flipkart. You click it and every day 24/7 you'll be able to claim the commission. And products are very easy for use via subscription, so it's there on the SaaS model. We are the only Indian thought leader who is doing this product at scale, the large scale. And just as DocuSign transformed America, CAs and eMudras, M-Signer can actually digitize India. So this is a very exciting idea that we are coming out with. So these are the use cases, right? So big India opportunity. These numbers will actually, it actually even made me very surprised. Look at the use cases and most of it is still paper. So you may be thinking we are very advanced in digitization, but then the fact is that a lot of these things are still, if you see a lot of papers are used for physical with signatures. And what's the most interesting part, it can be used on mobile. And India has 90 crore smartphones. I don't know, this starts, it's crazy. It's 3 times the size of US, right? And 6.5 crore MSMEs, 3+ crore rental households. This is all formal data. 4 crore students who can actually do a lot of educational document signing. 10 crore salaried workforce who have a lot of signing capabilities. Every individual signs 10-20 documents per year, which includes all of us. If only 10% is trapped, 9 crore users. And then if I am able to, our pricing is 100 rupees per signing. So it's something that you can reach the masses. You look at the potential that it has. It has almost a 5,000 CR kind of a potential. So if things get better, it can become a 1 billion industry in itself. So that's the kind of potential that's available for almost all of us here. So it's just a simple use case, right? Rent agreement is one of the use cases that I've taken here. You refer a friend who is a house owner. He creates a rent agreement and he can log into M-Signer and subscribe for 100 rupees or he can subscribe 1,000 rupees for unlimited usage for a year. He can attempt, we also have e-stamp papers through MESL and SHIL. So you can attach a stamp paper for the respective state for the value on the go and he signs the document and send it to the tenant. The tenant receives the document via a link and he signs it using Aadhaar OTP, right? And rent agreement is ready-made. So this is how exactly it works. I'm not showing a demo here because of want of time. So that's our building. We started as 2 CR company. We are now 700 CR organization, and I'm present it. So that's our own building that we are overseeing the airport. So we welcome all of you in here to Bangalore. We'll be more than happy to host all of you. So just an introductory style for you to come to eMudra and see how we have gone, how we can partner together to build this digital wave in the country. So that's our chairman. Some of you might know him. A very interesting fact is he himself is a chartered accountant, and he was working with Kamath in ICICI. Later he was the founder chairman of 3A Infotech, and then he separated this company in 2008, and today we are a 700 crore company from nowhere. So it's a cyber security organization which has gone ahead. And the last part I also want to tell you is we are complementing DocuSign in India, but in many places we are competing with DocuSign, and we have kind of replaced them in some other countries like UAE and other places. So that's the might of the Indian companies rising. So that is something that we wanted to highlight. I have Karthikeyan and Mahendran here, I have Vasu here, who have a booth outside. When you have time, you can actually step in and take more information from them. Yeah, quick numbers. These are things that I think may excite you. CA is with numbers, 415 offices, 800 employees, 5,500 CR market cap. We are listed, and 35% CAGR. Very interesting fact I have not mentioned here, we are debt free. So I think I have to mention that in the CA forum. And we are a thought leader in this space. I'll just go back. So this is where we are present, an Indian company in the product space, humbled by TCS. But then the likes, we are a product company, cyber security company, fighting at the mights of American companies and replacing them some other countries and big organizations. So that's what we have created. And this is our team. It's purely a multinational company with nationalities across US, Europe. So it's a scale that we work. We have offices across the world. And that's a little bit of boasting about ourselves. And that's my QR code on the LinkedIn. So you can connect with me. That's my email ID. So with this, I just leave the stage. That's the presentation I have. Thank you very much. Feel very humbled. And yeah, I think it's time for lunch. I don't know if they have any other presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we will now present the promotional video of Cholayil Private Limited for 1 minute. After this, we will break for lunch and resume the sessions by 2:30. Thank you.
ഇതിലുണ്ട് ഐസെന്റ്. ഇത് 8 മണിക്കൂർ ഫ്രഷ്നെസ് നൽകുന്നു. അതിനാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും ഉന്മേഷദായകമായി പുതുമ ക്യൂറ്റിക്യൂര ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിയോ, സോപ്പ്, ഹാൻഡ് വാഷ് എന്നിവയിലും. ഫെയർവെൽ കഴിഞ്ഞുവെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. കൂടെ വരൂ. ക്യൂറ്റിക്യൂര ടാൽക്. ഇതിലുണ്ട് ഐസെന്റ്. ഇത് 8 മണിക്കൂർ ഫ്രഷ്നെസ് നൽകുന്നു. അതിനാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും ഉന്മേഷദായകമായി പുതുമ ക്യൂറ്റിക്യൂര ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിയോ, സോപ്പ്, ഹാൻഡ് വാഷ് എന്നിവയിലും. ഫെയർവെൽ കഴിഞ്ഞുവെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. കൂടെ വരൂ.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here, and I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day, we have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, breach benchmarks. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We warmly welcome back all the members after lunch and hope you had a refreshing break. We now resume the program with the next session. We now invite CA Dr. Abhishek Murali, RCM of SIRC, and Mr. Arun Prakash to the dais. May I request CA Dr. Abhishek Murali, RCM of SIRC of ICI, to present the memento to Mr. Arun Prakash. Thank you. We now invite Mr. Arun Prakash to deliver the technical session titled Master the Magic of AI. His profile. He is a founder and CEO of HCL GUI, known as T-Man, Technology Man for his strong technology orientation and a TEDx speaker. Led HCL GUI to achieve 2 Guinness World Records for largest AI coding lesson and highest simultaneous online programming learners. Invited to Oxford University to speak on vernacular learning in technology education. He played a key role in making vernacular-based tech learning accessible globally through GUI. Began his journey through a YouTube channel with over 2 million viewers. He has been recognized as a youth icon at IONS and winner of the Leading Social Entrepreneur Award, Action for India 2019. Over to you, sir.
Hi all, good afternoon. This is one of the tougher sessions to handle because everybody in the happy mood to go to their dream world. I try to pull you down as much as possible to the ground. Okay, so probably, so this session, I'll cover 3 things. One is I'll start about what AI is, how things are, because you guys are in different world. I mean, I'm from a technology background. I have no clue on finance, on the numbers. Whatever, even for my due diligence, I depend on somebody else to do things. Okay, the same way, vice versa, you depend on us for technology. So my expertise is into AI. So as she was saying, we are a company incubated in IIT Madras. So from the start, I was a technologist. Till date, I sit and code. So though I am being the CEO, that is my pastime kind of it. So I enjoy being in technology and do coding a lot. That is the first part. I'll touch it. I'll try to simplify, not dilute what is AI and how it works. That's the first part. Second part, I'll show some use case which is currently used in different places. And then probably a couple of tools which you can use it, generic tools, not a specific to these tools. So that can help you or your team to build better. So that those are 3 simple parts of things I have it. Okay. So typically, one of the things which AI is good at is, I mean, traditionally, AI is nothing but extension of whatever you are working. Okay. So whatever you learned as a first step in your school days, college days, that is what AI is. Okay. Linear regression. I hope linear regression is pretty common for all of you. So it gives y equal to mx plus c. So you give some data, have some x and a constant, you will get an output, right? So this is a fundamental thing of any AI model. Okay, so we used to call in our, I mean, you call that as statistics. Tech people call that as a ML, machine learning. Okay, the next would be from there, we extended that to LLM with little bit of architecture. LLM, for the context, it's called large language model. Okay, so what it means is, it is like your financial model, it is a AI model which has lot of parameters. When I say parameters, it's a billion trillion parameter, not hundreds or thousands. Okay, and it can understand text. How it understands text? Actually, it doesn't never understands text. It always understands only one thing, which is probability. Okay, that I'll touch upon. So LLM is also again a probability game, which is very familiar for you. Okay, so one is linear regression, another one is probability. These are the 2 things which you need to know to understand AI better. If you can understand these 2 words, you are good in AI. So rest of things are jignas which is built around it. Okay, that is how it is. So this is the first story around which AI was built. Okay, it's called Turing test, Alan Turing. So he said that as long as a human talks to a system, which at the time there was no computers, he called system or a machine, which mimics the human ability, then it's called, it successfully done the AI job. So right now when you talk to a Gemini or ChatGPT, you will be amazed to get the information which is way better than the human. Okay, it searches, analyzes it, summarizes and gives you the actual information which you want to do it. Okay, so that's how it is. And there is a book called Sapiens. You might have seen this book, pretty familiar book, Yuval Noah Harari. So in this book, he mentions about one thing, about fire. Okay, before the invention of fire, our primary job is to do things. 3 things actually. One is to hunt, another one is to eat, third one is to sleep. When you hunt, you will get raw meat. You chew the raw meat. Okay. So at the time there is no farming, so you don't have a choice. You eat the meat. Okay. So sometimes you eat plants and die. You don't know which is poisonous, non-poisonous, all those things. The secondary category, which typically for chewing the raw meat, you used to spend at least 6 hours to 7 hours. It is not that easy to chew. So that is why we used to have this big jaws. Okay. And the last part is the sleeping part, which is because of the tiredness, you do it. So these are 3 primary jobs. And all of a sudden, some guy figured out there is a fire. So once he figured out fire, so we learned how to barbecue, which is cook. Okay. So now the meat is pretty soft. What happens is, like, instead of 4 hours to chew, we started eating it in 20 minutes. So remaining 3.5 hours, we didn't know what to do. Okay. So that is where we started to look at the girl next to us and started communicating to her. And that's how language was formed, that's how dance was created, because you don't have anything to do. Okay. Either you talk to the girl or entertain the guy or have fun. So remaining 3.5 hours is the one which helped us to evolve as a proper human being. So fire helped us to be a right human. Before that, we were more towards animal characteristics. When fire came in, it gave our time, and when we have the time, so most of them you will know it, like when you are bored, you will have lot of solutions. That is where in bathrooms all the creative things comes into play. Okay, the same thing happened. So when you have your time back comfortably, you will start thinking around things and you will start looking at the things in a different perspective. So working for 24 hours is one thing, and working and thinking for some time is greater thing. And that is what AI can do. That is how the AI is going to be. Okay. So AI is never going to take any job, including the developer job, though it is very good in coding. Okay. As a developer, I am saying it is very good in coding, but it will never take my job, because there are 2 parts to the human understanding. One is solving the problem. Second part is ensuring the problem is solved. And the second confidence part can be given by another human only. Okay. It can speed up the process, like your calculator did, your Excel did, all the things did to make the process faster, but it never gave the confidence to do it. That is given by us as a human. It could be you, or it could be as a developer, it could be by me. And that is where it will reduce, it will create new type of jobs. That's the way I would put it. It will replace the old typewriter jobs, okay, how it came, it gone when computer came in. The same way, the current jobs will be moved. For example, when I did due diligence for my company, it took at least 4 or 5 months. Now it can be done in few days. That is the thing. Because you can do analysis, you can do all the classifications faster and better. Okay. So no more 4 months, 6 months of DD. It can be done in a few weeks, or at least 2 weeks max. That is how it is. And whether you like it or not, AI is going to be like electricity. Even if it shocks you, you'll use it. Okay. You don't have a choice. We'll use it. Okay. And it can speed up your parts, as I said, and it can go better. So if you look at it, this is the adoption curve. So if you look at this part, so the internet is the fastest thing which is adopted in the world. Okay. And AI beats it hands down at least 10x. Okay. So rest of the things, at least it took 10 years to get adopted by all the people in the world. But when it comes to AI, though, it is in the early stage, it is not productized. Everybody talks about AI, but it is not fully stable. Okay. It has its own troubles. For example, the GPU cost is higher, the power consumption is higher, the models are not optimized, it is controlled by few companies. All the 4 problems are there, which was there in the earlier stage as well. For example, those who have the bigger army wins. Okay, the army consumes a lot of money to run. The same story goes here as well. But as it progresses, it will be compartmentalized and it will be given to individual people. And we can run it and then start doing it over it. So in that perspective, AI would be, whether you like it or not, it is there in everyone's mobile in another probably 1 year or 1 year max. And our kids would be AI native. Like how we used to call digital native with the current generation, they'll be AI native. For example, when I sit with my son and ask him to do some Tamil essay, he goes to ChatGPT and asks for it. And then takes that and puts it in Gemini and asks it to correct it. And then takes it and give it to the assignment to the staff. Okay? So he doesn't drop on one AI, he uses multiple AI and corrects it and makes sure that it is neat for him, and then he was able to do it. Not only this, for anything, for example, a lot of things, he's in 10th grade right now. So when he are stuck in the chemistry equations, right, he is no more asking me. He takes the mobile and takes a photograph and then asks for it, and it solves it. So it saves time. So earlier we used to wait for the ma'am to come and solve in the next day, or we used to roam around for different books. Now the speed at which he gets the knowledge is faster. Okay? So that is how the current world is. And so having said that, when to use AI, when not to use AI, nobody is talking about it. This is a key thing which everybody should remember, and this is going to be the crux of the entire presentation for the day. Okay? So one is where to leverage, when to use human qualities. It's always a competing thing. Okay? Typical 4x4 matrix. Let's say if it is a repetitive simple task, standard task, don't use AI. Okay? If it is anything which is repetitive, you can automate it with a simple old school coding or old school formulas, whatever it is. Don't use AI there, it is waste of your energy and time. Okay? Whereas, if you have lot of documents, which you are naturally having it, so you'll have lot of documents to analyze, okay, and figure out what it is there, what is not there, whether this document and this document is correlating. I have to analyze and summarize the document. So all those areas, use AI. AI is pretty good in helping you. Think like you have an army of 10 people to solve all your document problems. That is where it is. And the last part is the individual development. So in individual development or the personality development, let's say you want to groom your team member, never use AI there. They will screw your AI skills. Anything which is human controlled, he will defeat the AI just like that. Because I'll give an example. So in my team, I have a sales team of 300 people. So we built an AI model which says when a lead comes in, whether the lead is probable to convert or not. Simple equation. Okay, we have a past data, we took it, trained it, and then we gave it. It was working fine in a test environment with a 95% accuracy. When we deployed in the real scenario, it failed miserably. I didn't know why. I started sitting and debugging everything and understanding, explaining every step. Then I figured out it is nothing to do with the AI or the model. It is to do with the people who are using it. So we have sales team, right? So what happens is in the sales team, they have an option to take somebody else's lead if it is available, if it is not touched. So what our people is doing is, let's say I am calling sir and I call him and say that he is interested. Instead of putting status as interested, I'll put as a DNP so that he doesn't touch that call. DNPs did not pick, which is saying that that lead is a useless lead. And I'll hide that thing. And I know this is hidden by me. I'll make a note of somewhere else and come back and call him again. And after 2 days, all of a sudden, he'll be a converter lead. So day 1, he is a lead. Day 2 is a useless lead. Day 3 is a converted lead. So the reason is people want to do the workarounds. Okay? So anywhere there is a more of human touch, human interaction, never trust AI to be successful. If it is automated, nothing can be 100% automated. If it is 70% automated, then use AI there. Beyond that, if it is a 50%, 40% automated system, don't use it. There, people will try to screw your AI and make sure that it doesn't work. Okay? Then the other place where, for example, as a CEO, I have to read a lot of documents. At the same time, I have to make my own judgment call. So that is where I use AI and I use my judgment skills as well. So which is, most of you are like this. So all your job decides on your judgment. It could be ethical judgment, it could be professional judgment. That AI can never do it. Because AI is much more rule based, even worse probability based. At least rule based, you know what the rule is. In the probability, it is even harder. Okay, I'll explain what I mean by probability is. So this place, don't use it. So the upper matrix, this matrix is good, and this is bad. Top two is decent one. Bottom two, never use AI. If somebody says that, I mean, see, one of the jobs of software people is we try to come and sell AI everywhere. Now everything attached to AI, Arun.ai, whatever.ai, ISay.ai, everything is AI. Okay, so don't fall for the sales gimmicks. So only when you have these type of scenarios, use AI. Rest of things, don't use AI. Okay, so I was talking about AI, right? How AI or LLM internally works is, this is the thing. So LLM actually splits all your words and converts that into a tokens. Okay, so token is equivalent to a word, but not same as a word. For example, so for us, unhappiness is a single word. For AI, un is one word, happiness is one word. Tamil we have piritheldiga irukla andha mari. So it, yeah. Sorry, it is not visible. So it is roughly, you can assume that 1000 tokens is equivalent to 750 words. Again, it's approximation. It is not a one-to-one mapping. Me? Podium. I can't run away beyond this. Sorry. Okay. If somebody, any of my podium cannot be replaced, I can walk here and there. Okay. So I'll try to summarize. So all your documents, when the document is more lengthy, which means that you are using more tokens. That is all you need to take away. Nothing else. If it is a 1000 words document, assume that you are going to use 1500 tokens. Okay, so that is the only key takeaway you want to do it. Rest of things are technicality, leave it. And how it works, I'll explain that. This is how it splits, the part one. Part two, let's say I have split all the tokens. Unique words. No, repeat also, it counts as a token. Every word is a word for it. Okay. Coming back to the probability game which I was telling, right? So let's say Dash left the station. What is the dash you will fill in? Train? Or some other common word, he left the station. It could be she left the station or Arun left the station. So the value which you filled in is based on your past probable knowledge which you have gained through the history of your learning, right? The same way, LLMs, what it does is, it attaches every word and it tries to connect the web kind of thing. So that is how it works. For example, car is attached to automobile, okay, vehicle, bike, motorcycle is attached to bike, motorbike is attached to bike, like that BMW is attached to car. Like that it tries to create the probability and connect every word. So what it means is, whatever it tells you, it is based on the most learned probability it has. If you give the wrong data while training, it has learned wrongly. So instead of train, you can say aeroplane left the station. It will happily say that, if you are given the data as a thing. Okay? So every word is generated by the probability of the previous words or the consecutive words. Okay? So this is the only thing which you need to remember when it comes to the logic of the LLM working. Okay? Anything which is textual will be worked like this. So what we do is, for every word we try to associate a number, and the number is stored somewhere. When those two numbers correlate, we'll give you that answer as if it is correct. If you go and ask the LLM again, it will go and change that as well, because it tries to have a new probability. Okay? So when you are generating, so there is something called temperature. I mean, we gave a fancy word. It is like a blabbering. Okay? So when you increase the temperature, it will blabber more. So in computer terms, what there is, it will be more creative. Okay? We are salesperson on this side, right? So we have the equivalent word. So when you increase the temperature, you have a more creative answers. But unfortunately for you, it is not a creative answer you need an absolute answer. So you have to think that those things in head. Okay. So those are the things which you need to take care. Like, so whenever you are analyzing a document, think about these two things and then figure it out whether it's working right or not. Temperature is, for example, I want to generate a sentence from using these words. Okay, car, minivan, something. Car is a minivan. Is a one sentence. So I've used my logical sense and created this, right? So let's assume if you increase my temperature, I said that. So we used to write in the exams, right? Sachin Tendulkar went in the van and then completed something. So you attach anything and then do it. Since when you know, you learn something, you have tried to match it. When you don't know what subject is, you will write your own subjects, right? So temperature is writing your own subject. Okay, that is all about. Okay, so probably if you want to check it out, so go and check that page called Web Vectors. You can understand a little bit. It's an open site only. Web Vector is another site which you can get it done. Okay, so all these things are fine. So typically what it means to you is, so earlier you might be more of a transaction executor. Primarily your job is to validate all the transaction. For that what you will do, you will take a sample set and then do it. But now you can monitor near real-time transaction, almost. When it comes to transaction, it will work well because it is numbers. A is very good in numbers, nothing but statistics. In statistical world, numbers doesn't lie. I mean, it is clear. Only when the probability world, it has a problem, which is the language word. Okay, and you can think more in terms of analyzing your strategic role rather than a typical monotonous document reader role. That is another thing which you can do it. And most of you can be a risk architect than a risk identifying person. Okay, you can design the risk. For that you need to understand a little bit more on the AI. If you are able to understand it, you can go to this level pretty easily. And one of the beauty of AI is you don't need to be a technically super sound person. Anybody can learn AI, assuming if somebody sets up and gives to you. Okay, AI is like your automatic car. So there is no clutch problem. So drive, it will go. Stop, it will stop. Like that. It is much more smoother than that. Only thing is you have to understand how it works. What are the knobs you need to change. Okay. So what are the things AI does well is, it processes large documents very well and it detects pattern. Pattern detection is nothing but old school statistics, which is you are very good at it. And repetitive task, a rule-based task, this can be also done using AI, but I wouldn't suggest. Rule-based can be done with a typical old school software itself. Because why I am not suggesting AI is, it is not the question of ability, it is a question of cost. Right now, GPU cost is higher. GPU consumes a lot of power. So if you are a gaming guy, you might have seen, right? So all the gaming PCs would be larger and it will generate a lot of feeds. If you have kids, you know it. Okay, that is because it is a GPU and it consumes a lot of power. The same thing we have used it for AI as well. Okay, so that is the only reason why I am saying, if it is a rule-based task, use the old types CPU world things. Okay, and it can monitor 24/7. It is nothing to do with the AI. It is a computer science thing. Okay, what it cannot do is, it doesn't understand what ethics is. Okay, if you stress 1 plus 3 is 5, it will say yes 5. Okay, so that is the thing, and it is understand only it cannot understand the untrained data. Okay, only whatever you trained it can do it better. Okay, untrained data, it will have more creative answers, which you will not need it. If you are a writer, it will be useful, but for a CA guys, it is not. Okay, and you cannot defend. There are a lot of cases. I'll show a couple of places where just using AI has caused trouble to companies as well. Okay, in the unforeseen thing. For example, these are the places where AI can evolve. For example, earlier it was sampling based. Now it can be continuous monitoring. Instead of periodic checks, you can do a real-time check. Everything is automated trials, event trials, and predictive indicators. You can use it. Earlier also you have a choice to have a predictive indicators. Now it becomes easier. Okay, so predictive indicator is not a new to your world. It was there for a long time, but now it is easier. And lag prevention is not there, and coverage can be near 90%. Okay, automated coverage, not a human. Human coverage can do the rest 10%. Okay, so that's the thing. So reactive to predictive, you can do it. Manual events to automated trials, you can do it. All those things. Timestamps, especially timestamps, is one very good area to review it, and it can work with it. For example, so every file in that, instead of you going checking timestamp, it can do automatically and then do manual stuff. And then anomaly detection, it can do very well. Okay, audit, it can do very well. Invoicing and processing of existing documents like a PDF or image, it can do very well. Especially in the POs and policies, it do very good choice, and it flags all the non-compliance thing, assuming you feed the right data. Okay, so if you feed it, it will flag very easily, and the processing time can be reduced by a great number. Okay, compliance adherence, all those places where you can use it. And see, when somebody talks about AI, these are the 5 things which you should ask. Okay, how transparent your model is. Can I have a accountability using the model? Okay, fairness is through the data, and safety is another thing which comes out of your risk property. Okay, so if you have all those things, it can be used. Where is the other thing? Yeah. Okay, yeah. These are some of the examples we want to share it. One is, I mean, AI is not theory, not story. JP Morgan Chase, right now as we speak, they use it. They already used 360,000 human hours. It's called Coin platform. I think this is an old PPT. My new PPT is different. Okay, so you can go and check the Coin platform. Use the search for the keywords. You can take that and put it in ChatGPT or Gemini. It will give you good results. Coin platform, how JP Morgan Chase use it. It is a fantastic use case for AI. And the same way, AI used a LLM suite. LLM suite, I'll show that what it is. So that suite would be useful and increases the productivity of the internal systems as well, very well. So that is another place which has saved. And Umania, this is from Deloitte. They have used it in the AI audit practice. Okay, this is another thing. I mean, all these keywords would be useful for you because those are the things which is there. Okay, and HSBC used for crime detection, especially in the transaction monitoring. Okay, it has worked very well and it has saved a lot of false positives. Roughly around 60% it has done it. And the investigation cycle, this is a important thing. So typically any of this financial crime takes ages to do the investigation. It takes minimum 3 to 6 months to do the investigation. That has reduced by 4x. Okay, so that is one good thing. And customer support, this is another place where you can use AI. Okay, marketing and content creation, probably you can use little bit, not much of it for you. And negative use failure. So Air Canada chatbot failure, this is another issue which is which liability was levied on the company, and then they gave a pay because AI did a wrong thing. Okay, so this is one thing. And legal advice. So you can check it out. Legal advice bought by New York City, that has gave a lot of, it created its own evidences. It says that there is a story which is there. I mean, there is a case which is there, and it created its case and then gave it to them. People believed it as well initially. Okay, and patents, another places where AI gave a misleading information. Okay, for marketing, that has got a penalty from SEC. This is another place which is used. And governance, I mean, okay, this is another big thing which is there, which would be, you have to be very, very careful about it. Like, so when it flags it, so you have to manually audit and review it. So when you assume that it is working fine, typically it works fine 80% of the time, but the 20 is your problem. Okay, because it ends in your penalties. So it will work fine most of the cases. Some cases when it is not working, that is where trouble is. That is where I am saying human capability is very much needed to validate and say that it is working always. Okay, it can only speed up your time, it cannot solve your problem. Okay, so typically where it is successful is when you clearly say the scope is narrow, saying that, hey, this is a document, go and answer only in this document. Don't answer beyond this document. So if you clearly say that, that's called, you do the prompting better and fencing better. We say that as a guardrail. So you put the guardrails better, it will work fine. And always there is a human oversight, it is good. And as I said, audit trails is mandatory to give any reports. So if let's assume you are using any AI tool, if there is an audit trail, then use it, or else don't use it. Okay, and accountability should be part of the package itself. That is the thing. Okay, so this is standard stuff which I am saying. So fourth point is one which you want to do it. You should start somewhere, because it will help you like hell. AI would be the best thing. Start small, start slow, but get started with it. So all the things, rest of the things are stuff. Okay, and this is I mean, to give an example, these tools are good tools. One is Vibe.studio, where you can create your own small internal tools for AI. This is one tool, and the next tool is Claraverse. These two, both the tools are good tools. Okay, which, see, the reason why I am suggesting these tools is like, this will make sure that the LLM is in your system. One of another challenge with any Gemini or any other existing model is, you send your data outside your system and it goes to the server, which is not right in the law perspective or a privacy perspective. So you need a system which can run inside your perimeter, and it's both the things does that way. That is the beauty of these two tools. Yes. Okay. Sorry? Both the tools can run in your own premise, and it can solve your problem. That is why I have recommended. There are hundreds of tools there. Okay. These tools, I know it is easier. Okay. So probably if you want to get connected with these companies, I can do that as well. They are in IIT Madras. I can connect you with them as well. Okay. These are the things, and yeah, that's all from my end. I hope I gave the internals of AI to clarity. Instead of saying jargons, I gave the things. That's my assumption. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the highly engaging technical session. Your explanation on the evaluation of AI and supported by the examples and future perspectives provided the valuable insights on how AI is shaping technology, business, and professional practices.
Any questions anybody has, so that I'll answer that as well, if there is any. So typically, there are two, I mean, in your case, there are two segments of task. One is a number analysis task mostly. Another one is a document analysis. If it is a number analysis, you can confidently give it to AI, it will work well. If it is a document analysis, that is where you need to have the guardrails and then take help of somebody to do that. So don't just like that use the tool, because the UX is easier. I mean, the user experience is easier. Don't blindly upload the document and ask for it. Okay. So there you need somebody's help to set it up. Okay. It could be your any of your IT people or somebody to start with it. Okay. There are something called agents, which is another jargon which we are introducing, AI agents. So you can start building AI agents. So as the second one I showed, right, that has a lot of AI agents. That agent system can help you to do better. Thank you all. Thank you.
We invite CA Girinath Dave for the dais for the next session, and may I request Mrs. Sangeeta to present the memento. We now move on to our next session on AI in Practice Management by CA Girinath Dave. About his profile, he is a finance leader, entrepreneur, and speaker with 10 plus years of experience across finance, entrepreneurship, and outsourcing. He had begun his career at Deloitte with strong expertise in statutory audit, internal controls, and SIRC compliance across multiple industries. Founding member and director of operations at Digimoney Finance, instrumental in securing RBI license and scaling fintech lending solutions across India. Director at Axos, leading global outsourcing and BPO operations with a 650 plus member team serving international clients. So he is a thought leader and educator, faculty at CDIT SWTO, speaker at ICA forums, and contributed to global initiatives on operational excellence and entrepreneurship. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. So I'm sure that today you are taking away a lot of inputs on AI. I'm sure it's going to be a mixed crowd. I'm able to see a lot of aspiring chartered accountants as well who are just cleared out, and there are also few. So I'm able to see a very mixed crowd here. Lot of aspiring chartered accountants who are just looking their way into what they should do in the practice. Should they do the traditional way? Should they do a more robust digital way? And I'm also about to see a lot of other chartered accountants who are trying to do succession planning in terms of who's going to take care of their firm and all that. So it's going to be a very mixed and very good session. And I'm sure that you have been taking away a lot of inputs. So myself, a quick intro, just chartered accountant just like you. I am director in 2 companies, both are technology based. One is an NBFC and other is a BPO. And I am also able to see a bit of familiar faces here. Few of us are friends and connections and all that. So I am a Chennai based chartered accountant, started my career in 2013. And since then I have been working. I was in Deloitte previously, now with Axos and Digimani Finance. For last 3 years since COVID, Institute has also pivoting a lot in terms of what should be the course, what should be the direction for the chartered accountants, for its members to take forward in terms of their practice. Because traditional practice is no longer sufficient. The dynamics of the world are changing, and so should we also change. Institute has also launched a lot of programs in that regard. One of that is the outsourcing services course that they have launched. It's a central institute program, and they are also pivoting a lot towards digitalization and technology. So I see this in continuation to what the strategy is from the institute side, and definitely AI is not just a buzzword, it is already here. It is already here. It is no longer a thought or a technology that is bound to come in the future. It is already here. So we will start with a session with this thought process, and feel free to interrupt anywhere you want any doubts or any clarifications. I have not added any much definitions, jargons, anything. I have made this presentation more from a perspective that even if there is one thought process that you can take back home for your practice, that you will be able to implement in your practice, it could help you in increasing your efficiency, or it could help you in reducing your skilled resource shortage, or it could help you in increasing your accuracy, or making it a professional service. It's all up to you. So I am just thinking everyone, if you are all able to take one thing home, I will be the most happiest person. And with this, we will start our session. So this is myself. On the agenda side, there is only 4 topics or 4 divisions or subdivisions that I have divided. The first one is going to be a very simple kind of a plain vanilla introduction in terms of what is AI, and more so, why AI for chartered accountants or as a profession per se. Followed by that is going to be a bit of a lengthier topic whereby we are going to list out, or we are going to look at the various use cases that existing chartered accountant and practices are using on a day-to-day basis. We will then follow that with some kind of live examples and some tools that is already available in the industry. Followed that with a quick conclusion and remarks. So this is going to be the agenda. So what you are seeing in the screen in terms of practice, I have divided the practice into kind of 3 segments, not to represent past, present and future, but more in 3 segments in terms of traditional, digital and AI driven. The core difference between traditional, digital and AI driven is that they are all evolutionary steps. Probably 30, 40 years before, people wouldn't have dreamt about computers or Excel sheets or laptops taking over a proper T-shaped book. I'm sure many of you young chaps who are here wouldn't have seen a T-shaped ledger at all in their lifetime. But there was also a case where T ledgers were the key and source for audit to begin with. So from there, we as a profession have evolutionized, moved, adopted, or taken engulfed digital practices. It could be as simple as using Excel or your audit management softwares for your audit purpose, to your companies and clients implementing ERPs and some kind of tools for representation, reporting, etc. Now, what is the next major change that we are looking at? This change is not just limited to us as a profession. This change is universal. This change has driven a lot of segments to different ways. This change is a combination of multiple factors within the technology sphere. So AI is not one particular software, AI is not one particular tool, or AI is not one particular segment. AI is a culmination of various tools, various softwares, various segments, that they are all accumulating into one single thought process driven through intelligence. So AI-driven practice, AI practices, is no longer a thought to be thought about for the future. It is already here. So is Institute is also preparing us chartered accountants for that. So what are the challenges? There are lots of humongous challenges in running a CA firm. It is not easy. There are statutory challenges. There are resource challenges. There are also client-related challenges. At the same time, timelines itself becomes a bottleneck. Amongst all these challenges, if you all have to think about which is the most critical challenge, everyone could choose either of it, but I would choose skilled resource shortage as the most toughest challenge to crack. Because our profession, we are all providing services. We are not producing, or we are not in the segment of production at all. We need human resources. And that human resources needs to be long-lasting, skilled, and also able to pass on the knowledge from one segment to another, from one senior to junior, from one manager to senior, etc. Now, if that itself is becoming a challenge, I'm sure most of you would have been going through a challenge. You wouldn't have been seeing good skilled resources, or the number of people taking up is also coming down a bit. Even though the segment and the pass percentages are higher, still the articles or the junior assistants are on the lower side. So how do you tackle this challenge? One of the good ways in which we can tackle this challenge is we can bring in AI and automation to whatever extent is possible. I'm not saying and trying to say that AI is going to replace professionals. No, no one is going to say that. AI is only going to enhance your output. If you are able to do 10 tasks, of which 5 to 6 are mundane, repetitive tasks, if that can be automated to a large extent, or if that can be sent across to ensure there is an intelligence that takes care and does it the way you would be doing it, what else do you want? That itself is a magic. So these are all some of the challenges, and some of the reasons why AI is need of today's hour, and it is not a thought of future. Data is exploding. We have humongous amounts of data that we keep garnering on a daily basis. Clients are sharing lots and lots of data. Complexity in regulations is also increasing. Regulator is also adopting technology in a big way. He is also bringing in challenges and changes to his own system, which also helps him to regulate more efficiently and effectively. There is also a huge expectation gap between client expectations and what we service. We also need an everlasting, highly scalable solution. One of that solution is AI. So let's start with some of the basics. This is a very simple fundamental definition. AI, artificial intelligence, refers to systems, technologies that can analyze data, learn from patterns, assist in decision making, similar to human intelligence. So here, if you are able to see this definition, see through this definition properly, we have clearly stated that similar to human intelligence. That is the catchword here. It is not something you just bring in a set of tools and software, the magic happens. You need to train it. You need to evolve it. You need to make it learn the various nuances and the various possibilities that you would see in your practice. For example, I'll just give you a quick example. If you are bringing in your own set of GPT, we will see what is GPT as well, but everyone knows to a large extent what Chat GPT is. Do some, type something in Chat GPT, it gives you a good draft report, or it gives you whatever you ask for. On a similar basis, every firm, if you are able to build your own private GPT, it could be an example to give if your firm is for the last 25 years. And for all that last 25 years, you have been adding so many citations and tax cases, outcomes, etc. That along with the institute's own GPT or institute's own tax citations, if your GPT is able to have that, then any particular resource coming to your organization, joining you, or your own professionals, they don't have to do a Google search. They don't have to go and search out in the various vendor platforms. They don't have to spend their time to analyze and come out in terms of what would be a good tax case to cite. Just a click of a button, put in the facts, give in the prompt, it is going to give you. So that kind of intelligence is what we are talking about. Intelligence which is very systemized, driven by technology, that can analyze your requirements, look through the various patterns, can help you in assist in decision making. Decision making, again, it is only up to you. You are going to only utilize it to make better or informed decisions, or you will only utilize that to make much faster and efficient decisions, much more accurate decisions. Still, the professionalism still lies in you. AI is not going to replace human intelligence. AI will help you in focusing on much more value-added services, much more on advisory front. It will help you in scaling up. Coming to why CA practice, what is the context here? We as chartered accountants, professionals, most of you would be in your audits or in some kind of tax filings, advisories, etc. Financial data is huge. Scalability is very much required. Whatever a chartered accountant, a professional can do, the same can be done by the technology in much lower time, in a much more efficient and faster way. So scalability is important. It can also help in identifying patterns, can automate routine and repetitive tasks, can generate insights and support professional judgment. Let us take an example of what is a routine and a repetitive task. Everyone knows that you need to pay your TDS on XXX day of the 3 quarters and Y day of the 4th quarter. That's your deadline, right? And even your client is aware. But still, we as chartered accountants, we send out an email to all our clients telling that filing is this date, payment is this date. Make the payment and let us know. Now, do we need one human resource to do that? Someone said, no, fine. We don't need that human resource to do that, because that human resource can be deployed elsewhere. Because everywhere you are not able to take more audits, you are not able to take more advisory stuff because you don't have the bandwidth. We all speak, right? Ingappa, time illappa. It's all, you say it in English, it's bandwidth. You say it in Tamil, it's time illappa. And there is also a bit of English there as well. But now, this is one typical example. If you look from your client's perspective, he will see you more as a professionalized service provider. He will start believing that, no, inga auditor inno correct ah amchiruvarpa, 7th தேதி na 2nd தேதி reminder la amchiruvarpa. Why should he know whether it is auditor Girinath sending or the AI bot that is in my office sending it? It is irrespective, right? Outcome is what will matter, not who is sending it. In this similar example, do you think you will be able to monitor every single time whether for all the clients the email has been sent? Cases are very, very remote that you will be able to see. Illa sir, na over vaatiyum poi paapen, ella email poirukka na check pannite inga or print eduthu paapen. That and all is not going to happen because we don't have time. Now, in these scenarios is where AI helps. This is just one example. Now, everyone could be thinking, what matter it would have been made? It would have, like someone is doing it 1 hour, that's all part of the job. 1 hour, one time. Every single month, every single statutory deadline. Why do you have to waste that? If you are able to bring a bot, if you are able to bring an AI intelligence, then you don't have to see whether things are happening or not. It will happen on its own. So what AI is not? We have been telling this, it's not going to replace your professional expertise because you are much more valuable. A human resource is much more valuable than any technology. Technology can always be only an enabler. Technology can never be a service provider. Technology can only be an enabler. You can take it in the case of a loan origination. You can take it in case of a checklist preparation, in case of reviewing, or even if you can take it in case some of your cases of CA practices. Technology is only an enabler. It will not take any statutory responsibility. You are the ones who are going to train your AI, respective AI tools. That means you are the brain. It is only an executioner. There is always something to say that I have something in my brain or in my mind. I am not able to do it because I don't have the time. Now this is the time. If you are able to train your bot, if you are able to train your intelligence, you are able to train your suite of softwares, then it is going to happen on its own until and unless you go back to say that, no, this is okay, I am terminating this. What AI is not. Next important thing is, it works as a tool. However, it will not take any financial decisions. Financial decisions will be still left to you. To summarize, it enhances a CA's capability, but it is not going to replace a CA's judgment. So let's keep going forward. We have always been talking AI. So by now, at least someone should be knowing what is the name of the software. Someone should be knowing what is the name of the tool. Excel, everyone knows what is Excel. It's been provided by Microsoft, developed by Microsoft. Google has its own Google Sheet. So what is AI? AI is a very, very broad terminology. The way you don't have a proper definition for data security. Data security is an umbrella term. Many experts here would say that no, this is the exact definition, but on an overall basis, on a global basis, we all agree that it is an umbrella term that can, whatever enhances safety, security of your IT infrastructure and IT assets is data security. On a very similar basis, AI is a very large term encompassing of so many segments. And it is not something, it was born yesterday. It was not something that was ideated a year before. It has been there for some time. considerable time. Three important segments that you can always correlate to, which are forming fulcrum of AI. The first segment is rule-based automation. Second segment is machine learning. Third segment is Gen AI or generative AI. Since the advent of ChatGPT, that is where this terminology of AI actually boomed. For a larger audience, for a very common audience who doesn't have anything to do with the technology, they also started to get magnetized with that word called ChatGPT. Pota pannirudampa, takkan kudukudampa, something like that. But actually there are three major segments, of which one of the important segment is Gen AI, generative AI. The other two segments, rule-based automation and machine learning. Now on the rule-based automations, the word is very simple. Whatever you are able to automate using rules, set of rules, it doesn't need to be a direct yes or no rules. It could be a segment of rules, then that particular tool or that particular segment of activities can be classified in rule-based automation. Let me give you an example of a rule-based automation. In a rule-based automation, previously, let's forget that we are all chartered accountants, we are all on the practice side. For a moment, let's all agree that we are all in the bookkeeping side. Somewhere we would have all done bookkeeping for our clients. Previously, for every single ledger entry, for example, let's take a very simple case of bank ledger entry. For every single bank debit or credit, purchase or sale or receipt or whatever is that, you always know when you see this particular segment. Let's take for example, you are receiving money from debtors. You know it is a very, very repetitive entry. That itself will be like 30 to 40% of your bank fees, of your bank statement. But still previously we used to account it manually. We didn't have a choice. Technology did not catch up to our expectations. Today we are trying to catch up to technology, but that time technology was not matching our expectations. Suddenly someone in New Zealand just woke up from his bed and he was like, oh shit, why are we all doing this? Let's do something like, let us set rules whereby whatever is the transaction that comes through the bank statement, I will do ABC. A, which is going to be the most repetitive part and that will consider composed of the 70% of the total bank fees. I will write a rule to say, if this comes, if Girinath is paying, he is a debtor, go past this entry. If some debit bank charges, go past this entry. This level of automation was introduced to the world in the year 2006 by a firm called Bank Leeds in New Zealand. All they did was this kind of a simple automation, very simple automation. And they were very successful in doing this. But somewhere as the technology comes to the open market, there is always a segment that are inquisitive to evolve that, to develop that. That is where the next segment comes, which is your machine learning. Now, what they thought was, every single company, every single bookkeeping entity, they have to go and say, if Girinath pays, he is a debtor, he is your client, go past this entry. For every HDFC bank charges, go past this entry. They saw that, yes, we have helped lot of firms by reducing their time on this 70% of the activity. How can we evolve this? That is where that segment of technology providers, they came up with a logic, they came up with a solution, they saw a larger problem We helped the bookkeepers, accountants in reducing the time, but we have also silently created a new problem. That is, every time an accountant or the bookkeeper uses the software, he has to train this software or this particular rule for every single entity. If, for example, you have 100 clients, for 100 clients you are supposed to do that. So that is where they thought that, okay, it is a great software, but has its own set of limitations. How do I improve that? That is where machine learning came. What machine learning talks about is, I will tell you in very simple Asan Bhasha. I am not going to bore you with a lot of technical stuff. What machine learning says is, I will go back and see what the company has done in the previous history. 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. Illa from incorporation, I will see. However, these transactions have been recorded. I will come back to that accountant. I will come back to that client to say that this is how you have recorded in the past. These are all probable entries. These are all probable entries. Do you want to concur? All that accountant would have need to do is go click one tick. If that is done, now look from that service provider perspective, he has solved another miraculous problem that he itself had created. Previously, rule-based only for every single entity. Now, using machine learning. Machine learning is not learning by on its own, not like in the ways we are seeing in most of the films. It is learning on your own data, on your own past performances. If you have done it wrong, it will come back glaringly on your face to say, you have done this wrong. Now, it has learned and it has coming back to communicate to you that this is all the way it is done. I am also proposing to do this way. Do you want to concur? Once you give concur, you are able to account for all the transactions that comes in the bank. This is just one example. Now you can correlate this to invoices, you can correlate to AP, you can correlate to any of your statutory payments and all that. Now what is the next evolution way forward? Something much more advanced is Gen AI. And you cannot typically say they are all one after the other. I have just given you a sequence that makes you feel that it is all one after the other, but they are all, as a concept, they have been evolving over a period of time. This Gen AI, everyone would be knowing, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, etc., etc. We will look at these in detail also. But Gen AI, the beauty of Gen AI is, you don't need to know the technology at all. You don't have to care about what technology it is, what to write. If you know English, that's more than sufficient. It can help you in report drafting. It can help you in customized emails. It can help you in even PDF creations. It can help you in presentations. It can help you in so many ways. Now, these are the three segments of AI. There are still a lot of niche areas. Many of the other faculties or many of the other speakers will also cover that. But as we are all generalists to know, if we know there are three major segments. One is rule-based automation. Second is machine learning. Third is Gen AI. So these are all three major segments of AI. I have also given some of the examples as well. Now let's talk about what is that difference between analytics, automation and AI. Because in some of the examples, people would say that today in using AI, I am able to take my invoices and that invoices is also getting accounted. Many of us would also get confused, that's only an OCR program. But that is also part of an intelligence segment. OCR that doesn't need to be trained on a repetitive basis for newer type of invoices is intelligence. For example, if 10 years before, while using your OCR technology, you will have to necessarily for every new format, you had to go and train your technology. Date is going to be here, name is going to be here, delivery address is going to be here, particulars, quantities is going to be here, rate is going to be here, your tax, what is your payment, bank details. You need to specifically tell to the technology, this is where in this invoice it will be there. Whenever there were exceptions, it would never be able to handle that. That is basic. That is rule-based. OCR using the concept of rule-based automation. Now, today, you don't have to do that. Machine learning has come to a large extent whereby you just take your mobile phone, you have an invoice, there is a software called as DEXT, D-E-X-T. That software, if it is already integrated with your ERP or it is integrated with your accounting software, you just have to scan that. That would take all the details from that invoice, what is the particulars, which are all the cost centers it has to go and hit, which are all things that it has to go and add to the inventory segment, which are all the taxes that it has to account, what and all the payables it has to get accounted, and that document will be posted as a journal entry. Along with the journal entry, this document will also be saved. That kind of automation, the base element is still OCR. No one is going to deny that. If we are not able to appreciate what is the difference between OCR, then in both the cases it is OCR only. But in the previous case it was rule based, and here it is mission driven, machine learning driven, because you don't have every single invoice could be different. So it is also then imperative for us to discuss what is difference between analytics, what is different between automation, what is the difference between AI. The reason to add analytics here is that most of the analytics that we talk about today is mostly technology or tool driven. So is that all AI? The answer to that is yes or no, depending on what is that level of intelligence that tool is able to bring to the table. So let's look at what is difference between analytics, automation and AI. Analytics provides you understanding. It analyzes, it stores data, it gives you the right segment of understanding of that particular historical data or that particular segment. Automation helps you in saving time. What you would have been doing on a recurring basis, you don't have to do that because there is a bot or a AI enabled tool that is helping you in saving time. The third segment is AI, whereby it could be a culmination of automation, analytics, but with intelligence. It will help you in executive decision making. It will help you in decision based scenarios. It will prompt. In the previous 3 scenarios, you have repeated or you have done this. Should I have to do the same thing again? For example, if I have to tell you, if your client has sent you some kind of a data and he says that for this particular financial year audit, this is my preliminary requirements, according to your preliminary requirements, I have sent you this all data. Now, automation wouldn't have been able to solve this problem, but AI would help you to say that on the basis of last 2 to 3 years of data, on the email responses that you have garnered, it will prompt to say, dear so and so, yes, we have received your data and we are duly noting the same. However, our team, depending on the work allocation, is tied up and we will reach out to you in this particular period. Now, who is going to teach that? It will be self-learned basis your past performances. If that is the way you have done, and for example, if you all would have seen in your Windows application, there is something called as Copilot. Copilot is a very deeply integrated Microsoft Gen AI solution where as part of their technological advancement, they are deeply integrating between Excel, Word, Visio, Outlook, etc., all the Microsoft products to give you much more ease and command over their products. So fairly the difference is analytics will help you in understanding, automation will save you time, and AI will help in delivering intelligence. So now let's look at what are the key AI applications. I'm not going to list down any software name. I'm not going to list down any particular service provider name. I'm only going to list down what are those use cases that you in your practice can use that. Now, how do you do that? I can give you a couple of hints, but these are all some of the use cases that have been already used by the members widely across India. So let's look at some of the applications one by one. This is a quick overview. So the first one is task workflow automation. Second one is accounting and data processing. Third one is GST, TDS and compliance management. Fourth one is reconciliation and validations. Fifth one is audit support and identification. Sixth one is fraud detection and red flag analysis. Seventh one is predictive analytics and advisory. Eighth one is client interaction and communication. Ninth one is intelligent document management. So if you see currently, most of the firms have been widely using the first 5 things for AI. It could be GST auto population of data, or reconciliation between your 2A and your purchase P or purchase register. It all happens on an automatic basis. Now 6, 7, 8 and 9, few firms have been doing it, few firms are yet to adopt it. So we will look at these practical scenarios one by one in the coming slides. So one thing that I just wanted to highlight is AI will always function as an intelligent support layer. It is like your mentor, where you have to mentor it in the beginning. Then where it is more like wherever you have some doubt or wherever you need assistance, your AI will come into play. It will only enhance efficiency, accuracy, and your decision making is supposed to be much more better. So it depends on how you train your AI. So let's look at the task, workflow and automation. So we have listed at around 5 different types. Intelligent task allocation, due date tracking, automated reminders and alerts, impact on practice management. So of these, one of the example that I just spoke to you some time ago was on due date tracking. Sending an automated emails to your clients, reminding them. On a similar basis, you can also ensure your complete workflow, not just for yourself, but your practice workflow is also driven through AI-assisted intelligence. What will happen is, at any given point in time, you will be aware which team is working where, what is the priority, what are the upcoming priorities, and if you are able to train your software, your AI well, then it will also able you to prompt that this, yes, for this month the work allocation is this, but for the coming month we have these set of priorities. It is up to us to take a decision where do you want to put in your resources or not. At the same time, because it comes from a centralized source, your resources will also be well informed, the possibilities of miscommunications are reduced, and you will also have time tracking, billing tracking, organized fashion. Data entry and bookkeeping automation. This is one of the most widely used places where AI and previously automation has helped a lot. We have just spilled out 2 things. One is on the OCR and other is on the automatic posting of entries. OCR, we just spoke an example of how rule-based OCR works, and we also gave an example of how machine learning based OCR works. Automatic posting of entries, this is also one of the examples we spoke in terms of bank feeds. So what is the benefits? It helps in reduction of time, improves accuracy, faster closure of books, and better focus on review and advisory. See, many a times people don't understand that we chartered accountants are not trying to position ourselves in consulting or advisory. Many of us would be wanting to be in that sphere, but unfortunately we might not be having the bandwidth. You might be having the liking to be part of consulting, but you might not be having the bandwidth. So AI is one good way in which you can help yourself to open up your bandwidth, and that bandwidth can be used for more value-adding services like consulting and advisory. GST, TDS and compliance automation. I have listed down some of the examples. Written preparation. I am sure many of you would be knowing that you don't have to prepare your return manually. There are sufficient number of tools that are available. At the same time, there are also some syntax programming code that is available in the open library, which you can utilize to create your own automated flow. Validation cross checks. It will always help you in reconciling between books and the government records or your ITA records. Error and risk will come down significantly, and if there are any error and risk, that will also be auto-populated. Reconciliation using AI. So again, we can talk about examples of bank reconciliation, GST 2A and GST 2A 2B versus books, exception identification, etc. But let's understand the difference between manual approach and AI based approach. See, in the AI models, you as the practice owner, you are going to train the AI. Let's for a moment think that AI is your friend. You are going to mentor, nourish it, and you are going to develop it. So whatever you are saying, whatever you are teaching, whatever you are training, and whatever is the base material that you are sharing to AI for training or for development, that will be the foundation for all its future actions. Now then, let's look at what is the difference between manual approach and AI based approach. In a manual approach, you need to physically do line by line matching. Definitely it is time consuming, and it will also lead to your resources being fatigued. Your articles, your own audit professionals becoming fatigued. Doing it same thing again and again causes boredom to everyone. In an AI based approach, the difference is line by line matching or batch by batch matching. Everything will happen in real time. Hardly what it would take is probably 5 to 10 minutes for it to complete a section of 5,000 ledgers versus a trial balance versus a financial report versus a outside document. It will hardly take 5 to 10 minutes. The processing is really fast. It is why we call it as real-time processing. 5 to 10 minutes is definitely a real-time processing. AI will always needs to be developed with the exception focused. So whatever is the exception, if of the 100% work you would have been doing, if 80 to 85% of the work is taken care and balance 10 to 15% is what you will have to work upon, those are exceptions. So in audit and risk identification, AI will help you in identification of high risk areas. It will help you in sampling assistance. In many of the cases, what happens is that during sampling, there is always a personal bias, which is inherent in our nature. Because whenever a sample is driven through human, there might be chances of personal bias, and it is an inherent risk. It is also an inherent risk. Then follows an anomaly detection. So these are all some of the ways where audit support and risk identification can be taken care of. Fraud detection and red flags. It can help you in a continuous full data analysis, patterns and data. It can happen in real time. Predictive analytics and advisory. See, we have been talking a lot about you can free up some of your time for using towards advisory, for using towards consulting. Some of the most low-hanging fruits are cash flow forecasting, business insights, trend analysis, value, what are all the values that you can deliver to the client, what are all the better value ecosystem that you can bring to the table. Now, is this the end? No. These are all some of the basic stuff that you would be already doing to most of your clients. If your client is going for an bank loan, projections, 5 years of cash forecast, they all can be automated. There are all tools that will help you, that can give you a much more professional output as well. Client interaction and chatbots. This is one area where I have seen that most of the practices have started to adopt. It could be in WhatsApp based, or it could be in your system, in your websites, or it could even be mail responses. Chatbots and client interaction tools are very widely used, and I am happy that I am also expecting more chartered accountants take these up, because these are all available at a very low cost. Document management and AI, with AI. So document management doesn't start from retrieving of document. Document management starts from the moment you upload your document. Where do you store that? Where do you place that? Your AI bot will help you in reading the contents. It will help you in auto tagging and store in the right segment, and also will make it instantly searchable. You don't have to always keep seeing or remembering where you have kept something. So this is also one of the areas which can be used widely in your practice. I am sure many of you would have seen this portal. One of the most important flagship programs by the Institute. Institute has launched something called as AICA, Artificial Intelligence Committee. They have also come up with a good portal which showcases practical use cases of your day-to-day functioning. For example, we spoke about automatic reconciliation between 2A, 2B versus your purchase register. There is one particular article in this portal which will say which are all the tools that you need to use, what is the syntax, how to do it. There are hundreds of such articles where none of the professionals have written it. They are all written by members like us. Wherever they have seen some pain in some of the practical scenarios, they have picked that up, they have they have solved their problem, and they have also opened up to the other members for them to utilize. I would highly recommend to you all to go to this website. You can just type ICAI AICA portal. It will open up. It will also have webinars which will have a detailed video based. It will also have a lot of write-ups on their opinions on what should be used and what should not be used. So I will leave this here. You should definitely go and see. So what is the purpose, what makes it unique, and all that is fine. Why it matters today is At the beginning we spoke that AI is not something of future, AI is something of present. There are live practices and live members who are using AI extensively. So it is high time for us also to catch up, to board the same flight and work on the same plane. So these are all some of the examples in the audit, compliance, taxation, automation, some of the genuine use cases, GST automation, AI-based identification of short and non-deduction of TDS, automated ledger and voucher scrutiny, RCM auto invoice generation. I am sure that many of you would be doing on behalf of your clients, you would be generating auto RCM invoices, auto deadline reminder systems. On all these 5 practical use cases, how to do it, where it can be used a lot, and which are all the tools to use it. It is all available in that AICA portal. Data analytics, AI agents and decision support. It will help you in predictive analysis. We don't have to always work on past data. We can also start working on future predictions. AI agents and RAG, that will also help you in providing notifications to your clients, GST circulars, whatever is that. You can imbibe the data, you can digest that and provide consulting to your clients. AI avatars, CA bots, those could be your professional assistants as well. WhatsApp automation, it's a very low hanging fruit. You can definitely use that, and it doesn't cost much. There are service providers like Vati, Intracat and etc. who can provide you at a very fraction of a price. These are all some of the examples that I have just plotted out, very live examples. Legal library, if your firm is a 25-year-old firm and you have seen tax laws, tax citations, you have thousands of it, then if you can put that in your own GPT, the way you have chat GPT, if you are able to hold your own GPT, train that, then for every single scenario that your firm has seen in the past, in future, if in any of your own article or in future any of your own junior, if he is looking for some help, he can just go to that GPT, put in the problem statement, and that will give you the proper tax citation with the decision that you have taken in the past, which will help them in reducing time, turnaround efforts, time as well. WhatsApp GST assistant, predictive cash flows for client. So accounting process automation. So this has been there for some time now. Efficiency, ITR automation. Now we can see that most of our own IT department's tax portal has a lot of auto-populated numbers, which is also a good sign because they have also then catching up on technology. They have also, previously they were all assimilating databases. Now they are also providing information. So RCM applicability checker, balance confirmations, practice management, CA bots. Let's go to the next segment, which is your conversational chatbots. ChatGPT is something everyone knows. Gemini might be something many people of you might be knowing. Copilot, you all might be looking in your Windows. So how to use these conversational bots? You can provide the documents, you can provide the specific prompts that would give out much more professionalized document, that would prepare Word documents, that can also help you in Excels. Trained on client conversations. One of the examples of the pending list email that I spoke, if you are able to use some of the conversational AIs, then they will reply on your behalf. Or if you don't want to believe that, then those responses will be drafted in your outbox. You just have to go and send it. Some of the GPTs, already Institute has also launched a couple of GPTs. So we will keep proceeding forward. What is ICAI's AI platform? It has launched 18 plus specialized GPTs covering various stuff. It has one on peer review board. It has one on direct access. It has one on GSTs. It has one on corporate social responsibility. It has one on Companies Act. All the 18 particular GPTs that the institute has launched, they are all fundamentally tilted only towards the use cases of your practice. All that you can do is just type as CA GPT in Google, CA space GPT. It will, your first thing will come. It will ask you for your membership ID. Drop in your membership ID. There will be a OTP that will come. Once you are done with it, there are 18 plus GPTs professionally trained. See, please do understand, ChatGPT, Gemini or Copilot, they are all very generalized. There are billions and billions of people, at least not billions, there are millions of people who are using ChatGPT on a daily basis. What is the prompt that I send and what is the response that I receive might not be the same as the prompt that you send and the response that you receive. But the question might be the same. I am also looking for an engagement report. You are also looking for an engagement report. But I am looking for an engagement report from a CA practice because I am an auditor. You are looking for an engagement report because you are a lawyer. Now, this is completely different. So, ChatGPT needs to have that extraordinary abundance of information that you are of this category of a person. It needs to personalize its responses towards your queries. So that is why we always say, use your GPTs wisely. You can use some of the 18 GPTs provided by the institute. It is very handy. I have also been using for a couple of times. So how AI can help in audit and how AI can help in audit and advisory? It can help you in forensics, bank audit analytics, NPA, SME classification and all that. Internal audits is just a matter of time where AI takes up and 100% audit is achieved in AI, through AI. Governance and assurance. So these are all some of the areas where specialized audit and advisory, AI can play a role. Now from a business intelligence and visualization perspective, it can help you in the risk matrix. It can help in bank audits. Power BI is something widely used, and I am sure most of your articles would be already using Power BIs. It can develop its own macros. It can develop its own sheets. There is something called as fin format GPT. If you can upload your trial balance into that particular GPT segment, you will have a very draft Schedule 3 compliant financial statement out of it. So these are all some of the use cases that are already there in the industry. So in the office and CA practice automation, you can use for operations. Key takeaways. So AI is no longer, So you can use AI agents for your office automations. It could be client queries, it could be sending reminders, it could be invoicing, it could be payments, etc. Even any kind of scheduling and all that, AI can be used. Key takeaways. There are only 3 major things that I would like to say. AI is already being built by CAs. There is no technology service provider who is building it for you. Either he has already hired chartered accountant or he is doing it as a product as a service, which is a completely different business. But it is clearly driven by chartered accountants for chartered accountants. Focus on productivity and it is not going to replace you. It will help you in scalability, and it will kill away any gestation period between you starting a firm today vis-a-vis a 50-year-old firm having 40 plus partners. So this is one of example software that is readily available in the market. People are using this. It's a very basic software in terms of you don't want to involve your AI to do a lot of stuff into decision making and all that. At least you can use it for automating your repetitive task. You can use it for task management. You can use it for what are the various compliances. You can use it for a dashboard. So these are all provided by various service providers. It's a very generic slide. Everyone knows ChatGPT, Copilot, Claude. QBO also has launched its own AI program. There's software called Carbon, Dext. So now let's come to the last segment of how firms are actually using it. For the paucity of time, I will also quickly run these. Still, the dominant thing is going to be, as of today, everyone are using ChatGPT. You might all be seeing in your some of your YouTube ads that everyone uses ChatGPT, but no one uses to its full potential. So people are still taking emails, pasting that in ChatGPT, that is polishing and giving you a better outcome. But you can do much more with any GPTs. Copilot, people are using it for generating in their presentations, Excels, etc. Claude and Gemini, they are all driven through Google search engines, so they have a better usability in the research space. QBO, they have also launched their own systems. How are firms using it? Still predominantly people are in the niche stages. They have just started scratching their use cases for AI. Client communication is still the key. Content and preparation, marketing for the marketing materials. Research wherever there is a possibility. Quality control and advisory documentation. So as a financial analyst, AI, the way AI is better in these three major ways. It will help you to spot patterns that we as humans could miss. It will help you in process large quantities of data in no fraction of a time. Wherever there are anomalies that can be flagged on a real-time basis. These are all some of the cutting-edge differences between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, because there is no bias. Scalability is always high in AI. However, human can only think at one thing at a time. You could be a multitasker, but still at that one particular moment, you're only doing that one thing. So I just wanted to give a kind of a sample prompt. So if you are able to drop an trend analysis, if you want to do a trend analysis, or you want to do a cash flow forecasting, go to any of the GPT, drop the basic data that you have, give it a very detailed prompt in terms of what you want. And that will give you a beautiful outcome. Try that once. Try that with some fictitious data, your own data. You don't have to use any of your client data. Just create some data and just try it. That is where you start. The previous speaker also spoke well, and he told one very important thing. You need to start somewhere. There is no course better than self-learning. We as chartered accountants have been always trained to do that. Be it articleship, on your first day of articleship, you will be asked to go somewhere. All that your principal would have told you is, this is the place, that's all. From there you would have started your journey. No one is different. Not the guy on this side of the stage, not the folks on that side of the stage. No one is different. So this is just a sample prompt. Few tips. Do a role play. everyone is asking relevant questions to GPTs. Everyone is asking relevant things to your AI. If you can tell you are a financial advisor, you are an auditor, what is the use case? If you are able to talk to it better, it will give you much more better outcomes. Context, this is what I mentioned about this particular document. I am preparing for sending it to a client for engagement letter purposes. Iterative analysis. Define some of the time horizons, deadlines, some of the bottleneck scenarios. Validate. Once everything is done, don't send it, don't use that as a basis. Validate. If you would have prepared that document, you would have spent half a day. With GPT, if you are able to do it in like half an hour's time, spend next 15-20 minutes to read that document. Benefits, risk, governance. Benefits, three major things: efficiency, accuracy, and scalability. On the professional front, from a core audit, you will also be able to pivot to advisory. Risk, it is only an assertive tool. It is not going to replace you. The way Microsoft has termed it as co-pilot, it is only a friend. It is a good terminology actually. It is only assisting you. It is not going to run your plane. CA Institute has also come out with an ethical standard. Have a look into it. Professional judgment still remains a key. Skepticism, liability and accountability still lies with the firm. Nuances and ethics is still with you. It is just a machine. With this, we are done, and thank you for being a great audience.
Thank you, sir, for your session on the application of AI in chartered accountancy practice. Your presentation clearly demonstrated how AI technology acts as enablers, particularly in areas in automated communications and accounting process automation. Thank you so much.
Sorry? Yes, in IT audits, it has previously, if there was a requirement for you to do a control testing at various infrastructures, today you don't have to do that. That itself is automated. And the reason I have not covered that is, my core audience is still audits, bank audits, statutory audits, internal audits. IT audit is a bit technical. Happy to take any doubts or any clarification, I'll be here. Just do a Google search. One of the good examples, Trivia CA. 3RIVA CA. You just do a Google search, you will get it. There are like hundreds of software already available in India. Correct. You need to play the role of a advocate. Ask 100 questions, probable 100 questions. Create probable 100 answers with 100 or some variations up and down. And you need to train that bot. See, okay, now there are various companies, software service providers who are providing this as a service. They would be better in implementation, but the brain is still from you. For example, let's take a case of company like Freshworks. They started in 2011-12, bought as one of their important service providing. Today they have become big. They are into various things. If you go to them and you say, this is my field, this is my pain area, this is the channel through which I am able to communicate to my clients, they will come up with, on their experience, what are those probable questions that they will train to that AI. Now, today we are still not in a stage where everything can be done, do it yourself. When OCR was implemented, everyone was thinking that you need to really train that on every single format. Format change, you will have to first train it. Today that is not the requirement. There will come a day where people can train it by itself.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we will take up the questions in the break. Yeah. Members, we can take a 10 minutes break time, tea break, and kindly bring the QR code tomorrow to mark your attendance. Yeah. We will have another session. Now we move on to our last session of the day. Now we invite Mr. Dr. Srinivas Yanamandra to kindly take his seat on the dais. May I request C.A. Shekhar to present memento to Dr. Srinivas Yanamandra. So we are moving to the technical session on AI uses in cyber resilience and digital payment security controls. And about his profile, he is an independent consultant and regulatory compliance expert, currently serving as professor of practice, visiting at IDRBT as an institute established by the RBI. He brings 25 years of experience as compliance officer with leading institutions including ICICI Bank, IDFC First Bank, Paytm India, and BRICS New Development Bank, Shanghai. Expertise spans bank governance, fintech innovation, digital payments, digital lending, cyber security, financial integrity, and economic sanctions. He is a TEDx speaker and a recipient of the CA Global Achiever Award 2019 from the ICAI. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I know it is the last session of the day, so it will be a little tough to really extend beyond the time, but I'm glad that I have been here, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. The topic that I have been given to speak about is cyber resilience, and considering the way I perceive the fintech innovation happened in India, I'll try to see somewhat technical use cases. We have been seeing much of practical use cases with respect to AI in the practice management, AI in general, but we'll try to see AI in a specialized field, and that specialized field is payment innovation. As the profile has been read out, but broadly I would like to mention, out of the career spanning about 25 years, most of the time I have spent in ICICI Bank and IDFC Bank as the compliance officer. 5 years in Shanghai, China, as a compliance officer for the BRICS New Development Bank. And that is the time I have been witnessing what exactly is a digital payment revolution that China has underwent. Unlike most of the countries, where the digital payment revolution happened from paper currency to plastic currency and then to pixel currency. So the current currency, I call it as a pixel currency because we are just making payments through QR codes. Most of the countries have migrated from paper to plastic to pixel, whereas China has moved directly from paper to pixel. So they did not invest much in the plastic currency or the card infrastructure, and that was a kind of a really eye-opening revelation in terms of the way digital payments have completely contributed to the digital economy in China. So that was the time we were interacting from the BRICS Bank with Reserve Bank of India and also the ecosystem in India. It was way back in 2017 and 18. But in India, there is a parallel revolution that has been happening, which is what we now know as UPI, Unified Payment Interface. And the models are different. The way in China, the entire payment industry is dominated by two important private sector players. In India, we have got an ecosystem that is completely nurtured by the government and also RBI and also NPCI. And it was a bit more democratized, I can say. And that is the time when I completed my term in the bank in 2022. I thought of coming back to India, and the last 3 years I have been spending with Paytm as the group head of the regulatory affairs. And that is the time we'll notice a lot of changes that have happened in the payment industry with respect to the way the payment acceptance the way we accept the payments has underwent phenomenal changes. And what are these changes? And where does AI fit in the puzzle? That is going to be the first part of my presentation. And then I'll also get on to talk about what are the mechanisms through which this AI innovation is generally visible in your hands. Like while we can say theory about the AI, but where exactly you as a customer, you as an individual merchant, you as a developer get to see the impact of the AI in the payment space. But most importantly, as auditors, as someone who has to validate and also ensure or assure the trust in any system, even AI also depends upon us taking some sort of a step back, not just carried away by its whatever mainstream potential, mainstream stories, but we need to understand where does the risk actually manifest. And we need to be clear about what are the new types of risks that the AI is generating. So I'll touch upon three major risks actually, in terms of which auditors play a very much key role when they are auditing either the merchants or the payment companies, or most of you might be auditing even the banking companies. So what are the kind of underneath risks that we need to be mindful of? And these risks are not the basic risks. I want to get into a little next generation risks, as I call it. And let us try to see how these next generation risks are going to play and to what extent we as an auditing community is able to get our good grasp on these risks so that the developers can develop AI that is safe, sustainable, and secure. That's a broad context of this presentation to talk about AI in payments industry, the applications of the AI, and also the risks of the AI broadly. When we talk about banking, almost like 20 years back, we used to call as 363 banking. How many of you heard about the term 363 banking? Banking is always a 363 banking. You take deposits at 3%, you give loans at 6%, and you go home at 3 o'clock. So that's a 363 banking that used to be there way back in the early part of this century and maybe the later part of the last century. That is how the banking typically used to operate. Banks typically do two major activities. As per the Banking Regulation Act, we know they lend money, and to lend the money, they take deposits. It's not the other way. Most people get confused. They think that we take deposits and then lend money. But actually, banks lend money and then take deposits. And that's how they create money. So that's anyway a topic for another day. But that is how banks typically operate. Since they make loans and accept deposits, they are so far entrusted with our ability, our need, or handling our need to make the payments. Since banks are anyway dealing with the deposits and loans, they're also interested with also helping us with our payments. So they started basic function of distribution of the currency. So the cash that you get in your hand comes through a banking channel, either it through be ATM or a branch withdrawal, for example, or when you have to make the payments to third parties, you cut a check, and then you also make a card payment, or you also make a net banking payment, and these days even you are getting mobile banking. So that's how the banks typically facilitate payments, and true to their efforts in the early part of the century, banks also have made a very important contribution in terms of enhancing the payment systems in the country. Like if you see, most of the countries, like including United States or the advanced countries like Germany, for example, they don't get the payment and settlement as instantaneously as the Indian banks generally do. And that is thanks to the way the banking system has been modernized. We are able to truncate the checks and then make the images travel. We are able to introduce what is called as NEFT and RTGS, which is also a way in which the gross settlement has happened. And we are able to do a lot of innovations with respect to the card payments, including the offline payments in the recent times that is coming up. But still, there is a gap that is felt in the payment industry with respect to three important components of bank-led payment systems. One, availability, which means if you want to avail the services of the banks for payment system, you need to have an account with the bank, which is still a complicated process given the documentation requirements that we have, which is again even more complicated before 2016, but availability of the services itself used to be a challenge. Second was accessibility. You don't have 24/7 banking at that point in time. You're always like supposed to do transactions at a particular time. Weekends was a holiday. Holidays there is no payments that is eligible to be like processed actually. So there is an accessibility issue. Affordability, if anybody has made any cross-border payment, they would definitely know the kind of charges involved in the cross-border payments. So all these things have typically made bank-led payment systems friction-prone. And these are called as the payment frictions that have come. And one of the payment friction is basically banks not able to handle micropayments. So what are micropayments? You can cut a check. You can do a credit card payment, provided the value of the check is maybe thousands, or value of the card transaction may be in thousands. But if you want to pay for 2.75 rupees of a newspaper, earlier the infrastructure, which is supposed to be there with a vendor who has to receive, the newspaper vendor who has to receive this payment, is very costly infrastructure. A newspaper vendor could not afford to have a card machine, or a newspaper vendor could not have time to collect a check from you and then get it processed through the banking network. And that has actually led to what we call as affordability or the availability challenges with those people, and micropayments did not boom in at that point in time. Now what has happened in the last 10 years, if we were to see, all these challenges were taken away by what we call as non-bank payment system operators. A non-bank payment system operators are those people who are almost delivering the services of banks, but they are not banks. Like we discussed about the three roles of banking. The first role is lending, the second role is deposit, third role is making the payments. Now, when we talk about lending, we are getting some people called as loan service providers, the agents, which are typically operating completely online. When you go to Amazon, how many of you have used the Amazon Pay Later product? 60,000 rupees credit actually. By default you will get. So that is basically that to get a loan, you no longer need to go to a bank. Amazon can give you a loan in itself, a buy now pay later product. That is the loan service provider. Your educational institution provides the loan. Bank need not provide the loan. Your, say for example, an entity which is providing the service can give you in easy installments. Your Samsung mobile, for example, is providing the loan. So all these things have actually taken away the loan creation capacity. While loan is provided still in the back end by the banking community, the entire front-end process has been taken over by non-bank players called as loan service providers. The second non-bank service providers are basically the people who started taking small amount of deposits. How many of you have seen the recent Airtel Payment Bank ad? We want to be your second most important bank. If you have not seen that, that's a very interesting ad. There is a lot of meaning in that ad because payment banks and the fintech entities, they are not vying for being the customer's primary banker. The customer's primary banker can still continue to be a primary banker, your regular bank, commercial bank. But what these fintech entities are trying to do is to become your secondary banker on a day-to-day basis. If you want to spend small amounts of money, you need to have small amount of deposits, and those deposits will be taken by these small entities called as either payment banks, or we may also call them as PPI, that is prepaid payment instrument issuers. In popular term, they are called as wallet service providers. So we have got loan service providers, we have got wallet service providers. So a wallet service provider enable you to store the money. Now, there should be someone who should be able to move the money. Now, who is that person who works with merchant to pull the money or move the money? And that person is called as payment aggregator. Now, a payment aggregator is the one who actually enables a merchant to accept payments from multiple sources of payment. So, what are the multiple sources of payment? It could be your debit card, it could be your credit card, it could be your net banking, it could be your UPI, it could be your wallet. So, there are multiple sources through which you can make the payment, but the merchant should be able to receive the payment. So, the person who works with the recipient side is called as payment aggregator. Now, the person with whom the payment aggregator is working is technically called as merchant. And a merchant could be an offline merchant, means you are seeing the merchant face to face, or a merchant could be an online merchant. You are interacting on Amazon, say for example, website, or you are ordering something on Swiggy, for example, or you are purchasing a railway ticket on IRCTC, for example. So there could be an online merchant, there could be an offline merchant. But these guys, called as payment aggregators, facilitate acceptance of money both by online merchants and offline merchants. How do they do that? They pull the money from the customer, get into their escrow account, and then settle into the merchant, and then do this process seamlessly by working with an acquiring bank. And to do that, they also need technology. So what is the technology they generally depend upon? If it is offline, the technology that they depend upon to acquire the money is called as POS, point of sale machine, or EDC machine, electronic data capture machine, or in simple terms we call it as the swipe machine. So an offline merchant works with a payment aggregator who provides them payment aggregation services through a technology called as a POS or an EDC machine. That's an offline one. In an online world, when I am providing some service, I need to have an ability to receive the money on the other end. To me, whether it is a website that I provide the service or whether it is a mobile I provide the service, I need to have at the end of the transaction a page called as checkout page. A checkout page is where your payment aggregator actually handshakes with the merchant, because the checkout page is the place where merchant requires a payment aggregator to set up a link whereby customer is able to choose between the type of the payment they have to do. And to facilitate this checkout page, again the payment aggregator, who is called as an online payment aggregator, also relies upon a technology. What is that technology called as? Payment gateway. So we have got payment gateways in the online world. We have offline EDC machines or POS machines, and these are the two technologies. But the people who work with these technologies are called as payment aggregators. The difference between payment aggregators and these technologies is that payment aggregators move money, technology guys move communication. A payment gateway moves communication, a POS machine moves communication. But the money doesn't touch your POS service provider, a payment doesn't touch your payment gateway's individual account or the company's account. The money comes into the payment aggregator's escrow account, and that is the reason the Reserve Bank of India has come out with a comprehensive regulations of payment aggregators on September 15, 2025. For even the offline aggregators also, for online aggregators, they have got guidelines way back in 2020. So we have got payment aggregators who are the service providers, non-bank service providers, who work with merchants to enable the payments. And two technologies that they use in the offline world, the swipe machine; in the online world, the payment gateway. And also these days, the offline merchants are getting a value-added service called as payment sound boxes. The way aapko 5 rupees प्राप्त हुए. So that amount that you receive and the audio confirmation, instead of getting a kind of a physical receipt, is also a value-added service, but that is not a part of your payment chain per se, because the fund flow has nothing to do with your audio confirmation. It's just like a paper coming out of a machine or a voice coming out of a machine. That's it, but that's a value-added service. So we have got an entire spectrum of services that are provided by these new animals called as payment aggregators. Now these payment aggregators, who are the largest payment aggregators in the offline world today? Pine Labs is the largest payment aggregator you see in the offline world. In the online world, you will find Razorpay, Paytm Gateway. So there are these largest payment gateway providers. And understanding the payment gateway providers is an important activity for anyone who is trying to really understand the banking, the way it is becoming open these days. Now, how do these payment aggregators really operate, and where do AI enable these people to make much more efficient transactions? For the purpose of this presentation, I try to make it little interesting and also little simple, that payment aggregators typically interact with the payment systems in three different components. The apps, APP applications, through which the customers will make the money. The APIs, so one is the app which is on the customer side, because the customer should have an app to make the payment. The API, application programming interfaces, which a merchant should have. Like your Swiggy should have an API, your merchant should have an API for the purpose of receiving the payments, and also any mobile developer, not necessarily your merchant, any mobile developer, if they are trying to develop certain payment products, they also need to work on something called as APK, Android packages. In the context of Android, in the context of iOS, they are called as IPA files, which is basically the way these entire features will get transported to the mobile ecosystem. So the payment aggregators interact with the payment ecosystem through APPs, through APIs, through APKs. So these are the three important ways in which the intersection between the different players in the ecosystem happens. Customers use APPs, merchants use APIs, and both of them will get benefited by using these applications through what the developers develop called as APKs, Android packages. Now, what is cyber security here? To make sure, because what is happening with these APPs, APIs, and APKs, banking has become open. Earlier, banking used to happen only in the closed door. Every transaction used to happen only within the server system of the bank, and which is like a air-gapped environment, and it is like completely delinked from the customer side. But what has happened today, the banking has come to what is called as edge computing. Edge computing is basically the computation happening in your device rather than in the server. So when you are actually opening a mobile application, the computation is happening in your device, which means banking has become more open. When it is open, what does that mean? It means the threat vector, which is supposed to carry any cyber security risk, is now expanding the surface. And that is the reason most of our services are going to get prominence, because the number of entities to which we need to attest the cyber security practices is going to enhance like anything, because earlier you guys might be doing audits of only the banking inside systems, but today you need to see how each individual customer's processing spaces within the applications are also getting secured. That's the core responsibility of the auditing industry. Therefore, it is important for us to understand how these APPs, how these APIs, and how these APKs are working, and to make sure that our system is resilient. So what is resilient? It is not just security. Resilient means we accept that a cyber attack is going to happen. Gone are the days when we are trying to work with organizations where we say that we are preventing cyber attacks. Cyber security is no longer trying to secure your organization from attacks. Earlier people used to say there are only two types of organizations in the world. One which is already attacked, and the other one is waiting to be attacked. That's the old days adage. But nowadays, currently what people are saying, there are only two types of entities. One on which attack has already happened, the other one which did not realize the attack has happened. There are only two types of companies actually. Now you have got such kind of situation today, so no longer the objectives of cyber security is preventing the attack. If you see the words used in the RBI circular, if you see the recent Cyber Resilience Act that is passed in the UK, if you see the DORA Act in the EU, Digital Operational Resilience Act, the word is resilience, which means that assume that the attack is going to happen. How quickly you are going to bounce back from the attack is the measure of running the payment system efficiently. And that is the objective with which we need to focus on, not like claiming that, oh, I have secured my system. Anybody says, I have secured the system, first of all, assume that he does not understand cyber security. That's the bare matter of the case, because cyber security we call in our circles as the wicked problem. Wicked problem is something, the problem, the moment you think that you have solved the problem, the boundary of the problem got expanded. There is no way you can claim that the boundary has been achieved actually. So the moment you are solving the problem, boundary gets expanded. The moment you solve the problem, boundary gets expanded. Cyber security is a wicked problem. Therefore, securing any organization against cyber security is an yesterday thought. Making an organization resilient to an attack and trying to make sure that it functions technologically, operationally, financially, well, even after an attack, is the way you have to make sure your internal processes are designed. What is technological resilience? Technological is basically how quick you are able to get the system up and running, which is what is called, as we all know, RTOs, right? Recovery time objectives that we have. How much quick time we are going to get the system done, and what are the kind of backup systems that we have. So that is the technological resilience. The other one is operational resilience. How quickly you are able to restore activities. So how many of you have followed the CrowdStrike incident that has happened? 2024. So what has happened in CrowdStrike? So somewhere we have got a CrowdStrike, which is an anti-malware protection software. It scans for the viruses in the ecosystem, and if it detects a new signature of a new malware, it is supposed to come with an anti-malware protection. But to install that anti-malware protection, it has to have a program code. Somebody has done an incorrect coding, by means of which the code did not get executed properly in the system, and it has resulted in what is called as BSOD, blue screen of death. In technical terms, in non-technical terms, it means system got shut down. Now, how long do you think this problem has got rectified? How long it has taken to rectify? I don't know how many of you have traveled on that day and got paper boarding passes. Huh? No, I'm just asking how much time it has taken for people to recover from that? Any idea? It took almost like 2 to 3 days to come out of that. But actually, for Microsoft to derive the patch update took 47 minutes. Correction of the patch took only 47 minutes. But what has happened 2 days, 3 days that? Because your operating system has been affected, you have to actually go to individual operating system, open your operating system in safe mode, and then reinstall the patch, and then get it run. Your organization has to run, which means that each individual system has to get rebooted, which has taken a lot of time. And if it is a cloud system, which means you have got VDMs, virtual desktop machines actually, then the problem is all the more complicated, because nowhere in the world cloud service providers have encountered such kind of a problem as en masse scaling of rebooting of a virtual machine for the first time in 2024. They got to understand that. And that incident is like a BCAD event in the cyber security. When people understood what could an operational resilience mean in the context of a dependent large-scale cloud service provider. And that is the operational resilience, because in these 3 days, if you want to send an email, for example, you don't have a desktop. And your entire, say for example, your emails are all completely on the cloud server, for example. So all these things are the way in which the disruption can enter into the system. No longer cyber security is about your data infiltrations. If somebody can take away your operating system, you're not able to communicate to the client at all. Amongst the things that have happened in the Indigo airline, one of the problem is the technical glitch that has happened in their crew management systems functioning. So how do these kind of things will be taken care from an operational resilience perspective is also a part of cyber resilience. And the third important thing is financial resilience. Do you have got adequate cyber insurance to make sure that the disruption and the financial damage caused by the disruption is actually taken care of by your residual risk management, which is basically your insurance provider. But the problem is, we don't know what is the adequate cover of insurance. Because we chartered accountants take pride in saying that we know how to value human resources accounting, we know how to value brand accounting, we know how to value royalties, we know how to value software, but we don't know how to value data. There is no data monetization accounting standard yet in the world. If you don't know what is the data monetization accounting, how do you really assess the value of the cyber insurance per se? That's a fundamental question. So every organization is taking some blind faith and thinking that, okay, 100 crores is sufficient for my cyber insurance. But as an auditor, if you go and ask them, on what basis did you get into adequacy of the insurance? That is the work of an auditor. When you go for an LFIR reporting, you will ask the insurance policies. You will ask for the physical assets of the fixed assets, and you will try to see the insurance policies. But anybody examines the cyber insurance policies? Absolutely zero. And the people who actually maintain the cyber insurance also don't exactly know why did they take 200 crores, why did they take 400 crores, and they also doesn't know whether for 400 crores, the yearly premium that I'm paying of 25 lakhs or 10 lakhs is actually worth it. Do you know how to value that data? Huh? At the time of? Should not fail. And that is also not just fail. Fail is like a long drawn story. First of all, they don't themselves have a loss data. How does insurance company work? Actuarial valuation. Actuarial valuation works on loss data. Insurance industry today doesn't have loss data more than 3 years. Certain reporting came in last 3 years, 4 years actually. So to actually have a pricing model for the insurance also is a challenge in the industry today. So when we talk about cyber insurance, we are facing triple challenges because everybody thinks about cyber security is like VAPT. And we think that VAPT, yeah, humne secure. But the important challenges is that how quickly you are responding, restoring your systems, how operationally you are communicating to the staff to deal with the client activities, and how quickly you are able to do the residual risk management through the insurance. That becomes cyber resilience. And the regulators these days are coming out with new frameworks, including Reserve Bank of India guidelines talk about cyber resilience. SEBI guidelines in August 2024 is called as CSCRF framework, Cyber Security and Cyber Resilience Framework for Market Intermediaries. Now what do these mean and how do these impact AI in payment innovations? When we talk about AI in payment innovations, I said that there are 3 important components: APPs, APIs, APKs. Now when we talk about APP, what are the type of AI innovations that we are seeing? One, what are the type of applications that we are seeing today? One application we are seeing on the merchant side is the e-commerce applications, like the way we are seeing Swiggy, like the way we are seeing Uber, Ola. Anything that you talk about MyGate, everything is an e-commerce application which gets integrated with the payment operator. Or we are seeing TPAPs, third-party application providers. Your Paytm, Google Pay, Phone Pay, these are all called as payment providers, application providers. They work with the customers because customers need not go and log into multiple banks. They can log into one single app. And that app is called as TPAP. And we also have PPIs, wallet providers. These are the 3 vectors through which the payment system percolates into the economy today. Now, how is AI enhancing the customer's payment experience? One, we are now seeing liveliness checks actually. Like if you see the RBI guidelines in respect of the KYC, you are not only supposed to give the document, but also make sure that the person that is interacting with the interface is a live human being. And that's where AI can help in detection of whether the person is a live guy. So you have to blink, for example. You have to move your face before the video that is given to you. Or there are 3D depth and texture analysis whereby the skin tone is getting recognized by the AI, and you will be able to see the micro expression and also the probe detection, basically the pulse detection that happens in respect of the blood flowing in your face, for example, and what kind of a changes that it can give. And that helps machine to understand that this is a natural human being and it is not a face mask somebody is wearing and trying to really dupe the system. Especially in the era of a deepfake, we need to have more and more amount of these technologies, because the moment we are coming out with these liveliness checks, there is already a criminal who is actually using a ChatGPT to develop deepfake. So how do you make sure the people who interact with respect of this digital KYC is live guy and not a fraud guy? That is the AI-enabled liveliness checks. And then there are behavioral biometrics. We all know 2FA. 2FA is two-factor authentication. We have one OTP, and we also have some kind of a token that is generated by your two-factor generated. So that is what is the order till about last year. Now RBI has come out with what is called as MFA, multi-factor authentication. Instead of having two-factor authentication, RBI is now saying it is 2 out of 3-factor authentication. So what you know, what you have, and the third factor is OTP is what you know. What you have is your app. What is the third factor? What you are, which is your biometrics actually. So RBI is now saying that people can move, the payment apps can move to the 2 out of 3. Because for getting the biometrics from the customer, you should not unilaterally impose this upon the customer. Customer should be confident to give that data to you. And then only you can do any 2 factors out of these 3 factors is the new regulation of RBI. So the APPs are better equipped with AI with what we call as behavioral biometrics. And this behavioral biometrics is not just your iris, which is used for your face detection, voice, which is used for your IVR detection, but nowadays even the behavioral biometrics are also getting further and further enhanced, which is called as typing rhythm. How fast you are typing on your mobile phone. What is the pattern in which you are trying to actually swipe, and how fast you are actually scrolling actually, and what is the pressure you are applying on the screen. And all these things are profiled. And that profile will establish your natural way of dealing with the app, and that helps you in terms of anomaly detection. I think in the previous 2 slides we have seen, 2 presentations we have seen anomaly detection. So how does a anomaly detection works? Your natural behavior has to come into picture. So the natural behavior is on the basis of your keystroke patterns, your touch patterns. A mobile device typically has around 17 to 18 sensors. You will have accelerometer, you will have gyroscope, for example, whether you are using the mobile as a portrait mode or you are using the mobile as a landscape mode, whether you are actually using the mobile sitting in position, or whether you are traveling and then actually making the payment, or whether you are actually making the payment while on the call, for example. That's the time when you get a message from the app, that guy, you are like actually making a payment, but you are on call. Do you still want to make the payment? Is an app notification that comes from your behavioral biometric. Because it takes into account your gait. Gait is your posture. And the way in which you are actually dealing with your app is also getting profiled. The kind of data that it can receive is through these sensors called as accelerometers and gyroscope. And there are like several things, for example, which will help in terms of behavioral biometrics. And then there is adaptive authentication. We so far know one-time authentications. Means when you do a net banking, for example, you create a OTP, you enter inside, and there is no need for you to actually do any kind of a payment. But today, there could be a possibility that you are in an abroad location and somebody has put a gunpoint on you and is asking you to enter into your mobile actually. So the way in which you are going to type could get detected as a kind of a change, for example. So that is called as an adaptive authentication, which is not common in the case of a traditional net banking, which is one-time authentication. Adaptive authentication is basically, it detects any kind of an anomaly pattern and immediately comes out with a notification saying, hey, I think there is something appears to be wrong. You are like signing off from a different geolocation, or you are typing faster than usual, or you are actually entering into the payment app without actually browsing through your banking app. That is used to be your normal behavioral pattern, which means that you need to have an additional confirmation to be done. And that is, there is always a chance. There is no chance of not having a false positive. There is no chance of not having a false positive. AA is probability. By default, AA is probability. Probability means it's a chance of like getting succeed, you can go to close to 99%, but not always 100%. So it is always a human in the loop that is supposed to be done. And for those people who thinks that AI will take away your jobs, because people generally forget that there is always a human in the loop, and the reinforcement learning using the human in the loop is the key thing for the AI. And that's the reason we should have humans. And there is a necessity for humans. So definitely these kind of things are having, in fact, that is the training data you as an auditor or we as an auditor has to produce to the, or rather request to the client in terms of developing that application as to how many false positives they have seen, how did they see the adversarial attacks testing that has happened, and where this entire testing has been documented is one of the audit procedures that you have to see as an auditor. So that is very important. That is old days. That is old days because card has got a limited data parameter. The limited data parameter is a geolocation. In mobile, as I said, there are 17 sensors which are actually tracking your entire profile. So the amount of data that you require for an adaptive authentication in case of a mobile payment is multiples of your card payment. So what you have done in the card payment is like 5 years before, 6 years before ICICI has introduced. But what we are now talking is something which is even beyond that, which is basically what is happening in your apps like your PhonePe, Paytm Pay, which requires much more complex logic for the purpose of doing what we call as adaptive authentication, which is like little complex than a single point, maybe an algorithm that is going to work. So this is with respect to APIs. You have got liveliness checks, you have got behavioral biometrics, you have got adaptive authentication once the behavioral biometric enabled profile seemed to have been deviated. Then we have got APIs. Earlier, we all know a chartered accountant typically goes and then sees the payroll processing at the end of the month. Like how is the payroll processing happening? So the accountant typically used to prepare a long list of employee credits to be done and then one check. And then the employee used to go to the bank and then sit with the banker and get the entry pass. That's how the salary processing used to happen. No longer people are actually getting there. It is all APIs. So the bank will give an API directly to the entity, and the entity in their own enterprise management software itself, when they pass an entry, automatically the entry is going to hit the bank's ecosystem and automatically the payment is getting processed. And without even bank knowing that this entry has hit, without even the enterprise knowing that this entity has hit, the transaction is completed. And you are using varieties of APIs in variety of applications. For example, you are using APIs for the POS financing. Earlier, how much time you used to get the loan processing? Loan processing used to take about days. And how many parameters you used to really work on loan processing? Maybe 10 parameters, 20 parameters. You have got a loan application. What is your name? What is your date of birth? What is your ownership category of vehicle? Where do you stay? Are you a salaried guy or a not salaried guy? What is your vehicle ownership? Like, these are the kind of things that used to get evaluated. But nowadays, with the payment aggregators coming, there are almost like 3,000 parameters that these people can track. And these tracking parameters is already giving you a kind of a pre-approved loan, which is what is your POS financing is all about. In seconds, which is basically called as point of sale financing, which is like when you purchase a Samsung, 2 minutes you are getting a credit card EMI installment, debit card EMI installment. What is that? It is basically a POS financing. So how does that installment getting determined? Depending upon the way in which your bureau data only can tell you what is your financial information, which is basically a record of non-payments or the dues. But apart from bureau data, which only banks can have only bureau data, but payment companies also have got access to payment data. What is payment data? Which can determine your credit worthiness, but not captured in the bureau. How much regularly you are paying your electricity bill? How much regularly you are paying your telephone bill? How much regularly you are paying your taxes? How much regularly you are making payment to your rent to the landlord? How much quickly you are paying your society dues? All these parameters are not captured in the bureau data, which is called as payments data. And these data is also getting captured these days with these entities. And apart from this payment data, there is also device data. Device data is basically you have given permission to access the other multiple apps. So who has been in your network on LinkedIn? How many of these people on LinkedIn are more than executive directors? Or what is the font size that you have kept in your mobile? Because font size is a proxy for eyesight. Eyesight is a proxy for age. And that's how your alternate credit scoring works actually. So you don't really require your age verification separately. But the way you are trying to adjust your brightness in your mobile, the way you are adjusting your, say for example, font size in your mobile is a device data, which is also an additional data parameter which is given for the purpose of your loan decision making. So when you are doing this kind of a POS finance, you have to make it fast decision, but the fast doesn't mean that you are actually underscoring or you are like undermining any kind of a credit capability, but you are trying to use an algorithm which is going to fast multiple parameters at scale, at speed. And that is POS financing. And we are also having reward points actually for every transaction. How do you really ensure that the entire reward point ecosystem is worked? So all these things are the new AI innovations that are happening. And then we are also having payment orchestration. If you are a merchant, for example, whether you want to, like if you go to IRCTC will ask you, do you want to use Paytm gateway? Do you want to use SBI gateway? Do you want to use HDFC gateway? How do you make a judgment? Lottery, right? This time I'll do SBI, this time I'll do HDFC. That's all. We don't have any clue. But AI can help the merchant because AI has got a live data as to which payment processor is actually having much below fail times actually. And then the AI can orchestrate the payments, a new service that is getting created called as payment orchestration, which is a new activity. Dynamic checkouts, for example, if you have recently gone through Amazon, you are actually using not add to cart. That add to cart button has become useless now. The moment you select something, buy now. So the buy now is basically a dynamic checkout actually. So instead of the traditional way of moving after checking the product and then going to the cart and then checking out, you actually move to the buy now if it is one product. Or if you are purchasing multiple products, in recent Global FinTech Festival, we have come out with what is called as agentic commerce. So what is agentic commerce? You can simply scribble on your notepad saying that this month I want to purchase this 5. And then you just input into ChatGPT. Using natural language processing, ChatGPT will see what are these 5 items all about. It can immediately integrate with Amazon and then try to get that order. It will immediately integrate with your payment app and then get the delivery done. If it again integrates with your MyGate app also, the good can come into your house. And that is basically called as agentic commerce. We started with a pilot project this year in the Global FinTech Festival. And that is a kind of a new API that you are trying to do in the API section. Then how do you deliver all these APIs into your mobile apps? Through what are called as APKs, are also IPA files in your iOS system. And this APKs is basically for the purpose of your on-device models. So what are on-device models? Whatever you are seeing, the recent launch of iPhone, for example, has got Apple Intelligence. So what is Apple Intelligence? You need not actually send the data to the server. Everything can be done as a processing within the mobile ecosystem itself. You all have experienced DigiYatra. So DigiYatra works on some principle called as self-sovereign ID and a decentralized credentials. What are decentralized credentials? Your entire data of your biometric information, your DigiLocker information doesn't go to the airport company. It is actually processed in the system itself and only the credentials and the encrypted value actually goes, and that's how you can get your assurance of privacy protection digitally in the DigiYatra app. There is no secure way of like somebody trying to profile you as to which is the flight ticket, when did you travel and all. That doesn't happen. And that's the reason why when DigiYatra started integrating like a booking.com app and trying to like link it with like say for example book a taxi, people have said that it cannot be possible. That actually goes against the principle of the promise of the DigiYatra being a secure system and not having access to your train flight journey, for example. So that is what is called as decentralized credentials, which means that intelligence is now happening within the device itself. Now, how does that device intelligence happen? Somebody has to develop a model, and that model comes as a kind of an SDK, software development kit. Either the company itself has to develop the SDK, or the developer has to develop the SDK, and that has to be pushed through the mobile ecosystem through what is called as APKs. And then the mobile application gets launched and executed. And that will help in terms of contextual autofill. Like when you are filling the data, automatically the data fields are like picked up from the last session that you have used, for example. Or you can be doing a smart nudge. Smart nudge is basically you can say that, okay, this payment is supposed to be like, the way I have mentioned earlier, you are on a call and you are like not supposed to make the payment. Are you sure you want to make the payment while on call? That is a smart nudge. Or AI without internet, for example. Like you don't have an internet, but you are working on UPI Lite. UPI Lite is basically, you are working on, like 123 is basically a offline UPI. So how do you work on an offline UPI without knowing the merchant QR code is like a fraudster merchant or not? So how do you do that? You will have embedded intelligence within the ecosystem itself without requiring your internet to work. The device intelligence itself is sufficient, and that is called as embedded intelligence. So APKs will provide that. But these are all rosy. These are all like maybe futuristic or maybe what we are already seeing actually. But beneath the surface, we see a lot of issues or a lot of risks that we can encounter. The first risk is monitoring requirement of your APIs. Go to any organization, ask one question to your IT fellow, where is the inventory of your APIs? Absolute zero. Nobody is maintaining the API inventories. Like where exactly the API library comes. And it is not even an audit procedure, at least in the kind of entities that I have seen, at least in the kind of, say, for example, certain audits that I have gone through, no one is asking these fundamental questions as to what exactly is the list of the APIs and what is your API policy in terms of making sure that API can be given to this particular merchant. And how do you monitor these APIs? We only know monitoring of your SOC, we only know monitoring of your AML monitoring or a fraud monitoring, but how do you monitor API throttle attack? Throttle attack is basically, instead of directly attacking from the website, somebody can attack and inject the traffic through the APIs so that the traffic gets congested and therefore there is a strain on the system through APIs. So how do you monitor the throttle attack and the throttle controls in the API is something we need to be mindful of. And that API security in the SEBI guidelines is an important component. Without that, you cannot really depend upon these APIs left, right, and center, because multiple APIs we are using. Some are RESTful APIs. Some things can be like directly picked up from the website and then can be done. Some things can be given to the due diligence and then given to as APIs. And this is creating a left, right, center problem in the industry. RBI has come out with an audit recently. If you have seen the recent announcement by RBI investigation started in terms of how APIs are getting used by the payment merchants in recent times. And once the report comes, that will be a kind of a good way for the auditors to really look into what exactly are the risks that we have seen in terms of misuse of the APIs. The second thing is APKs. When you are giving an APK to someone, there is something called as a BOM, Bill of Materials. Like when you purchase a car, what do you ask? You want to know what is the car and what are the components of the car, whether the components are available as per your local dealer, are these components available in India, are these components have to be brought from abroad? These are the basic questions you want to ask when you purchase a new car. But you ask a similar question when you are applying a new model. We don't do that. And that is the reason CERT has come out with new guidelines called as the BOM guidelines. I hope most of you might have gone through that BOM guidelines. There is a hardware BOM, which means that if you are having a payment soundbox, now what is the payment soundbox comprising of? So what are the kind of components and where is the supply chain risk in the component? Because that is what Israel and Hamas has shown to the world. Hamas thought that they are advanced terrorist organization and they need not really be worried about the communication technology because they are actually using pagers. But what did Israel Mossad do? They have gone to the place where this Hamas gets this pager technology, and to the third party supplier of the original equipment manufacturers, they went in Netherlands And when he is trying to assemble the pager, they have inserted a payload. And that payload has traveled to Hamas. So when the mobile message has come, the explosion has happened. And what is the guarantee that a similar kind of a thing might not happen for a EDC machine or a payment sound box? If, say for example, we are not sure about what exactly is the bill of material and which are the components and who has produced the components and what is the supply chain risk that we have. Forget about an attack. If you have got tomorrow some sort of a geopolitical issue with that country which is producing this payment sound box or maybe your EDC machine, there is always a kind of a continuity risk and a disruption risk. So that is hardware bomb. There is a software bomb. There is a AI bomb that we need to be mindful of. What are the models that are actually getting trained upon? Where is the data in respect of this entire model is coming out from? And what are the kind of the tests that have been performed? Who are the auditors actually who have certified? Your entire certain guidelines is a fantastic representation of the list of things that a BOM should have. And that becomes a kind of a mandatory audit point next time when you are trying to audit an AI development. Because we only talk about fairness, accountability, transparency, Gone are the fat days. Now we have to get into the real action. And the real action comes from how do you really know what exactly is the BOM actually look like? Which are the softwares which will enable you to look into the BOM? And one of the important BOMs is called as cryptography bomb. Quantum bomb. What is quantum bomb? Quantum bill of material. Because most of our algorithms today are completely dependent upon what the current algorithms called as RSA and ECC algorithms. And there is a possibility that in the next 2-3 years, these all algorithms might be shaken up with a new technology called as quantum computing. So did the organization has a plan to migrate to a post-quantum computing world? Is the question that we need to see, and that is what the SEBI guidelines of 2024 is asking us to do. How do you migrate? So what is the expectation that the auditor is supposed to do? Do you have an entire algorithm, like encryption algorithms inventory? And what is the end of life of that encryption algorithm? If the end of the life of the encryption algorithm is 5 years, then what is your best estimate of your quantum threat? Assume your quantum threat horizon is 2 years. Now, what will happen for the next 3 years when the end of life is still there? Are you going to continue with the same algorithm? Are you going to quantum proof it? If you are going to quantum proof it, what is your plan of action? If you don't want to quantum proof it, what is your assessment to accept the risk? So this is called as crypto agility risk assessment framework, which is an expectation under the guidelines slowly starting entering into the regulatory lexicon. So how do you make an organization prepare for the crypto assessment agility risk assessment framework if the existing algorithms has a life of end of life beyond the quantum threat horizon? Or if you are purchasing a new software, then you also need to negotiate your vendor contracts. Tomorrow, if these algorithms are going to be taken away by quantum threat, what is the post-sale support your vendor is going to give has to be negotiated in the contract today. If you don't do that, what will happen? You will purchase a software, come 2 years down the line, again there is like Y2K problem. And the moment the problem comes up, again the vendor will charge you much more higher. So every time you are purchasing a new software today, it is a very important assessment that somebody has to keep in mind in the organization. Is this software runs on an encryption algorithm? If this encryption algorithm is there, is it beyond the quantum threat horizon? If it is beyond quantum threat horizon, whether the vendor has got a plan to provide you after-sales support with respect to the quantum proofing. Have you negotiated? That becomes your crypto agility risk assessment framework. And these are all the things that are evolving. As I said, these are all next generation, the risks, and also the regulatory guidelines that are coming up. So broadly, I think I wanted to touch base with you in terms of who are the non-bank payment system operators, primarily centered around what we call as payment aggregators who work on the merchant side, are PPIs, electronic wallet service providers, are the TPAPs who make the facilitation of the payment on the customer side. These are the three major non-bank payment system operators. How do they leverage AI for innovation? They are doing it through APPs, they are doing it through APIs, and they are doing it through APKs. APP is on the customer side, so the customer's entire fund security is happening through your AI-related liveliness checks, your biometric authentication, your adaptive authentication that is happening in the APP. APIs, you are trying to use a lot of these APIs for your payment orchestration, for example, for your salary and the point of sale financing, for example, for dynamic checkouts that you are doing, for example, or the agentic commerce that you are doing. This is how they are enhancing the experience of the payment acceptance to the merchant. And the APKs are basically the way this entire mechanism gets translated into the mobile application. So you have an SDK, and that SDK is internally developed or externally developed, but pushed through the mobile through what is called as an Android package file. And that file, how do you make sure that file has got this BOM is one requirement that we need to see. But these APKs are the kind of a vehicles which will translate your AI innovation practically to the mobile. But there are certain risks, and the risks are basically how do you monitor APIs? What is the kind of organization's policy towards API security? Who verifies this API security is a critical question. And how do we make sure that these applications have got the bill of materials and the development has been done in a manner that you make it resilient from a supply chain risk is the question that the BOM is asking, the certain guidelines with respect to bill of materials. Or how do you make sure that a new technology which is going to take away your encryption is not going to make your cyber security systems weak today, which is your post-quantum computing readiness that the SEBI guideline is expecting you to start. Not that you have got an expertise at this stage, but we need to start having the dialogue. And that is how cyber resilience in the non-bank payment system industry is going to really having an interesting phase. And we as chartered accountants need to up our skills, because I feel like gone are the days when we start discussing AI is equal to machine learning, structured learning, semi-supervised. They are gone. They are like 5-year-old topics. Now we have to really get into in terms of what exactly is the threat vector that is happening and how people are trying to. Each of the frauds that is happening at I4C is a wonderful thing. And that is how you will be really able to understand where the tricks are getting played by the fraudsters and how your real cyber security vulnerabilities are getting exposed. And I think I'll be happy to engage with anyone of you who wants to really get a little deeper into this. This is a fascinating topic. And thank you for the opportunity. You have been staying for long. Have a good discussions tomorrow also, and best wishes. No. Quantum computing will take away your encryption algorithm, not AI. AI is an algorithm. Like an algorithm which processes the data, there is an algorithm which is also processing your encryption. Quantum computing threatens your encryption algorithm. Like your biometric, behavioral biometric is there, for example. In your behavioral biometrics, what is happening? You are creating a kind of a encryption key. That is not AI. That is your RSA, or maybe currently you are using an epileptic key cryptography. That is what is going to get taken away. So both are like two different topics, but they intersect because you would have, say for example, the implication of quantum computing and the way application of AI can become what you call application of the AI can be actually made implementable. So thoda sa topic is different. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. Your in-depth knowledge of API and API ecosystems, along with your expert insights into payment aggregators, transaction channels, and AI-driven risk monitoring clearly demonstrated how AI can strengthen cyber resilience, operational resilience, and digital payment security. So this session offered a highly practicable and actionable takeaways for professionals. Thank you. Members, with this we conclude the day 1 of our conference. So thank you, and we'll meet you all tomorrow. Kindly bring the QR code tomorrow. Scanner will be present at the reception to mark your attendance. We sincerely thank our sponsors for their generous support and partnership. Your contribution has played a vital role in the successful conduct of this conference, and we truly appreciate your continued association and encouragement. So the Cholail Naturally Aligned, eMudra, Trust Delivered, Taxman AI, Suvit, AU Small Finance Bank, and Micro Vista Technologies. Thank you.